He had 18 carries for 128 yards, 2 touchdowns. And then they asked him afterwards, what happened to Derrick Henry? He goes, well, we had him in the rotation. Well, why didn't he play? Well, we had him in the rotation. Never gave a clear type of situation why he would not play him. It's like you're not playing Peyton or Bo Jackson, or you forgot about one of the dominant runners in football as you're winning a football game and you got a chance to do something. And I've told you about him for 3-4 years, Carm, as you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you feel about that game, but I just saw what he wanted to lose. Are they tanking to get in a better position? Why would you do that?
I feel the way you felt. We both had that game. We both had the Ravens -3. I was as confused as you. I ranted about it a little bit on Monday on the show with Yerk. I didn't get it. And really what was so aggravating, I think you just touched on it, was the explanation, Mike. If Harbaugh came out and said, look, he's had a problem with fumbles this year, and he had a fumble early, okay. But the wishy-washy, a rotation, and maybe if I could have done it differently. I mean, is Harbaugh just protecting Derrick Henry, saying I didn't trust him and I didn't want to give him the ball because he fumbled earlier? I don't know. But, yes, he did have a fumble. You also gave out the raw numbers. He averaged over 7 yards a carry. They couldn't stop him. So I didn't understand it one bit. John Harbaugh's done a lot of this, and it's something that we have talked about on this show a lot. The last 3 seasons, no team in football has been more sort of like flummoxing and perplexing in the fourth quarter than the Ravens. How many big double-digit 11-point, 10-point, 9-point leads have they blown in the fourth quarter the last couple of years? It's mind-boggling. And so I didn't get it. I was aggravated by the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I was frustrated just as much as you were.
Yeah, I got knocked out of that. Then I see another game. This is how I got knocked out of this thing. Is it bitterness? No. I just, they say the NFL scripted. No. When Cole Kmet makes a one-hand catch to put him in field goal position, there was nothing scripted about that. But the referees and the coaches, the New York Giants, that's another game that I took, okay? Mm-hmm. It's +2.5. There's 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. You probably weren't watching it, Carm. I was. 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. They're on the 10-yard line, 4th and 6. They go for it. Instead of kicking the field goal, they end up losing the game by 3 points. What is wrong? Analytics is wrong, period. And I've seen, look at what happened to Dan Campbell the other night. The same thing. I mean, don't tell me it doesn't bring a team down when you decide to go for it and don't make it. And then yesterday, I'm watching Western Kentucky play Southern Miss. I have Western Kentucky. Southern Miss on their own 30. 4th and 1 goes for it. They don't make it. Now, they ended up winning the game, but Western Kentucky covered, thank God for me, only because of a coach's ridiculous type of thing. The analytics goes a little bit too far. I think there's certain coaches, like the Giant coach, that felt, if I don't go for it, I look bad. Kick the field goal with 10 minutes left in the first quarter. What's the matter with you?
Yeah, 4th and 6, I kind of understand taking the points there. 4th and 1, I get it. These days, these coaches do want to be aggressive in those situations and add 7 and not 3, but 4th and 6 is a little bit of a difference.
Hey, let's talk about Dan Campbell, 0 for 5 against Philadelphia earlier this year, going for it on 4th down. I mean, to me, and 2 of them were from his own territory. Yeah. If you want to pull the crap like analytics, I put that in the same realm as climate change, for God's sake, and I don't feel anything about that. I just look at it like, at least go for it in their territory.
Yeah.
Why would you go for it on your own 40, your own 45? And pro coaches have done this year. I never thought I'd see this, especially now where field goal kickers can put the ball in from 55 or 60 yards.
Yeah.
But, hey, it's a new week. But I had to get that out. John Harbaugh, short of an investigation, I don't know what the hell you do. Because like we've said, we've covered John Harbaugh. The last 4 years, I alerted Carmen 3-4 years ago that this guy did some weird things.
It was frustrating in the moment. I felt the exact same way. Both of us had a position on that game, and I felt reasonably good about it early in the fourth quarter. And to watch it dissipate like that, to watch how little they did offensively, and to watch Derrick Henry just sort of standing there on the sideline, it didn't make a lot of sense.
Mark Giangreco tweeted me, and he said, well, I don't disagree, but he's a fumbler. He's fumbled 4 times this year. He fumbled once early. Like you said, he was averaging 7 yards a carry. Are you insane?
Yeah. And if that's the reason, just say it. I don't know why he wouldn't come out.
Oh, we lost him in the rotation. You're the head coach, and you don't know that your main running back, one of the best in the game over the past decade, a generational talent, isn't in the game? Please.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, the good from Week 16 was the Bears' thrilling win last Saturday night. You combo that with the Steelers getting the job done in Detroit, and the Bears have punched their ticket, Mike. They're still alive a little bit here for the 1 seed, and it's going to be tough. It looks like that number 1 seed in the NFC is going to come out of the West. Those 3 teams statistically have the highest likelihood. Bears are down to about 12%, but there still is a path. That said, they have a very tough game on deck Sunday Night Football in Santa Clara.
Yeah, Carm. I did a video this week on North to North. Check them out, folks. And by the way, I've won 7 straight on North to North from the weekend. I'm sorry for what happened over the weekend, but if just stick with me like we always do, we'll do well. But I got to tell you, you look at the Bears, and I've never been more proud of a football team. I'm not kidding you. I've been a Bear fan a long time, and I don't remember a team that they have no give up in them. They keep trying. They keep doing it. It's the head coach that's the star of the show. I think the main thing is with the Chicago Bears, they're a collective group. A lot of them were misfits for the past couple years on that football team that have turned into comparable players. One of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They talk about Curt Cignetti at Indiana. The Chicago Bears to win 11 football games, ladies and gentlemen, this year. Thank God Cap never took me up on the deal because you know what? I saw the odds up today, and I see where a certain site has the Bears 11-1. 11-1, but they're behind the Philadelphia Eagles. They can beat Philadelphia. They already did. San Francisco's ahead of them. The Rams are ahead of them. Seattle's ahead of them. It's a strong NFC. But the only team, and what's the odds in the Bear 49er game? 3 points?
3, yeah. Bears are 3. As we record on Wednesday, we haven't seen the first official injury report yet, but we know we'll get to San Fran's injuries. The Bears have some that are Bear monitoring here. C.J. Gardner-Johnson left the game early. Still don't know about Rome. I mean, Ben Johnson hinted that Rome's going to help them again at some point this year, but I don't know that that's going to be.
What's wrong with the guy? Did he break his foot?
Well, it sounds like there might be a stress fracture in there or something. Yeah, I mean, it's something serious enough where I don't know if we're going to see him in these last 2 regular season games.
We don't miss him, to be honest with you. I think our receivers have been outstanding. DJ Moore, we got to get a couple other guys back if he doesn't play. Yeah. Roma, we haven't missed him as far as that catch DJ Moore made a couple of weeks ago in the end zone. I mean, the catch that the guy just made with the guy hanging on him, the way that the other receivers are playing, the running game. I mean, I wish he was back, but if he's going to stand on the sidelines for a month and we don't know what's really wrong with him, stand on the sidelines because I'm not saying we can't win and we can't beat San Francisco if we don't have him.
Well, at least if he gets healthy come playoff time, that could be a good thing.
That would be fun.
The Niners are a 3-point favorite right now. 52.5 is the total in the game. Look, the Bears have really struggled going out to the coast, out to the Bay Area. They have just 2 wins in their last 11 trips to San Francisco / Santa Clara. And I was at the game last year, which I thought the Bears were in a pretty good spot with the coaching change and everything. And the Niners were kind of playing out the string. And the Bears got smoked 38-13 in that game last year. You talk about the job Ben Johnson's done. And you hit it on the head for weeks. What Kyle Shanahan has done with that team and the injuries they've had, for them to be 11-4 and in second place in that division right now with all that they've suffered, especially all the losses on the defensive side of the ball. No Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa. They lost their rookie pass rusher that they really like, Michael Williams. It's amazing. Not to mention, the offense has had inconsistencies at the receiving position. Ricky Pearsall's been in and out. They got a disaster on their hands with Brandon Ayuk, who hasn't played all year because of the ACL, and now this other nonsense going on with him. So the job that Shanahan has done, as good as he is, this might be his best coaching job, Mike.
And also Brock Purdy's best quarterbacking job. Vindication to a guy that was told 2-3 years ago from the TV nuts out there in TV land and radio hosts around the world saying that, you know what, if he doesn't have Deebo Samuel at the time around him and all these other guys, he's just another quarterback. Sorry. He's worth every penny that they're paying him. He makes less money than Dak Prescott. He's lost as many players as Dak Prescott has, and yet this guy gets the job done. Legitimate top quarterback in the game that was doubted because of his irrelevancy, being Mr. Irrelevant. He's no longer Mr. Irrelevant, and this guy here just gets it done. I watched them last week. I mean, they're a good football team, but only if he's at quarterback. I mean, he saved John Lynch's job, literally, after the Trey Lance situation where they traded 3 number ones. Period.
Yeah, I think the Bears, in some of the margins, the Bears are better than
Agreed.
They have a better yards margin. They have a better EPA margin, much better turnover margin, obviously. I mean, the Bears are the best in the league. The 49ers are still plus 72 in points margin, fourth best mark in the NFC. But I think the Bears can hang, I think, from a sort of spot situation, the emotional win. They've really had two in their last three games, very emotional games against their rivals. And Saturday night was so crazy to have to go on the road, play Sunday Night Football. With all that's on the line for San Francisco still, I think it's a tricky spot here for the Bears. But it's not a game I have a position in, and I don't think I will. I don't think it's crazy to like a few aspects of the Bears matchup here, especially just considering with the confidence that they're playing with. And like you said, they just seem to have a resiliency. If they're close late, this Bears team somehow keeps finding a way. So
I'm with you, Carmen. You know what? Meatball Island was heard of again this week on Twitter, where they started putting Mitch Trubisky stats and matched him up against Caleb Williams. Go ahead. Mitch Trubisky had Nagy, and Caleb's only thrown for 150 more yards than Mitch Trubisky. And then I have to hear, this is from 2018, then I have to hear, well, if Caleb had that Bear defense, are you serious? This Bear defense, far and away, when it comes to takeaways, leads the NFL. Well, that's fine. I mean, you know what?
I don't think they're dominant.
Well, I don't know, Carm. If you lead the league in takeaways, that's a dominant defense. I mean, because they're hitting you, making you fumble, making you make the mistakes that you're supposed to make. I understand the yardage situation, but don't start that, because you know what? The Chicago Bears have won a predominant amount of games because of their defense, where Caleb Williams might have been the fourth best player on the team. I got it like this. I got Ben Johnson's number one, the offensive line. Congratulations to our guys and Ryan Post for picking these people up that made the Pro Bowl.
Two Pro Bowlers, yep.
Yeah, and then we have the defense that leads the league and the world in takeaways like nobody's ever seen. I mean, they're unbelievable. The 2018 D was good, but this one's been just as good. The one guy that got screwed was our defensive back that had the turnovers. Nate,
right, Deshaun Wright.
Are you kidding me? I understand. The Eagle guy, they don't even throw his way. He's that good. But they dared to throw our way on a guy that was considered on his last legs, maybe, and he's just gotten the job done. I thought he deserved to make it.
He's been an incredible story. I think he's probably the biggest snub in the NFC.
And Caleb's been the clutch quarterback that I've never seen in Chicago. McMahon didn't have to win many clutch games. Right. The Minnesota game comes to mind when he threw the 3 touchdowns coming off the bench. Yep. But when it comes to coming through in the fourth quarter, this kid's only going to grow. I got to be honest. I doubted him, and I doubted Ben. Ben Johnson's worth every penny, and I said he wasn't. I was wrong about that because, once again, the calm demeanor on the sidelines, the belief in his football players, to run the football every single time, which fooled me. I thought he'd throw it all over the lot. Yeah. He just knows how to coach. He knows how to coach, and he knows how to keep a team together.
Yep. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to our buddy Luke.
God, was that good?
It was fantastic. I mean, and it's such a glorious...
nice when you win, huh, Cobb?
It's great. That's to not have to worry about mock drafts and what they're going to do. I mean, like we know they're going to be playing a meaningful, significant January.
I have no complaints. Game. I have no complaints. And if they lose in the playoffs, I don't want to hear any complaints. None.
Well, because it feels like they're building towards something bigger. I mean,
absolutely.
All right, coming up, Luke Pergandy will join us. We're going to hit all 4 of the playoff games for you guys too, coming up next weekend as we look ahead next week, as we look ahead a little bit to New Year's Eve to New Year's Day and the big college games. We're going to go ahead and hit those for you guys in a little bit here too. So we got a lot going on. Don't go anywhere. Luke's going to join us coming up next. Jim Miller's got some holiday ponies for you a little bit later. We'll give you some best plays. The Christmas Day games in the NFL don't look great. Still a couple of things I think worth attacking from a side and total perspective, where hopefully we can make some money over the holidays. So we're coming right back. It's Mike and Carmen. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are the Odds Couple.
This is the Odds Couple on ESPN 1000. Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap-carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium. Kickoff tomorrow night at 7:20. We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners, a primetime collision in California. Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate, no hidden fees, just your price forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Brighten up your home with help from Menards. Illuminate your home with LED light bulbs from Fight Electric. They provide light that lasts with a rated life of over 10,000 hours. Don't wait to finish your projects. Save big money on Fight Electric LED light bulbs now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
It's time for lights, camera, action at Cantini. This winter, the lights take the spotlight and transform the gardens into a living movie soundtrack, a cinematic showstopper of light, motion, and music, inspired by the big screen. From timeless classics to feel-good favorites, you'll see your favorite movie hits come to life in light. Lights, camera, action at Cantini Park. The show begins December 26th.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome back inside this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike and Carmen with you every week here. We're doing a little early holiday edition as we roll you through Christmas. Plenty of stuff to talk about. We gave a little breakdown of Bears and 49ers on Sunday Night Football for you. We'll still hit the Christmas Day games, also the playoff games next week. But let's get out to the Yingling guest hotline and say hi to one of our weekly contributors. We talk about Prop Swap all the time. What a great site it is. What a great app it is. Make sure you have it. It's easy and free to use. And get it for this all-important time of year as we charge towards the playoffs in the NFL. But we bring in our good buddy Luke Pergandy.
Oh, Luke's got a ticket for us.
What's going on? You said you guys have a good one that you just posted.
Yeah. Well, we got a bid for him, and he so far has declined it. So bonus bet, as we always see, there's no cash out on bonus bet, so we're the best answer in town for that. So $285 bonus bet. Dodgers to win the World Series. That, of course, cashed. Georgia to win the SEC championship, that cashed, and Texas Tech to reach the Big 12 championship, kind of an interesting one. Of course, those are all in. He needs the Cowboys to win 8 games, so over 7.5. So they must win on Christmas, and they must win the next Sunday. Obviously, they're favorites against the Commanders, but Marcus Mariota, to me, is playing for a job next year. We all know what Sam Darnold did last year and got himself paid in Seattle. So Cowboys versus the Commanders on Christmas, and then they play the Giants the week after. They have to win both of those games for this to pay $51,000. And we got him a bid of $26,000 before they lost to the Chargers. He declined it. Obviously, ticket value goes down when they lose because they just have to win 2 more games out of those remaining 3. Now they're simply they have to go 2 for 2 to pay $51,000.
So he rejected that bid before the loss. Do you guys have a new bid for him? Is somebody?
He seems to think that he's going to let it ride, which is an interesting decision. So I mean, now what you could do, as we always say, like take the money from us and then bet the other side. Like you could bet the Commanders at they're almost 3-1 money line. You could do that, but I don't believe he's taking the money, and I think he's just going to free roll this thing for the last 2 games.
So now Texas Tech is playing Oregon, right? Is this
No. So that leg's a winner. It was
that leg won. That was the big.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
So he already won the Big 12.
Yes.
And I was just looking because I think Texas Tech is going to lose to Oregon. To be honest with you, I thought Oregon, Oregon's been promising things for years. Yeah. Okay. And you know what? I mean, even James Madison covered against them. So I'm sure Dan Lanning, it's fine. James Madison at least showed up and covered. But Dan Lanning, I think, is going to give Texas Tech all they can handle. What's the big play on Prop Swap as far as the Final 4 or the Final 8 teams, Luke, as far as the NCAA championship is concerned?
Yeah, so Miami was we talked about this. Miami was 250 to 1.
Unreal.
Before to win the championship, before they got announced they got in, because everyone thought Notre Dame was going to get in. The opposite happened. Miami got in, Notre Dame's out.
Right.
So Miami, we have seen 250 to 1 Miami tickets. Insane. So they are currently 22 to 1. So you'd make around 10 times your money if you listed that with us, and many people have already and got out. To me, like I would get out of that thing. I don't think they win the whole thing. They kind of got lucky at A&M, but I mean that's crazy. I mean, for a team like that, good solid program, of course, marquee win over Notre Dame.
They're playing Ohio State, right?
Yes, they're 9.5-point underdogs to Ohio State.
Let me wave goodbye to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. That's the only game on New Year's Eve, so that will obviously have massive ratings.
That's the primetime night game. That's from the they call it the Cotton Bowl, but it's at AT&T, obviously. Yes, and then the other 3 games are on Jan 1. That opening weekend, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to sound off on it a little. I mean, those games, that was a joke. I mean, I guess the Bama Oklahoma game was at least decent.
No, but that was so sloppy. Oh, it was so sloppy.
But I mean, Oklahoma, the way Oklahoma was never able to stem that tide. Was more of an indictment, I guess, just on Venables and that team. But then those other 3 games were, I mean, give me a break. That Miami A&M game was disgusting. So I don't know how you fix this. I don't know if it's just like, well, this is the way it's always going to be, or this was just a bad year. I seem to recall that the first handful of games last year were kind of crummy too. But
they had a title game, Tom. They had a title game 2 years ago, 65-7.
I know, that's true.
So enough is enough with you can't let the two little guys. The only reason I want them in, maybe expand the playoffs for more teams. if you want, but the reason is because they can't compete with nil. The only thing you can tell a recruit is, if you want to go to James Madison, is, hey, you know what? We ended up in the college playoffs last year. If you take that away from them, what do they have to battle any big schools? And I know we're not supposed to feel sorry for any of them, but I do find it interesting that if you look back at all the scores, Alabama versus Ohio State in previous years, 2018, Clemson, there's slaughters all over the place. Are there really 4 or 5 just really good college teams and the rest are just average?
That could be it, right, Luke?
That's we've been talking. I think Ohio State and Indiana are in the category of their own, and then the other 6 teams.
That's right.
Is a massive drop off. Georgia's probably the top of that second tier of teams. They're good. They obviously just kind of maybe were looking ahead in that Bama game, knowing they were going to get in regardless. But yeah, those are the 2 different tiers, I would say. I mean, again, it's just bears repeating what Cignetti has done, what Mendoza has done. So people forget, Mendoza was at Berkeley.
Yep,
he was at Cal Berkeley and then went to Indiana. So for Cignetti to get him to leave Berkeley, I'm not thinking Berkeley's a powerhouse, but California, good weather, very amazing education. So for him to come to Bloomington, Indiana from Berkeley, is pretty good.
It is. It's incredible. Stafford, we talked about it last week actually because they played that Thursday night game, obviously, and we said, boy, it's rare to see a guy lose, and his MVP odds get a little bit better. But it got a little tighter because Drake May was pretty awesome down the stretch. Mike and I talked about we were on the wrong side of that, unfortunately.
Now, how do you take Henry out of the? They took Henry out.
More on the Ravens. But Drake May was awesome. I mean, the touchdown pass to Kyle Williams was incredible. He was great. I mean, so it shrunk a little. Josh Allen didn't play great, not at all, obviously, in Cleveland last week. So I think he is definitely on the outside looking in with 2 weeks to go. Is this totally down to Stafford and May? And who do you think ultimately wins it in the NFL?
I just think, to me, I realize the Rams are not the top seed in the NFC because they lost that. They do get to play. They play the Seahawks next week. The Rams do. But to me, I still think the Rams are the best team. So then, therefore, as we've always discussed, there's a quarterback's award, and it's going to go to the quarterback on the best team. And in my opinion, I think the Rams are the best team that are. Yeah. It's kind of similar to that college football conversation. I think the Rams are in their own category, and then everybody else is in a second tier. I can make an argument for 10 different teams to win the Super Bowl besides the Rams. The Rams, to me, are in the league of their own. But the next 10 teams, the Bears, the Eagles, the Bills, the Patriots,
maybe Houston. I mean, I literally could pick 10 teams and pitch why they.
Who's done the better coaching job, Cignetti or Ben Johnson?
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Ben's not even. He's like 4th in the
third. I think he's third. I think
I got him at 4. Vrabel, Shanahan, McDonald, Ben.
Or maybe Shanny after Monday night. I guess Shanny probably the odds shortened on Shanny after Monday night. Yeah, it's amazing.
And then Liam Cohen. I mean, what he's doing with the Jaguars, I think all 5 of those guys should have their hat in the ring. I mean, amazing job by all 5. What McDonald is doing with Sam Darnold, what Shanahan is doing with a completely depleted roster. It seems like Fred Warner is going to come back for the playoffs. Obviously, that would be a massive boost to the defenses. Got shredded by a 44-year-old on Monday night. What Vrabel's doing, of course, the Patriots look like the cream of the crop in the AFC. I mean, that list, and obviously we all know what Ben's been doing with the Bears.
You can make a great argument for any of them. I mean, the fact that Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen have, you're talking about 11-win teams.
They should be the top 2 guys right now, in my opinion. I don't care.
I think you can make a pretty compelling argument for all those guys. It's a great point. All right, Luke, have a really Merry Christmas, buddy. Have a Happy New Year. Happy holiday. Thanks for jumping on early with us. And we'll talk to you again next week. All right, buddy?
Well, have a good Christmas. Talk to you next week.
Merry Christmas, Luke.
It's our guy, Luke Pergandy, over at Props Up. All right, we got to take another break. When we come back, we'll dive in a little bit in these Christmas Day games, maybe glossed over those.
I'm ready.
They're not very good, but then we'll hit up.
Yeah, well, the NBA's got better games this year than the NFL does.
I totally agree. I mean,
last year was the opposite because they were introducing the NFL. They want to take over Christmas. I think I might watch a little more NBA this time around because they're all going to bust their ass because they know everybody's watching.
I agree. And we'll take a look at the college playoff games for you, too, and all the big bowl games coming up next week. So don't go anywhere. It's Mike and Carmen. We're coming right back on The Odds Couple.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike Norris. on ESPN 1000. New Year's Day, we've got oranges, roses, topped with sugar. 11 a.m., Texas Tech takes on Oregon in the Orange Bowl. Then number 1 Indiana takes on 9th-ranked Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And at 7, number 3 Georgia battles number 6 Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. The College Football Playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts. Build a same-game parlay. Enjoy live betting. And more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120 degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to 4-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Chicagoland, are you ready to get your home holiday ready? Steinhoffels has you covered. Right now, save at least 10% store-wide or get 36 months of 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. From cozy living rooms to dining spaces made for holiday gatherings, Steinhoffels is everything to make your home merry and bright, including all the top mattress brands for your best night's sleep. So shop now, save big, and celebrate comfort at Steinhoffels, a proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
This is The Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Welcome back into your weekend episode of The Odds Couple. Middle of the week, that's right. Happy Merry Christmas to everybody. We're jumping out a little bit early for you here, recording the show on Christmas Eve, getting you set for the big weekend. talk Bears and 49ers. We just talked to our buddy Luke Bergandy. We still got Jim Miller with some holiday ponies, and we'll give you best plays. Mike said it before the break. I kind of agree with him. I mean, I just think that the slate of games here in the NBA is a little bit more attractive this year, the way these Christmas Day games fell. I mean, Cowboys and Commanders are both eliminated. I mean, at least you could watch the Cowboys offense and be entertained. The Lions have a lot to play for. They go on the road to the Vikings, but that game's a 7.5-point spread. And then Chiefs Broncos. I mean, my goodness, that you couldn't have had in a million years anybody guessing that Chris Olajuwon would be starting the Christmas night game,
or that the Chiefs would be 13-point underdogs, for God's sake,
at home with 6 victories. They haven't covered a spread since before Halloween. It's amazing.
Unreal. It just absolutely, they helped us so much early, and then they just faded into the sun. And I don't know, Kelsey got a Pro Bowl nod. It's a popularity contest. Yeah. I'm not here to compare tight ends, but I saw him have just on national TV a couple dreadful games this year. So I'm sure there'll be a changing in the guard next year when it comes to certain positions, if you will.
Yeah, I think the NBA games are much more attractive. Remember, on NBA on Christmas Day last year, it got lost in the shuffle. But Wemby had a 40-point game in the Garden. Wemby and the Spurs play again on Christmas Day against OKC. That was a good game last night, and I just think the matchups are a little bit more intriguing. And I wonder if I'll be keeping a closer eye on NBA action as well in the NFL.
They got Cleveland against the Knicks at 11 o'clock. That's going to be a big game. You got San Antonio playing, like you said, with Wemby. Watch Cooper Flagg, by the way, tomorrow, folks. He's a budding star.
What a game last night. Woo!
Yeah. Just unbelievable. The guy is, I know he had a short stint at Duke, so we didn't see the full complement like we used to with guys like Leitner and everything else. But when it comes to smoothness and glidiness for a big man, this guy's got it. He could play a 4, he could play a 5. Sometimes he could play a 2 if he wants. A good ball handler, has all the tools, so check him out.
And he's 18. He's 18.
That's unbelievable.
He's just a kid.
Yeah.
It is. It's incredible. Real quick here, I'm going to give everybody a couple of notable trends.
I love when you do that.
Well, just a few things to remember if you want to put it in the bag for the weekend, and then we'll talk about the college games, everybody.
Okay.
Couple things here. Jags go on the road to the Colts. Phillip Rivers is going to play out the string. They're clinging to their playoff.
How bad is the quarterback position in pro football when you can't get together enough quarterbacks where you got to bring back a 44-year-old guy? But there's no fear in quarterbacks anymore. Tom Brady brought it up. How, you see a team twice now. You know what to look for. See, that's a guy that was comfortable because he knew that if you tapped him in the helmet, you'd get an unnecessary roughness. And I tweeted Brady back, if you would have played the 85 Bears, you would have had a different take on playing football teams, because back then there was no legislation. Ask Tony Eason, who was ruined after that game.
It would have been a lot harder to come back as a 44-year-old in the 80s or 90s.
Oh, they would have mangled him. They would have mangled him. It wouldn't have happened. Yeah. Look at the picture of Y.A. Tittle against the Bears in 1963, on his knees bleeding, and he stayed in the game.
Of course, very different. So the Jags go to the Colts. The Colts are 6.5-point home underdogs in the division. But remember this, everybody, the last 21 meetings. You want to talk about one team being a thorn in the other team's side. The Jacksonville Jaguars in the last 21 meetings against their division rival, the Indianapolis Colts, are 17-3-1 against the spread. It's incredible. Also, make note of this. The Jags are 7-0 to their team total on the road this season. And in fact, their team total has gone over more than any other team this year in the NFL. Packers are at home on Saturday night against the Ravens. They're a 3-point favorite. Under Matt LaFleur, the Packers are 8-3-1 against the spread in home December games. And then finally, one more, the Seahawks cross the country in a huge game that means a lot if they want the 1 seed. They go to the Panthers. They're laying 7. Mike McDonald is an astonishing 13-2 straight up as a head coach on the road. That's remarkable. 10-4-1 against the numbers. So just a few things to put in your bag.
Yeah, and I like it to tell you how brittle the quarterbacks are compared to the past when they were prepared to get hit every other play. Jordan Love got hit once and was knocked out of the football game. Okay, and that helped us tremendously, no doubt about it. But I'm with you on that, Carm. I just think Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence has grown up.
Yeah,
Trevor Lawrence, we talked about it last week. He was one of my wins. He was a beast. He's a beast. And I think they've arrived, but you know what? They're getting 6.5 Indy. It could go either way. Phillip Rivers is still out to prove something. So, we'll see what happens there. NTN is doing great for Jacksonville. They got a good running game, their defense, and Liam Cohen should be up there with Ben Johnson for Coach of the Year.
Yeah, he's been great. Mike mentioned the Jordan Love thing. That's an important designation. He got knocked out of the Bear game. As we record on Wednesday, everybody, he is still in concussion protocol, so something to track and follow throughout the course of the week.
Oh, yeah, Green Bay better watch out if he doesn't play,
Yeah, and Willis busted up his shoulder late in that game, remember. So
he impressed me. He impressed me in that football game. I give him a lot of credit. Came in cold and did a great job.
I mean, the last 2 seasons when he's had to play, I think he's one of the better backups in the league. I think you're right.
Yep, I agree.
New Year's Eve night, it is the Cotton Bowl. It is Miami against Ohio State. You think back to the Buckeyes and the way they stormed through the playoff a year ago, coming off a loss. Same thing. They didn't lose the Michigan game this time, but they lost the Big Ten title game to Indiana. Ohio State went 4-0 against the spread last year in the playoff, beating the pants off of Tennessee, Oregon, Texas, and Notre Dame. They won those games by an average of 17.5 points per game. Here they are laying 9.5. Look, Miami does a few things well, and you saw that defense on the road in Kyle Field. That defense has some teeth. Ruben Bain Jr. is almost unblockable. He had 3 sacks, 4 TFLs. So, if Miami can run the ball and force Ohio State in a situation where, maybe they have to throw it a lot, maybe they have to play from behind in the fourth quarter, they can let that defense do its thing. But I just don't see it. I haven't laid the number here. I haven't laid the wood. I don't think I will. But if you made me make a pick, I think Ohio State is going to come out and blow the doors off of it.
Well, they're supposed to. I mean, they're 9.5 point favorites. So right off the bat, Vegas is going okay. Ohio State should come out and give them their best. But, and they've been there before. They did lose to Indiana, but like our guy said, guess what? Luke said there is, one Indiana and Ohio State are the 2 best teams. I believe that. I think Ohio State should smoke them, but I'm with you. It's a bowl game. Who knows what's going to happen? I'd be tentative in taking this game. It would just be a viewership for me.
Orange Bowl, Jan 1. Mike's been telling you about Texas Tech. Here they are getting 2.5 against Oregon. This is a classic strength-on-strength game. The Ducks offense against the Red Raiders defense. Texas Tech's defense has been amazing. Number 1 overall in defensive EPA. Number 1 against the run in the country. Number 1 in the country in havoc. Meantime, the Ducks are top 10 nationally in EPA per play on early downs. It's why they have been so good and so efficient on offense. This is truly a classic, like strength-on-strength.
Was that number 1 in havoc, HAVOC?
That's correct.
I was voted that in my 7th grade class. Number 1 in havoc. I really love when you bring up these things. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the games now should get better.
Yes, they should. I agree. Last week was a joke. This should get better. I agree with you.
This should get better. And you know what? Like I said earlier, these teams are starting to find themselves. I just look at Indiana and Ohio State, but Oregon to me, I think's got this game, and I'm a Texas Tech guy, but I was a Texas A&M guy. How'd that work for everybody?
Not good.
Texas Tech to me to not be favored after Carm listed all the plaudits of the defense and number 1 over here, number 1 over there, and then I look and there's Oregon -2 in the odds. I would lean Oregon here.
It's crazy to say in the Rose Bowl it's Alabama versus Indiana. It might even be crazier to say Indiana's a touchdown favorite against Alabama, but we've said it a million times over the last month. Mike brought it up again. We talked about it with Luke. Ohio State and Indiana, when you look at the EPA metrics and some of the differentials, offense, defense, I think they are quite clearly the 2 best teams in the country. In games this season in which IU is either getting or laying a touchdown or less, the Hoosiers are 3-1 against the spread. So they've been very good against expectation. And really, the thing that would keep me off of Alabama here is I don't know if I trust the offense enough, and I certainly don't trust their rushing attack enough against FBS opponents this year. They're outside the top 120 in rush yards per game and rush yards per game.
You brought up something earlier, and I never talk about this much, but I've been hearing about Oklahoma forever to do this and to do that. And, Alabama, they usually come through. Oklahoma comes up short like they did last week. I mean, I go back to, all the coaches they've had, and when Boise beat them in '97, that sort of flawed Oklahoma. Alabama's not the same way, but I just look at Alabama getting 7 points, and I think the money and a lot of Sharpies will go for Alabama. I like the other way.
And then finally, Georgia and Ole Miss. The Bulldogs outscored the Rebels 17-0 in the fourth quarter in their matchup back in October. They outgained Ole Miss by nearly 160 yards. They had 13 more first downs. For all the talk about Georgia not quite being the same, and I get it, maybe not as dominant, they still have knocked off 5 top 25 teams this season. Their run defense remains dominant, and you combine that with the fact that Kewan Lacey, the very talented running back for the Ole Miss Rebels, has a shoulder injury and is listed as questionable. I think Georgia's got a pretty good path. I don't know if they'll cover by 7, but I think they got a pretty good path to beating Ole Miss here.
Yeah, Carm, you know what? I've never had a gripe against Georgia. I've had a gripe against the SEC. And the amount of teams that are let in. I've never once complained that Georgia doesn't belong. Okay, and I think Georgia's got this game. I blame Georgia. They don't have their coach. They wanted Lane Kiffin to be coaching this game. That's hilarious now that I look at it.
Yeah, coming up next, we're going to get some ponies from Jim Miller, and then we'll give you best plays, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We still got some more to get you home. Holiday edition, Merry Christmas, a little Christmas Eve early action for you. It's Mike and Carmen and the Odds Couple, and we're coming right back.
This is the Odds Couple
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us this morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yingling Beer.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Illuminate your home with help from Menards. Now is the time to update your light fixtures and find your style with Patriot Lighting. Our Josca collection has a variety of lights, and they're all on sale, ready to take home today. Don't wait to finish your projects. Hurry in and pick up a Josca vanity light for $99.99 through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Happy holidays, White Sox fans. Celebrate this offseason with the perfect gift for family and friends, a White Sox Holiday Flex Pack. Get 6 ticket vouchers starting at $66 or upgrade to 10 ticket vouchers for only $89. Both packs are redeemable for more than 50 games throughout the 2026 season. Exclusions apply. To learn more and purchase, visit whitesox.com/holidaypacks.
This is the Odds Couple with Carmen DeFalco and Mike North on ESPN 1000.
Entering the home stretch on this week's episode of the Odds Couple, Mike and Carmen with you every week on the ESPN Chicago app. Let's get back out to the Yingling guest hotline for some expert handicapping, some holiday ponies for you. And they've got racing this weekend and next weekend, of course. We shoot over to Hawthorne Racecourse and we bring in our guy from Hawthorne. It is Jim Miller.
Jimmy!
Boys, Merry Christmas. It's a great time of year. The Bears are playing some incredible football. I'll tell you, this is awesome. Going into the new year and saying consequential football is a beautiful thing.
Already punched their ticket to the playoffs, absolutely. You had a front row seat for it on Saturday. That had to be one of the most thrilling games you were ever at live, Jimmy.
I mean, I'm 50 years old. I've been to my share of Bears games. That was the most exciting game that I've been to. Just the atmosphere from the crowd. I mean, you talk about playoff atmosphere. That's what it was. But This was one of the weirdest things, guys, that I saw. With 5 minutes to go and down 10, people were not leaving. Everybody stayed. Everybody felt like there was still a chance there, and that was one of the cool things. And then after the game, the walk out of the stadium, the walk into the parking lots, the walks through the tunnel, just so much joy. It's one of the things that's so cool. And I think about it, guys, we were back talking before week 4 of the season saying, hey, we need to bet the Bears over 6.5 wins with hopes that they were going to beat the Raiders. And then 7.5 wins after that. And think about it. The 2 biggest plays of the season, not biggest, but 2 of the maybe most consequential, have come from Josh Blackwell. I mean, the block kick against the Raiders and then the recovery of the onside kick. These are 2 plays that have been massive season changers, too.
Yep, Johnny on the spot for sure. Give us the rundown of the holiday race card for you guys the next couple of weekends, Jimmy.
Yeah, so we're rolling right through. We got one more weekend of Friday, Saturday, Sunday racing coming up here with a 1 o'clock post. And after that, we shift to Saturday, Sunday racing with the new year. 3 o'clock post for that, and that goes all the way till middle of February. And then after that, it's a quick turnover and right back to thoroughbreds.
So, Jimmy, the Bears, would you call them Seabiscuit, Smarty Jones? What horse would you say epitomizes the horse that wasn't supposed to win and did, or the team that may end up going all the way? They made the playoffs already. What horse do you look back on? Maybe not those 2, and would you compare them to the Bears?
Do you remember a horse by the name of Funnyside who was a Derby winner?
Absolutely.
Funnyside would probably be the type of horse. I mean, he was a New York bred. He was just kind of that hometown racehorse that all of a sudden landed out there on the big stage when it mattered the most. So I'd say that was probably the horse that really kind of epitomizes the Bears season a little bit more. And this was a horse that was able to sustain things for a little bit too. So that's kind of the hope and what we're seeing. But I'll tell you, the moves have been tremendous for the Bears, what you're seeing. I think they're just getting started because it's only year 2 of Caleb Williams also. So I think there's a lot of great things ahead.
In year 1 of Ben, yeah, I agree with you. All right, where are we wagering this weekend, Jimmy?
All right, so all these races on Saturday, we're going to bet all these horses across the board. So we're going to start at the Fairgrounds, race number 8 at the Fairgrounds, bet the 4, JoJo Go across the board. And then we're going to go down to Gulfstream Park Saturday. Race 9, we'll bet the 8, Moonspun across the board. And then in race 10, we have a 12-1 shot, the 3 horse, Wound Up. Bet that one across the board, build the bankroll, and hopefully get ready for the playoffs.
All right, so everything on Saturday, this Saturday, folks. So race 8 at the Fairgrounds, the 4 horse across the board, then to Miami and Gulfstream Park, the 9th race, the 8 horse across the board, and then race 10, the 3 horse, which is 12-1 in the morning light right now, across the board. Is that right, Jim?
That's right, boys. Let's make some money. Have a very Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
You too, Jimmy.
Merry Christmas, Jimmy. Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys. Good luck.
Jimmy!
There's our guy Jim Miller over at Hawthorne. And with that said, Mikey, let's roll into best plays for everybody.
You went 1-1 last week. You go. You start off, my friend.
All right, I know the Christmas Day games aren't great, but let's attack it anyway for everybody. Cowboys Commanders, the total is 50.5. We know Matt Eberflus's defense has struggled with a combination of injury and trading Micah Parsons and just not being very good. Dallas's last 6 games are 4-1-1 to the over. 10 of their games have gone over the posted total this season. You know, the Commanders haven't had a great look here in a couple of their last, 2 of their last 3 games, but I still think Dan Quinn will have them sort of ready and playing hard. And Luke made mention of this. Mariota hasn't played all that poorly at times, and maybe still playing to kind of hang around the league.
He got hurt though in that game. Otherwise, I covered that game. That's one of the other nightmares I had. The guy goes limping off. I go, "Where are you going?"
That's true.
And that was the end. They lost by 11. They would have covered.
I know, that's true. But
you know what? If you had Green Bay last week with Love getting knocked out, and if you had Washington, it was an awful week. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Unbelievable. I'm going to still say Washington, and we'll say not Washington, but we'll say the over in the Washington-Dallas game to get you going on Christmas Day. Over 50.5.
All right, I'm going to start off early. I'm going NBA starting off at 11 o'clock. Okay?
I love it.
I think that the New York Knicks, I mean, they're America's heroes right now. They ended up winning the big enchilada or the small enchilada, the title during the season, which means absolutely nothing. I've played in park games with more meaning than that stupid thing, but they did establish themselves. But I'm going to take the Cleveland Cavaliers. Maybe it'll be up to 7 by then, plus the 6.5. They're not a bad ball club. I think the hype of New York. I did some charting today, and I think that people are going to more or less with the early game go that way. I'll take the Cavaliers plus the 6.5.
Sounds good. And then Christmas night, Chiefs Broncos. Hold your nose. Don't even watch it. But the Chiefs. This is the only time we're gonna get on KC because we know they can't cover as a favorite. They've been favored actually in 11 straight games, just 3-8 against the spread in those games. They haven't covered a spread since Halloween, but they will this week. They haven't been this big of a home dog in Arrowhead in about 45 years. But go ahead and let's say Chiefs plus the 13.5. This will finally be the week that the Chiefs cover a spread.
All right, Carm. And then you got any more after that?
That's it for me.
All right, I got two more. One is going to be the 26th of December. The Minnesota Golden Gophers are minus 2.5 against New Mexico. The charting I've done, New Mexico should cover that game, ladies and gentlemen. So take New Mexico. And finally, an NFL game. Buffalo and Philadelphia, one of the better games of the week.
Yep.
Don't pretend that they don't mean something to these teams. But Philadelphia can get 1 or 2 seed and home field if they can knock off the Buffalo Bills. And you may need it. That doesn't mean you're going to get it. But, Buffalo, too, they're comfortable. They got Josh Allen. I just think the Philadelphia Eagles getting the 1.5 is inviting. I will take the Philadelphia Eagles.
The Eagles are still alive for the 2 seed. So
absolutely, and home field, and I don't know if they get a bye. Do they get a bye with the 2?
No, only the 1 seed.
Only the 1 seed, but they got home field.
But
so
they're in play. They're still in play for the 2 seed. You're right about that.
All right, and now the guy's never in play for a 2 or a 3. He's always number 1. Done a great job putting the podcast up. He's our excellent producer. Well, I don't even like to call him producer. He's part of the team. He's been doing well. I believe he had a winner again this week, this son of a gun. He went against me, and he's won 4 out of 5. And it's our guy, Eric O's Betting Show. Eric Ostrowski. Eric?
What's up? Merry Christmas, everyone. I am, like you, Mike, I'm more into the NBA games on Christmas. It's just what it is. And I'm looking at that second game of the day with the OKC and the Spurs. So if you remember, the Spurs did beat them in the tournament.
Yep.
And that was when Wemby was barely playing minutes. Wemby's minutes are growing and growing. I'm taking the Spurs plus the 9.5. I think that spread's 3 to 3.5 points too high. So I'm going to take the Spurs plus the 9.5.
Like it, NBA game.
Don't doubt you, buddy. You're doing a great job, man. No doubt.
Thanks to our buddy Eric Ostrowski, as always, for producing. Thanks to Luke and Jim Miller for joining us. Most importantly, thank you for listening. Everybody, seriously, have a wonderful Christmas. Happy holidays. Have a great New Year. Mikey, pleasure as always. We're wrapping another year. It's incredible. Can't wait to be back with you in 2026. But you and me have a wonderful holiday, and happy wagering to everybody, my friend.
Merry Christmas. So long, everybody.
This is The Odds Couple on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is White Sox Weekly. Your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone! That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now, here's your host, Jeff Meller.
Final White Sox Weekly of the 2025 calendar year. And how about this, folks? This ain't going to be your typical year-end review show, as the White Sox made quite the splash last Sunday afternoon announcing the signing of Munetaka Murakami. That's right. I actually mentioned on last week's White Sox Weekly, keep an eye out. Murakami needed to make a decision by Monday. And then sure enough, Sunday afternoon, 12:03, the White Sox sent out the press release that they had agreed to terms with the Japanese slugger, the lefty slugger, 25 years old, and former Triple Crown winner in Japan for the Yakult Swallows at just the age of 22 when he did that back in 2022, homering 56 times with 134 RBIs and a .318 average. Murakami becomes just the fourth Japanese player to suit up for the White Sox. He will be wearing number 5. And again, say it with me, folks. Munetaka Murakami. Munetaka Murakami. And if that's too hard for you, don't worry. I'm sure you'll get to know it by the second week of April. You'll probably have it mastered. But in the meantime, before we get there, you can go ahead and just call him Mooney. Mooney. Moone, like the moon in the sky with an E at the end of it if you'd like. But Munetaka Murakami decides that the White Sox are going to be his destination for at least the next 2 years. White Sox ink him to a 2-year, $34 million deal. And you could see on Monday afternoon that Chris Getz was beaming. What a bit of luck and what a run for the White Sox as they land the top overall pick in the 2026 Major League Baseball draft. And now they land a 25-year-old slugger, lefty slugger, who will play. He's a corner infielder, first base, third base. I think you should expect Murakami to man first base and DH almost exclusively. I would be very surprised if he logs any time at third base, but I suppose he'd be somebody in a pinch who you could turn to in an emergency situation if needed. But again, I think he'll be primarily the White Sox first base DH for next season, and he will provide quite a bit of pop in the middle of that order. Exciting times on the White Sox. I am Jeff Meller here on ESPN 1000 on White Sox Weekly, talking to you as we do each and every Saturday morning. And again, what an early Christmas present provided for the White Sox fans out there on the heels of a huge Bears win over the Packers last Saturday night. The White Sox then decided, hey, everyone in Chicago, they've had their fill of Bears. We can go ahead and drop this bomb on the White Sox fan base and let them know that they have themselves quite a fun little player coming in for the 2026 season. Had a great deal of success during the WBC as well. So Murakami will also participate in this season's upcoming World Baseball Classic, as well as he will play for Team Japan as they defend their title the last time they won the WBC. So, in addition to that, before we get to letting you hear from the White Sox general manager and the Japanese slugger himself, I did want to mention it wasn't just that. The White Sox were quite busy this week because in addition to the signing of Murakami, the White Sox also landed what I think many people believed to be the best left-handed reliever on the market as they agreed to a 1-year contract with Sean Newcomb. The White Sox signed the lefty to a 1-year, $4.5 million contract. Newcomb last season had an extraordinary year in relief for both Boston and the Athletics. He went 2-5. He had a 2.73 ERA, allowed 28 earned runs in 92 1/3 innings pitched, logged 2 saves, had 91 strikeouts in those 92 innings over a combined 48 appearances, 5 of which he was used as an opener. So Sean Newcomb, he's 6'5", 255 pounds, and a 32-year-old who will give Will Venable another weapon in his bullpen for the 2026 season. So, again, not just Murakami, but Newcomb as well. The White Sox quite busy ahead of the holidays this week. And I have to imagine White Sox fans were very excited about that news this past week. So, without further ado, I'll let you hear from the White Sox general manager and, of course, their newest 25-year-old lefty slugger, Murakami, as they were introduced on Monday.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. Obviously, a significant moment for the Chicago White Sox. To welcome one of the most prolific power hitters on the planet, and now knowing that he's going to be on the south side of Chicago wearing a Chicago White Sox uniform is so significant, so special. We couldn't be more excited to have Mooney on this journey with us. I will say the last couple of years, we have done everything we can to tell our story, show baseball what the White Sox are all about. This past year, I think our fan base, the city of Chicago, Major League Baseball across the United States, everyone sees this coming, sees the hard work that we've been putting in, finally getting results, and now to get the opportunity to welcome in, the Japanese fans, Japan, and be able to tell our story to another part of the earth, another part of the planet, and for them to learn more about the Chicago White Sox. Our story is a very powerful thing, and to welcome Mooney to Chicago is something that we couldn't be more excited about. I'd also like to make note that, as a celebration and a thank you to the Chicago fans, Mooney has made a donation feeding mouths of throughout the city of Chicago with gift cards. Certainly speaks to the person that he is, and as we go into the holiday season and the challenges that some people are faced with, Mooney recognizes that, and we thank him for making that donation. I'd also like to thank his representatives, Bobby Barrett and Casey Close. We've got a very strong working relationship with them that allowed us to get this to the finish line. They've got players. They represent players that are in our clubhouse, and so they understand where we're headed and what the Chicago White Sox are about. And with that understanding, was able to relay that message to Mooney. And when Mooney learned more about who we were and where we're headed, he wanted to be a part of it.
Now we have opening comments from Mooney, please.
Hello. My name is Munetaka Murakami. White Sox Nation, you guys in my heart. White Sox. Yeah. 日本語で話させていただきます。From this point, I like to do it in Japanese. 野球を始めて、今日に至るまで、たくさんの方々に支えられ、今の自分があります。今日この日まで、携わってくださった皆様、何より、両親に心から感謝しています。
Ever since I started playing baseball until this very day, I have been supported by very many people. I believe I am the person and ball player I am today due to their love and support. I am deeply grateful to everyone who has been involved in my journey. Above all, I'd like to thank my parents for raising me.
今このユニフォームに袖を通してようやくスタートラインに立てた気持ちです。このレイトフィールドでプレーできること、今ものすごく興奮しています。はい。
Putting this uniform on, I feel like I finally reached the start line. I'm incredibly honored and excited to be able to play in front of these wonderful fans at Wright Field.
そしてホワイトソックス球団関係者の皆様、僕を評価していただき、このメジャーリーグでプレーするチャンスを与えてくれてありがとうございます。
I would like to thank everyone in the White Sox organization for believing in myself and providing me the opportunity.
僕の目標は勝つことです。成長することです。挑み続けることです。どんな相手だろうと立ち向かい諦めません。この球団に最大限貢献したいと思います。
My goal is to win, continuously grow, and to continuously challenge myself. No matter who the opponent is, I'm always willing to take the challenge on, and I will never give up. I will contribute to this club to the best of my ability.
野球の面白さ、素晴らしさ、楽しさをこの球場で表していきたいと思っています。
I hope to express on the field how wonderful and great the game of baseball is.
日本で応援してくださったファンの皆様、距離は離れますが、これからも常に一緒に戦ってくれると信じてます。今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。そしてもちろん日本のファンの皆様も常に僕の心の中にあります。
To all my fans who supported me in Japan, although we will be far apart, I believe you will always be by my side in taking on this new challenge. Thank you for your continued support. And lastly, of course, all of my fans in Japan, you guys will always be in my heart as well.
Let's get to work. Yes.
Again, that was Chris Getz and the White Sox newest signing, Munetaka Murakami, meeting with the media on Monday. Plenty more from them, as we'll let you hear an extended Q&A session with the media, which also included some of the Japanese media in attendance. We'll do that here coming up in White Sox Weekly. I am Jeff Meller. Well, happy holidays, White Sox fans. Celebrate this offseason with the perfect gift for family and friends, a White Sox Holiday Flex Pack, starting at just $66 and redeemable for more than 50 games throughout the 2026 season. To learn more and purchase, visit whitesox.com/holiday packs. Like I said, when we come back, we'll let you hear more from the newest addition to the White Sox roster, Munetaka Murakami, right here on White Sox Weekly.
This is White Sox Weekly
on the home of the Chicago White Sox,
ESPN 1000. Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago, your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does.
Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts. Build a same-game parlay. Enjoy live betting. And more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120-degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly. ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, single game ticket pre-sales, and other exciting Sox content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. I'm Jeff Meller back here on White Sox Weekly as we are helping you get to know the newest White Sox slugger, Munetaka Murakami, who the White Sox signed to a 2-year, $34 million deal this past Sunday, or I guess he penned his signature to the contract on Monday in front of the media for a photo opportunity. And we just brought you the introduction from White Sox general manager Chris Getz. Here's more as the media had the opportunity to ask both Getz and Murakami the questions that they sought answers to.
Chris, I can start with you. You guys kept this pursuit very quiet over time, but it sounds like it went back to even last summer that you, from the end of last season, that you had interest in moving. Talk about how you fit and, how this whole process is along.
Well, I certainly want to credit David Keller, who oversees our international department. We also have scouts on the ground in Japan. It's certainly it takes a lot of time and effort to learn about players that are not in the States, and the chance to bring in Mooney is is something that it's beyond just the baseball player, it's the person. Obviously, we're talking about someone that's a superstar in Japan, and to be able to have him now wearing a White Sox uniform is cannot be understated how significant that is. From the beginning, we've been committed to improving the foundation of this organization and making every process as comprehensive as possible. This speaks to that process. When free agency hit, we every negotiation is a unique one. We've got strong relationship with Excel, with Casey and Bobby, and we stayed in touch. I'm certainly always very attracted to left-handed bats, and certainly if there's power in there as well. As we put this team together. Foundationally, you look at the catching position with Kyle Teal and Edgar Caro, and up the middle, we've got, Chase Mydroth, Colson Montgomery, and Louis Robert in center field. We've really targeted middle of the diamond type players. Now, to get the chance to bring some real power and an offensive force like Mooney to really complement and drive this offense, when we got close for this to become a reality, and quite honestly, I don't even think it's really sunk in quite yet. Just to think about him in the lineup on a regular basis, but it really starts years ago when we began scouting him, learning more about the player. Obviously, there's more information than ever, and we believe that this guy is going to be. We believe that Mooney is going to be a star in this game.
Mooney, if I can ask you quickly, what was the deciding factor?
ホワイトソフトを選んだ理由を教えてください。いやもう僕にすごく合ってるなと思いましたし、何よりこれからのチームだと思うので、そのこれからのチームの一員になることは僕はすごく好きなので、それが決め手でした。
I felt the White Sox were the best fit for myself, and they could help me become the best player I am. And I really believe in the vision of this organization. I would love to be a part of this.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this question's for Mooney too. How surprised were you that you ended up here and that you didn't end up signing like a longer deal? Is that something you were looking forward to? And kind of when did you hear that the White Sox were going to be really interested?
そのホワイトソックスがいつから興味持ってるって知りましたか、それと、長期の契約じゃなくて、短い契約っていうのは驚きましたか。いや、僕が勝負するにあたって、短くても長くても、しっかり野球と向き合って成長することを目標に、来ようと思ってたので、そこに驚きはなかったですし、まだまだ僕の人生は続くので、しっかりここでスタートして頑張っていきたいなっていう思いです。
My main priority was to find the best fit, whether the contract is long or not. Wasn't really a factor in myself. I just really believe in the city and the organization, and I'm really, really happy to be here.
I believe James had a question too.
For Chris, just how does landing a talent like this maybe change just what you want to accomplish or what you want to accomplish in the next few years with the contract? What do you kind of say to fans who are saying it's like, hey, I want to see the progress together rather than
we feel like we've been able to create a significant amount of momentum from last season, especially now that we've had a lot of our young players from the minor leagues get up to the big leagues, get acclimated, win some baseball games. The second half was a great example of that. And now using that momentum to take us into the offseason and attract even more talent, it just speaks to the work that's been done and the determination to continue to improve. I know that, in talking to Mooney and talking to his representatives, knowing that we had a young group, a hungry group that loves to work and loves to play, this was a place that he can come in here and just be himself, get comfortable, establish himself at the major league level, and we'll see where his journey takes him. And it's a chance for us to really support him, and knowing that we're going to get great production from him, and it's only going to help the other players reach their goals at the major league level, and knowing that we're going to win a fair amount of games because these guys enjoy working together, going out there and fighting, finding a pathway to victory on a regular basis. And we're going to look up, and all of a sudden we're going to start working our way, up the standings. We felt that a little bit last year. We're going to take another jump next year, and we're just going to continue to build off this momentum.
Steve? Sorry.
How did the experience of playing the World Baseball Classic kind of show you that maybe you're ready to take on this new challenge?
いや、もうアメリカでプレーしたい気持ちは常にありましたし、はい。それは WBC がどうとかじゃなく、それは常に持ってました。
I've always wanted to come to the U.S. to play. It had nothing to do with the World Baseball Classic. This has always been my dream since I was a young child.
Stephen and the gentleman behind him.
Purdy, hi.
Hi.
Where do you assess the White Sox to be competitively? How hungry are you to win in the major leagues? And did you require much convincing to say yes to the Sox?
ホワイトソックスが勝ちになってどういう印象というかどの位置にいると感じてますか。あとこのホワイトソックスに勝てるっていうのはどう説得されましたか。
いや、まあこれから過去のことなんで、その負けてきたっていう情報は知ってますけど、過去のことなんでこれからどう勝つかっていうのはその僕もチームの一員になりますし、僕たちで話し合って僕たちで前を向いて勝ちに向かってこうストーリーを作り上げていければなっていうふうに思ってます。
Obviously, I've heard that this club has lost a lot of games in the past, but that is in the past. I only look forward. I'm excited with the exciting young players that this club has, and I'm ready to take on that challenge to grow with the group and try to hope to build something really special here.
Can I ask Chris something? Chris, how big of a move do you characterize this to be? How big of a swing for you and the Sox team?
I mean, it really can't be understated how significant this boost is. I think. Our fan base, we felt it last year that there was a belief. There were more tangible things to point to. And, just tracking here recently the impact that it's had in just the last 24 hours. And I feel like we're just kind of scratching the surface here. And then you think about the international stage and the eyes and the awakening that's happening on the international level. So I know that based on the feedback that I've received from counterparts around the league, I mean they understood the move. That's for sure. And to be able to get a chance to bring someone like Mooney into the city of Chicago, be part of this organization, we know we're headed in the right direction. We're on a constant pursuit to find ways to get better, and we feel like we just found a way to take us. Accelerate this perhaps to a rate that, we really didn't anticipate going into this offseason.
Great. I just want to, you talked earlier about wanting to add, preferably a left-handed bat to the infield. Kind of, where do you profile when you play first, third, like how do you fit it down with the four? You said you want to continue to grow. The new hitting coach, you guys have to, how do you fit that coach?
Well, in regards to finding the left-handed bat, we found our guy. That's for sure. His defensive versatility is going to be valuable. His ability to play third base, first base. He's been in the States here, the last couple weeks, and he's working on his defense. We're going to get him up to speed with our people, and he's determined to be the best defender that he can. So we really look forward to supporting him on the defensive side, and then on the offensive side, whether it be Ryan Fuller overseeing our hitting department, Derrick Showman that's just coming in the door. Our infrastructure is strong. It's only getting better. It's getting more aligned. We feel like this is the best place for him. We really do. This is a chance for him to really take off, and we know that we're going to feel the benefits, here in Chicago and for the White Sox. So, this is a big move for us. But we don't feel like it's going to be a hard time finding a place for him in the lineup. That's for sure.
Matt.
Getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but looking ahead towards batting in the major leagues here in North America, what do you think are going to be the biggest challenges and the ability to adjust to the major league?
アメリカに来て、アメリカのピッチャーがアメリカのピッチャーを対戦して、何がチャレンジになると思いますか？
全部ですかね。
I think everything's going to obviously be a challenge.
The gentleman here.
Yeah, kind of in that vein.
No, I'm sorry, the one in front. Sorry. I got it.
このメジャーでやるのが夢だったと思うのですが、このラスト48時間でその夢が叶った実感はありますか？
まだないですけど、はい、しっかりユニフォームを着て、キャンプインだったりとか、そのチームの皆さんと会うことで、その実感は湧いてくるのかなと思うんですけど。
Obviously, the last 48 hours have been pretty crazy. A lot of travel. I think I'll really feel like the excitement is when I get to spring training.
I have Steve next.
Rudy, how confident are you that you could hit Major League pitching well enough, consistently enough to be a success? And I want to know how you define success for yourself in the majors. And then, separate question, I guess, but do you feel like you have anything to prove for the rest of baseball?
そのアメリカで成功するっていう意味にあたって宗君にとってどれぐらいそれに成功する自信がありますかが一つ目と、二つ目は宗君にとって成功ってどのような成績をビジョンしてますか？
なんだっけ？
成功、宗君にとって、成功する自信はありますか？
自信は分かんないですけど、やり抜く自信はありますし、そこに、もし何か壁に当たった時にしっかりサポートしてくれる球団の方もいると思ってますし、自分もそれを乗り越える力はあると思ってるので、その答えで言うと自信はあります。はい。
So I will break down your question in terms of confidence. I do have the confidence to work hard and really face my challenges. So I am pretty confident I could succeed in the States. 2個目は、宗君にとって成功っていうのは数字的にどんなものですか？
数字は別にあんまり考えてなく、本当にその日の試合でしっかりと結果を残すことを集中してやりたいと思っているので、それが続ければ成功だなっていうふうには僕は思いますけど。
I'm not really looking at this from a number standpoint. I just view myself, I really want to compete every day and face the challenges. And if I'm contributing to the team every night, every game, I feel that's a success for me.
So there you go. There's some information from Munetaka Murakami through his interpreter. Again, the White Sox newest signing, the 25-year-old lefty slugger who is coming over from Japan. We'll let you hear more from Murakami and Chris Getz coming up next right here on your home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
New Year's Day, we've got oranges, roses, topped with sugar. 11 a.m., Texas Tech takes on Oregon in the Orange Bowl. Then number 1 Indiana takes on 9th-ranked Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And at 7, number 3 Georgia battles number 6 Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. The college football playoffs presented by Menards. on ESPN Chicago.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Get fantastic deals on ceiling fans at Menards. Make your ceiling fan install a breeze with a quick install ceiling fan from Patriot Lighting. They're loaded with extra features designed to save you time. Plus, we offer a great selection ready to take home today. Hurry in and pick up a Patriot Lighting quick install Tisbury 3 large room ceiling fan for $79.99 through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, Jan from Toyota here, reminding you Toyota-thon is on. Make your holiday wishes come true with a new Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. All right, let's sing it together this time. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is
Dealer
on.
inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from card holder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here, and the holidays are rolling in, and if men in your life are struggling with their holiday wish list, tell them to add Manscaped to make gift giving easy and completely stress-free this year. From the beard hedger to the lawnmower trimmer, Manscaped's precision tools keep you looking sharp, feeling confident, and ready for every event and celebration. Right now at Target, get 20% off on the Handyman Shaver, Beard Hedger, and the Chairman Plus Essentials Kit, a must-have for a smooth face shave. Hurry up though, offer ends December 27th.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Jeff Meller back here on ESPN 1000 talking White Sox with you here on White Sox Weekly. Hey, Sox fans, guess what? Sox Fest Live returns to the Ramova Theater presented by Rate, Blue Moon, and Wintrust. Celebrate the start of the season with music, entertainment, and insider conversations with members of the 2026 Clubhouse on Saturday, January 31st. For more information and to secure your tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxFest Live. And I have to imagine it will be all that more festive with Murakami now added to the White Sox lineup, and Sean Newcomb as well, another addition to the White Sox pen, as it certainly feels like the White Sox are doing all that they can to capitalize on the strides that they made in the 2025 season, of course, improving their win total by 19, and now adding, in addition to all the young players that made their debuts last year and will hopefully continue to improve now that they've had the opportunity to get their feet wet at the major league level, to add additions like Murakami and Newcomb to this roster, I think White Sox fans have plenty to be excited about. All right, here's a little bit more from the White Sox newest addition, again, the 25-year-old lefty slugger, Munetaka Murakami.
Yeah, Chris, kind of going about what you said before with coaching and everything like that. How concerned are you about the strikeouts and some of the other concerns people brought up, and with him adjusting to America? Like, you guys have a plan set? How you think, from looking at it, how you think?
Well, it starts with, what makes Mooney so attractive, and you look at the bat speed, you look at the engine, you look at the swing decisions, you look at the power output. It's significant, and yeah, there's been some conversations about contact and swing and miss. Oftentimes, swing and miss comes with a lot of the power. There are training techniques, just exposure to this level of competition, where you're talking about someone that the work ethic is strong, this willingness and determination to be successful over here at the major league level on top of the infrastructure that we have here. We're going to be able to guide him to improve the areas that need to be improved. And that it might be the contact ability, might be on the defensive side, but what makes Mooney, so attractive to us is this power output, and he's already got the swing decisions, and we're talking about a guy that's got some real firepower in the engine that makes Mooney so special. So we look forward to getting to work.
Coach.
First of all, how come they were in Chicago? What's too cold for you? That. And two, who are the three current major league players that you
I'm sorry. Scott,
How familiar is he with Chicago?
シカゴはどれぐらいご存知ですか？めちゃめちゃ寒かったですか？
寒かったっす。
It was extremely cold here.
Mooney, how have you been working on your power stroke? And can you go into some detail about your concerns about hitting home runs or not? Over your career, having started with 56 and then coming down a little bit. So you can go into a little detail about your thoughts about hitting home runs.
56ホーマー打って、そこからそのような数字じゃ2年間なかったですが、そのスイングは、どのように改善していくつもりですか？アメリカンのピッチャーに対して。
見てくれれば分かると思いますし、説明するより結果で、残していきたいと思っているので、その試合がもし始まって僕が打席に立ってっていう時にまた同じ質問をしてくれたら詳しく話せるのかなと思いますし、こっちで感じてみたこともトライしたいと思っているので、また同じ質問をしてくれたらいいなと思います。
Yes, rather than explaining my swing, I would like for you to see my swing once the season starts. I've been relentlessly working hard on my swing. I try to tinker my swing to adjust to the U.S. And if you could ask me that question once the season starts, I promise you I'll give you an answer.
Does he think injuries impacted his ability to hit home runs at certain times?
怪我はホームラン打つその技術に影響はありましたか？
No.
Chris,
This gentleman.
Chris is 3
to getting back to the length of the contract, knowing that most players prefer security, you think he will be a star, why not maybe a longer commitment?
You know, look, what I pointed to earlier with, you know, the uniqueness of every conversation and negotiation when it comes to, you know, matching up with the player. You know, this is a clean 2-year deal. It is, and it's an opportunity for us to provide a runway to a really talented player in the city of Chicago. That was really attractive to us, knowing that there's only upside in this because you're looking at someone that's going to help our younger players develop. It's a chance for him to, you know, show Major League Baseball what he's capable of doing, and positive things will come from that. That's the way I'm viewing it, this deal. And, you know, I think the simplicity of it is what got it done in the end. And the conversations were very direct. They were honest, and they were efficient. And a clean Major League deal for 2 years to come in here and really help the Chicago White Sox.
This gentleman.
Chris, similar to when you see a player like at what point do you feel like
You know, we stayed close to it. You know, I can't speak to other teams and how are they going about their communication. A lot of this goes back to the relationship that we have with Casey and Bobby. You really don't know to the end oftentimes, and when you have this a posting window, you know, there's a time frame that's set. It's unique in the sense that you know U.S. free agents it just doesn't apply to. So, you know, when you're reaching the end of the window, there's an urgency to get a deal done. And, you know, it became a reality a couple days ago. And when it became a reality, I can assure you that everyone in the White Sox organization was pretty excited about it.
Steve?
Rudy, your new general manager just called you one of the most prolific home run hitters on the planet. That's how you put it. Do you see yourself that way? Do you feel that way about yourself? And, you know, are those the superstars of the game?
ホームラン打者って言ってましたが、自分もどうやって見てますか、自分のことを。
はい、まあそんな自己評価高くないんであれですけど、まあ日本では一番シーズンで打った日本人打者としては打った成績は残してきましたし、それは誇りに思ってます。
I'm very tough on myself, so I'm very thankful for Chris calling me that. I did break the record in Japan, and I'm really, really proud of that record, and it's an honor to break Mr. Sadaharo's record.
Yeah, Shingo Takatsu was very popular on the south side here in a very short time. You played for him. What kind of influence did you have on your career, and you talked about how going there?
宗君にとってどのような影響がありましたか、高津監督が。あとこのホワイトソックスに入団したを話しましたか。
いやもうはい、僕はその1年目からずっとお世話になってましたし、すごくシカゴのこのホワイトソックスと球団も街も、めちゃくちゃいいとこだし、好きになるよっていう連絡はいただきました。
So Shingo Takatsu was my manager since my first year of minor leagues, all the way up to this past season. So I have deep ties with my manager, and obviously he reached out and has told me it's a wonderful organization, and Chicago is a great town, and you will absolutely love it.
Bruce?
Chris, with the minority ownership now supplementing the organization to a certain degree, is this a signal that you will be able to continue to test the free agent market for more additions in this offseason moving forward?
You know, it's a signal that, you know, when we identify a player that we feel like has a chance to really come into the organization and fit with what we're trying to accomplish. I have a conversation with Jerry about it, and in this case, the more we talked about it, obviously talking about Mooney and what he's capable of doing on the field, the international connection, he got more and more excited. And we were fortunate to be able to get it to the finish line. So we'll continue to as players come up and find ways to improve this club, those conversations will continue to happen. And sometimes we'll be able to get it to the finish line, sometimes we won't, but we're on this constant pursuit to find ways to get better.
One more from Matt.
You mentioned you talked to Shode and Andre. Did they help sell you on the city of Chicago?
島田さんとせいやさんと話したって先ほど言ってましたが、シカゴを押してきましたかって。決まった後に喋ったんで、でもシカゴはいい街だよっていうのはすごく、伝えていただきました。
I actually spoke to them after I agreed to come to the White Sox, but they were both very supportive of talking good things about Chicago.
Kyle?
ジェネラルマネージャーは、その守備にすごい専念されてるって先ほど言われてたんですが、どれぐらいの自信がありますかって言ったんですか？
守備はそんなにあんまり自信ないですけど、それを克服しながら、しっかり努力して上達します。はい。
I'm more interested in taking on the challenge of defense, and that is one of the reasons why I wanted to come to the States, and I really look forward to the challenge, and I will relentlessly do whatever it takes to get better at defense.
上手くなります。はい、頑張ります。
I'm going to get better.
Pretty cool for the White Sox to have the opportunity to have one of those where they have a chance to go ahead and announce to their fan base a big signing. Haven't had one of those since the Andrew Benintendi signing. So for the White Sox to introduce Munetaka Murakami to an assembled media on Monday on the South Side was pretty cool to see, and I think just another reason why White Sox fans can continue to be excited about the direction that the team is moving in. When we come back, we will wrap up this edition of White Sox Weekly right here on your home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000. Peggy and Dionne, this morning from 9 to 11 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad. Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad. You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you, with a soothing voice, that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on all Chevy Silverado 1500 models. It doesn't get any lower than zero. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jeff Meller back here on White Sox Weekly as we wrap up this week's edition. Don't forget, White Sox fans, stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow at White Sox on social today. I am Jeff Meller again as we wrap up this week's edition of White Sox Weekly. Fun to get to know the newest edition of the White Sox, number 5, Munetaka Murakami, as we brought you his introductory press conference from earlier in the week. That is going to do it for this edition of White Sox Weekly, but don't forget, we're back at it each and every Saturday, even during the offseason, keeping you apprised of all the White Sox information that you want to know. They also signed Sean Newcomb. I mentioned that numerous times, but I don't want that to get lost in the Murakami mania. Again, that's going to do it for us here on White Sox Weekly. Thanks so much to Aiden O'Connor for producing this week's edition. And, of course, the executive producer of White Sox Baseball is Brennan Riley. We'll do it again next Saturday. Have a safe and happy New Year's. Happy holidays, folks. This is your home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get Astound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees. Just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
The holidays are here, and Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville has everything you need to stock the bar, wrap the perfect gift, or treat yourself. From crowd-pleasing party picks to rare and hard-to-find bottles, Joe's has it all. And always at the low prices you love. And if bourbon's on your list, you're in the right place. Joe's Beverage Warehouse is known for its incredible bourbon selection, with options for every palate and every budget. Make holiday shopping easy. Visit Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville or browse the selection anytime at joesbev.com.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Hope you're enjoying the holiday season, but if your windows are letting in more cold air than cheer, it's time to call my friends at Window Works. Their custom windows and doors will keep your home warm, cozy, and energy efficient all winter long. And here's a gift that keeps on giving. Buy one window, get one free. Don't wait. This holiday savings event won't last. Dial pound 250 and say Waddle to book your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Waddle.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Chicago's College Tailgate. Shay Norman and Tyler Aki. Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome on in. It is Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling. As always here on ESPN Chicago, Tyler Aki alongside Shay Norling with you till 11 a.m. We've got plenty to get to. Michigan has themselves a new head coach, and this is our last Chicago's College Tailgate before the next batch of college football playoff games as well. We'll talk a little bit of NFL and Bears too. Big one tomorrow night as the Bears travel out to San Francisco to take on the 49ers for Sunday Night Football. But Shay, good morning. You are out in the great state of Michigan. Good to always talk to you. We taped our NFL Pick a Side podcast and yesterday, so if you missed any of our NFL picks, you can get them from yesterday there. But how you doing today, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm a little frustrated with the state of college athletics this week because one thing you didn't mention in the open, in the little tease there, is people are furious with what went down with Baylor basketball this week.
Mm-hmm. So let's start with James Najee because this came out of nowhere. For those unfamiliar with the story, James Najee was a NBA draft pick from a couple of years ago, went pick 31 overall. So first pick of the second round. And all of a sudden, he is now going to be joining the Baylor Bears. This is not some European team. I swear to you, this is the Baylor Bears of the Big 12 Conference that I'm selling you on right here, Shay. So James Najee, he bounced around with some European leagues for a little bit, but now he's not only going back to college. Actually, I shouldn't say going back to college. He never went to college at first because he was playing at a bunch of different countries over in Europe. He is going to go play for the Baylor Bears and is eligible immediately. How this happened, I have no idea, but we have now reached the point where NBA draft picks are coming back to college and eligible to play right away.
And it's not even like he didn't play in an NBA game. But it's not like he was really a draft and stash, typical kind of draft and stash either, where they just like picked him 31 and then fired him off to Europe somewhere to like play in a Belarus league. Dude, he was involved in a trade that included Julius Randle and Karl Anthony Towns. And now he gets to go back to school after being drafted 31st in the draft. Like, I get Baylor's dealing with some injuries, and their front court decimated by injuries. They need additions, and getting James Najee helps them a lot. But the idea that, like, if Cohen Carr gets hurt for Michigan State, can I get an extra year of eligibility out of Draymond Green? Like, where does this end?
Yeah, the jokes write themselves. Like, take any college imaginable, and you're just going to pluck guys from the NBA who are on two-way deals at this point. Like, is that?
Hey, Mark Pope, you want Anthony Davis back?
Did you see like all of those fake insider accounts were just throwing out names yesterday? Like Kofi Coburn is hearing from Indiana, Baylor, Penn State, and name your other school about it has 2 years of eligibility remaining.
Cassius Winston never got a chance to play in the tournament. Can I get Cassius Winston back? He hasn't played much in the NBA. Give me a little guard help. It's just, where does this end? And it's funny because last week you brought up to me how pissed you were looking at all the notifications of such and such has re-signed with UCLA. So-and-so is re-signed on their agreement with Michigan. Like whatever school it is, everybody's announcing the players re-signing in college. And that got a lot of people hot and bothered. But I was like, whatever. I mean, I knew this was coming. But this is something I never saw coming. The idea that you can choose to go pro, and then your pro career doesn't go the way that you thought it did or you didn't play, and then just out of nowhere you're like, well, I haven't played an NBA game, or what happens? I haven't played an NFL game. What happens if, like, some fifth-round tackle who can't get on the field? Like, imagine Ozzie Trapillo this year when he wasn't getting playing time with the Bears, and he's just like, you know what? I want to go back to Boston College.
Yeah.
I want to go play another year.
Or how about Luke Newman, right? He's hasn't been getting a lot of run with the Bears. He was a, sixth-round pick out of Michigan State. What if he says, you know what? I kind of like the sound of playing for Pat Fitzgerald. Why don't I go back to Michigan State?
Like, how does this dude get 4 years of eligibility immediately granted? I couldn't believe it.
And you've got other players in the sport right now that are 29 years old. Like, you got to go on your own health insurance, brother. Like, that's the stage that we're at. And we've got guys in college that are older than me playing in the sport right now. So let's open this up to the people. 312-332-3776. Is there a line in college sports where it's like, all right, this is the point where I will no longer watch? Like, this is enough for me. Has it reached that point, or do you have a line of demarcation in your mind? And maybe we're approaching it right now. 312-332-3776. This is as close as I have come to feeling this way about the sport. Because, and again, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was familiar with James Najee. I wasn't. But when you hear the story about how he ends up here, this is my problem, is you've got guys who are recruiting people who 99.9% of the sport doesn't even know are eligible to be recruited. Like, how does this idea even pop into Baylor's mind, pop into Scott Drew's mind, that, hey, why don't we go pluck this guy? He was drafted 31st overall. Like, is this just unbelievable GM work? Is this back channeling of agents saying, hey, I've kind of looked through all the rules and we think that he can be eligible by the NCAA? Or is this just pure and utter stupidity by the NCAA? And I think it's probably some combination of the three. And that's where my biggest problem lies with all this, is when you've got players who and we saw this earlier in the year, with Louisville, went out and plucked a G League player. Nobody knew that you could recruit the G League. Those guys, once you chose the path of the G League, there was no turning back. There was no putting that toothpaste back in the tube at that point. But here we are now, and we've got players who have been NBA draft picks coming back to college.
Well, and you asked what the line is for where you won't watch anymore, where you just won't care anymore. And like, as far as caring goes, I feel like I've already hit it. But watching, I'm addicted to it. I'm not going to stop watching at any point. But they've already, this all comes back to, Tyler, for me, the NCAA is admitting to you they have no teeth. That the schools are more powerful than they are, and that they have no ability to fight anything that the schools want to do. Like, now you're going to have Diego Pavia. Have you seen this? His lawyers are using the James Najee case to plead for a 7th year of eligibility for Diego Pavia. Brother, you aren't getting drafted. You're not an NFLer. Go open a car dealership. It's time to pick up a phone at Northwestern Mutual and start dialing. Like, I'm not trying to be insulting. Diego Pavia's had a nice college career. He's not an NFLer. But was suing for a 7th year of eligibility. If Diego Pavia pops up as the quarterback at, like, Georgia next year, I will flip out a little bit. Because what are we doing at that point? But we live in a universe where the NCAA put out a 30-page report saying Michigan cheated so badly that they deserved multiple years of postseason bans, but actually we're not going to do anything because everybody's gone. And it was just an admittance that if we punish Michigan, well, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to tell us to F off anyway. They know they're toothless. So everybody can get away with whatever they want to get away with. 15 years ago, if anybody even tried this, the NCAA would have shut it down in a second.
They would have laughed in their face.
But now that the conferences made all these big TV deals and have blown themselves up to create the mega conferences, which is another reason to not care, because I don't know how you sort 18 teams in a conference out in a football season. But now that they've done all of this, the NCAA they've had to admit the money is with the conferences, it's with the schools, and it's with the networks. It's not with us. And that means you don't have any power. You have no ability to implement any level of punishment or any level of rule set. So we're now operating in a total Wild West where if the 31st pick in the draft decides, I'm not getting any playing time, I want to go play for Scott Drew, all good, dude. Here's 4 years of eligibility. James Najee is going to be 28 years old when he finally is out of college eligibility. What are we doing?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And part of it is he can make more money in college than he can by playing professionally in Europe, which is where he was playing at the time. It's all so mind-boggling to me how we've gotten to this point. Because, like, you talk about the NCAA not having any sort of power and they're kind of tucking their tail between their legs here. But, like, if the NCAA flat out said, hey, F this, Baylor, no, we're not making James Najee eligible, guess what? 100% of the rest of the nation would understand and be on your side.
Yeah.
In fact, even Baylor, they may like kick and scream a little bit, but they'll understand. They understand how absurd this is.
Do you think when Scott Drew submitted the transfer waiver that he was like, they're never going to approve this? Well, and then he got the notification that they approved it, and he's like, okay, sure.
Isn't this the classic case of the worst they can say is no?
Right. Yeah, it's like when you're asking out a girl and your buddies are like, dude, what's the worst thing that can happen? She says no, and then you like don't even expect her to say yes, and she does, and you have no idea what you're going to do for the date.
Right.
This is what happened to Scott Drew.
Scott Drew has no idea where to use him, how he's going to fit into the rotations. He's just trying to prove a point, and oh boy, here we are.
He got on the phone and he's like, dude, is Waco better than Istanbul? And the guy's like, yeah, dude, I'll come play in Waco. Well, let's find out. The worst they'll say is no. Oh, yeah, that's fine. What? Like, how did this happen?
I don't know how we've gotten to this point, and it feels like the instance early on in the year with Louisville grabbing a guy from the G League was probably the first domino to fall. That was the gateway into all of this. I just don't know how we've gotten to this point now, where we are taking guys who are playing professionally in Europe. And it's one thing to be playing professionally in Europe, and it's the way that Brad Underwood did it. I've got very little problem with that because that precedent has existed before where you have had guys who have been playing in Europe since they were like 14 years old, and they're still like of college age. And Najee is of college age. He's 21 years old right now. However, the problem for me is the guy was drafted into the NBA. Yeah. Like, that's where I lose that's where you lose me. And that's where it's make it make sense. I can't even explain this one away. I can't even see the NCAA's possible way that they've made it make sense and racked it in their own brains.
Dude, he played in Summer League. How does the NCAA look at this guy played in NBA Summer League?
New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we've got your college football playoff.
How does the NCAA look at he played in Summer League and go, well, that doesn't count, so we'll let him play in the NBA in college?
Like, think about this. You've got guys who, you know how these days you can do the declare for the draft and then come back to college after you go through like the pre-draft process. And I'm cool with that. I think that should be the way that it's approached. But imagine if those guys, even if they went undrafted, end up playing in Summer League and then come back to college. Like, how are we doing this where you're going to have guys who are signing two-way deals, and at some point, I think we're starting to approach it where you're going to find guys that have played in NBA games and somehow make their way back into college.
Yeah, like what if Bronny James decides tomorrow he wants to go play at USC? What is the NCAA going to say no?
I have a hard time believing they will, because think about it from this lens too. Like, if the NCAA wants what's best for their pockets, isn't having Bronny James in your sport good for your pockets? Like, it's going to bring eyeballs to USC, all of those TV deals that they have with the Big Ten and with Peacock and Fox, and it's going to, if USC makes the tournament, that's going to only bolster your eyeballs for the tournament. Like, that's what this, and it's like a move like James Najee, I don't even feel like is greed by the NCAA. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand how you have gotten to this point.
Yeah, it's not even, this is just, it's all the start of what I've been trying to say for a little while, which is we are getting closer and closer to the NCAA isn't a thing anymore. And I just, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and do what we all know is coming and separate college athletics from the colleges. Enough with the illusion of the student athlete, the NCAA being a governing body. It's not real. That's why, you look at the college football playoff. Tyler, is the college football playoff a NCAA event?
No.
It's not.
Its own thing.
It's its own entity. And at some point, the CFP will just absorb major college football. And they'll leave the group of 5 schools on the cutting room floor and say, go do your own thing. Have fun. Join the FCS. Join their tournament. We're taking our ball and going home because there's more money here. Where they'll take Notre Dame and they'll take the Big Ten and they'll take the SEC and they'll pick the best of the bunch from the Big 12 and ACC and create college football playoff. Like major college football is a minor league. We're headed there in college basketball at some point, maybe to a lesser extent because of the number of teams that are involved and have access to the postseason. But clearly the NCAA has no power to legislate anything in this sport. We're totally Wild West in all of it.
312-332-3776. If you want to join us, Tom's in Long Grove. Morning, Tom. Tom?
Tommy.
Can you hear me, guys?
We got you. Yep.
Can you hear me? Yeah, no, listen, I'm more of a hockey guy. I'm an NHL fan. And everything that you guys are talking about right now, I would imagine Connor Bedard getting the opportunity to play at the Compton Ice Center at Notre Dame and just dominate fellow college competition. And there's plenty of boosters with plenty of money who would love to see that place packed. Everybody wearing a 4-leaf clover Bedard jersey as the guy skates up and down and just crushes college-age kids. It would never be fair. It would never be fair. You look at the new draft pick, the number 1 draft pick, you got Schaefer that was picked up. The guy already has, I think, 10 goals in his rookie season as an NHLer. He never, ever, ever went to college. The junior system, the OHL, the Canadian leagues are very different for hockey, but you start plucking those kids down and you bring in them as a semi-professional player to the NCAA, they will dominate. Boosters will want to get in on that. You're going to have teams coming out of the SEC. The SEC is going to start making hockey teams, so that they can start dominating the market and make all of that money. It's ridiculous to think that you're going to allow pros to come back at any level, whether it's hockey or football or basketball, and play with a bunch of kids who graduated from Brother Rice High School in 2025. It's utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tom, and totally feel the sentiment there. What's funny, too, is, all right, let's say Najee is done with college, and he goes out, performs to a degree where he's eligible, where he's wanted by the NBA. What happens? Like, does he get to be drafted a second time? Do the Knicks still own his rights? Like, what happens? Does he just go to the Knicks?
You have to imagine, right? Like, you can't reclassify, but I don't know. There's no precedent for this.
But the thing is, the NBA will put its foot down on this because the NBA, well, maybe they won't, but the NBA at least...
Well, what are they going to say? If they want the kid and he's talented, now the NBA can just say, the Knicks have his rights, he's a Knick.
Well, and James Dolan can put up a big enough stink where he'll be a Knick. But I don't know. I don't know how this ultimately works out when it's all said and done. If he's good enough to go pro.
What if he has a great season at Baylor, and we'll say Baylor gets to the final. We'll just say Baylor gets to the Final Four. Scott Drew has a great year, puts this together. James Najee's a big part of his front court. They make it to the Final Four. Season ends in early April, and the Knicks have his rights. Does he walk off the floor and into MSG for the playoff push? Like, I'm serious. Is that how this? Is that what happens?
It's not outlandish to think that. It certainly isn't. 312-332-3776. That's the phone number. What is your line in the sand with college sports in the wake of the James Najee story this week, where he was an NBA draft pick all the way back in 2023, and now he's going back to college. He was the first overall pick of the second round in 2023, but now he's head back
Charlotte
to
traded
school.
up for him.
It's nuts. It's nuts. I don't know how to make heads or tails of this at all. We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back. And also, Kyle Whittingham, the new head coach at Michigan. What do we think of the hire? All that coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
Since we opened our doors in 1868, Busey has fostered deep customer relationships and vibrant communities, embodying a legacy of partnership and progress. With multiple lines of business, we provide a range of financial solutions tailored to your needs. From digital banking to planning for retirement, Busey is here to help you achieve your financial goals. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Save big money in your next painting project with help from Menards. Get a paint that combines gorgeous color and durability. Dutch Boys Platinum Plus is a paint and primer with a protective finish that guards against scuffs, spills, and stains. Don't wait to finish your projects. Get a gallon on sale now through December 31st and refresh your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling. Tyler Rocky, Shane Orling with you every single Saturday morning till 11 a.m. Talking about James Najee and the story with him from the week that he is going to college after being the 31st overall pick back in 2023. He is, I'm not going to say going back to college because that wouldn't be factual. He's going to college for the first time. You know, it's that old joke of like, oh, do I have college eligibility left? And like we're seeing it play out in real life right now with James Najee going going to school for the first time after playing at a number of teams over in Europe. He's been playing professionally since 2019. And so like he's been playing professionally since he was like 15, 16 years old. And that's not unheard of. We see that happen all the time. And some of these guys then go over and play in college. But this is the first time we've seen a guy who's been drafted into the NBA and is now heading back to school.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. And like I get he's never played in college before. But once you've been drafted, that should be it. Like, you've made your decision. That he had every opportunity, I'm sure, in 2023 if he wanted to leave Europe and go play college basketball, but he was in the draft, and Charlotte traded up and took him. Like, is this a possibility with any draft and stash? If I take the rights to a guy in the second round and stash him in Spain, can he, in mid-December, decide, actually, I want to go play at North Carolina? And it upsets the balance of what this sport is supposed to be. Where, like, if you're another school, I'll just use Kansas as an example. If you're Bill Self and you see that mid-season one of your conference rivals is adding a pro player from Europe who's been drafted before, that upsets the balance of what you've been trying to build.
That's one of the crazier parts of this is the instant eligibility. Like, how is this guy good to go right away? We see all these fights with the NCAA of getting guys eligible, and it's not a quick process. And to see this guy commit to Baylor and then boom, like within a day or two is eligible to go and is going to be geared up and ready to play for the Big 12 stretch. And like, if you look at his European stats, they're nothing special. He's averaging like 2 points a game, like a couple rebounds as a 7-footer. But for a guy who's been playing basketball probably like every day pretty much for the last how many years, and he's not dealing with any of the outside like schoolwork and having to like basketball's been his job now for over a half decade.
The thing that hurts too is like when you watch the on-court product of college basketball right now, it's as good as it's ever been. Yeah. And honestly, same thing in college football. The on-field product, especially at the top level, I know some of the games like Texas A&M and Miami were horrible, but that's just the reality of the sport. There's haves and have-nots. I've always been somebody who believes every given year there's probably 3 teams really that can win a national title.
But even that A&M Miami game, some of that too is these defenses are damn good, like NFL caliber defenses.
Like you're seeing, maybe outside of a lot of the quarterback play, which even that, I think, like you saw, I think Dan Orlovsky was saying, and I might have the name wrong on who said it, but that eventually you will see because kids are spending longer in college because the NIL deals allow them to get paid earlier, we're going to see the payoff be better quarterback play at the higher levels of college football. Like, I think the product is on its way to being as good as it's ever been on the field.
Yeah.
Everything off the field and off the court is what bothers me, where every day there's a news story that's like, why are we making the sport worse? Like, the college football example I always go to is playoff expansion, which, look, when they went to 12, I knew they were going to go to 16, but just pull the Band-Aid off and do it. But now there's all this stuff. They might go to 28 teams in the college football playoff. Well, at that point, why play a regular season? None of the games will matter. Just tell me who the 28 best teams are when the season starts and have them play a playoff. That's what it'll be. That's the line for me in college football where, like, what's the point? Oh, I'm going to fight to be in the top 28? Why? So that I can be the 28 seed and get bombed by an actually good team? For what? Why are we doing that? Like, that's where there will be lines for me where I just look at it and go, nah, I don't need this anymore. You're telling me the regular season is meaningless. College basketball did it a long time ago. Their lucky part is the March Madness is a tremendous event. But part of why people aren't into college basketball is because the regular season doesn't matter. If you open up the college football playoff to being a 30-team event, the regular season won't matter. So why should I watch from September to November?
Yep. 312-332-3776. Mark's in Lincoln Park. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear my phone, or is it crackly?
It's crackly, but if you make your point quickly, we'll get to you here.
All right. The point is this, Tyler. When the G League thing happened, that was following. I went on Rich Eisen with this. So in August, for years, NCAA hockey considered the Ontario Hockey Leagues and the Canadian Hockey Federation teams, the Quebec and Maritime, as professionals. Well, with NIL, they lost that deal. So now those guys are maxing out in juniors, and they're coming down and they're displacing all the NCAA D1 rosters. And so once that court ruling happened, every other sport is going to take hold of that. So basketball is going to do it. You can see it in MLB. You may have a 27-year-old MLB guy that never made it in the bigs that wants to now go play college in LSU. The genie's out of the bottle, and I'm with you, Shay. I think it's horrible. Somehow, some way, they got to get it back under control. But you're going to see basketball, baseball, hockey, and very less extent NFL guys coming back that never went to college. I mean, NFL, you go to college, so you're going to lose eligibility there. Yeah. But the genie happened out of the bottle with that hockey ruling in August.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mark.
Those GMs, yep.
Yeah, appreciate it. What he brought up there reminded me of something, too. And this I have less of a problem with. But do you remember there was the one guy who was a part of the Christian Yelich trade that went, like the trade from the Marlins to the Brewers, and now he's playing football at Arkansas?
What? No, I didn't.
Did you ever see this? I have to go back and look and find the name for you here, but a guy who was a part of the Christian Yelich trade retired from baseball and went to go play football at Arkansas. Wild, but I have less of a problem with that because at least you're changing sports.
Well, I was just going to bring up, Kyler Murray, there were rumors that because his football career has not gone the way he expected it to as a starter, maybe Kyler Murray could go back to playing baseball and just join the Oakland A's. They have his rights. He can play minor leagues. I would have no issue if Kyler Murray wanted to go play ball and he's on the AA affiliate for the A's. But imagine Kyler Murray's I want to go play at Vanderbilt for a year.
Yeah.
What?
So, okay, this guy Monty Harrison was a part of the Christian Yelich trade, was selected in the second round of the 2014 MLB draft, and then flamed out of baseball, played professionally for 10 seasons, reached the major leagues with the Marlins and the Angels, played in 50 career MLB games, and called it a career, and went and now is playing football at Arkansas.
How old is this guy?
He played professionally for 10 seasons, so he's got to be at least 28, 29. His birthday, he's born in 1995. He's 30.
30 years old.
30 years old.
Arkansas Razorbacks wide receiver. Hey, he's a sophomore.
Redshirt sophomore. Incredible.
A 30-year-old redshirt sophomore. 1 catch, 29 yards. What are we doing? What are we doing?
That's the state of college sports right now.
Not to boomer about it either, but that could have gone to an 18-year-old walk-on. You know what I mean? That's a spot that could have gone to an 18-year-old kid who walked on, and instead we're giving it to a 30-year-old. For what?
And I guess he's not the first. I'm looking on his Arkansas profile page, became only the second player in NCAA history to record a statistic in an official FBS football game following his MLB career.
Okay.
So I guess there's precedent of this too. Unbelievable. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us here on Chicago's College Tailgate. Coming up next, we'll discuss the hire made by Michigan, Kyle Whittingham, the new head coach for the Wolverines. That's next on Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap-carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium. Kickoff tomorrow night at 7:20. We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners, a primetime collision in California. Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago. The home of the Bears.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts. Build a same-game parlay. Enjoy live betting. And more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you could take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi, starting at just $19.95 a month, forever. Not a temporary rate. No hidden fees. Just your price, forever. Check off one more thing off your to-do list this season, and stop stressing about your internet. Fast, reliable Wi-Fi for every device, every holiday, every year. All for $19.95 a month. But don't wait. Visit astound.com today to sign up. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces. You name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know. You can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN 1000 with you every Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. We'll get to previewing all of the playoff games as those are set to take place New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so Wednesday, Thursday for you. But we got big news on the Michigan front yesterday when the program announced that Kyle Whittingham has agreed to a 5-year deal to be the next coach at Michigan. Whittingham, if you remember, was not fired from Utah, but stepped down from the program earlier in the month. And this was it was something that was kind of known that he was probably done at Utah, but more so it felt like on his own accord. I don't think Utah would ever push a Kyle Whittingham out. This was Whittingham looking for the next venture in his coaching career. And for me, I think this is about as good as Michigan could have done at this point in the cycle. Now, there's a world where you sit the year out effectively, you keep an interim, you keep Biff Poggi there, but when you do something like that, you really kind of diminish the way that you can recruit. I get that you're going to be in a, 24/7, 365 coaching cycle in terms of you're going to be able to look out and try to scout out your next coach the entire time. You can fully dedicate yourself to that process. But I think Kyle Whittingham's a coach that you and I have always respected. And I think my one concern with this hire is that he is now moving to an area that he has not recruited very much. Recruiting in the Pac-12 and in Utah is very different than recruiting in the Big Ten and Big Ten country. Recruiting out west, not the same as recruiting in Big Ten country. But I do think the identity that his teams have always had fit what the Big Ten is, and I think can set them up for success in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, I deeply respect Kyle Whittingham and what he built at Utah. It always felt like, to me, a not West Coast, but Western Michigan State, where, like under D'Antonio, where you knew they were going to be physical. They were going to do more with less. A lot of 3-star, some 4-star recruits, but they weren't getting the top recruits in the country. They just build tough-nosed football teams that win up front on the O-line. They'll pound the rock. I always respected the way that he coached and the way that he built programs at Utah. My questions are kind of the same as yours. One, he's 66 years old. Like, when he stepped down from Utah, I thought it really had a lot to do with Utah selling themselves to private equity and becoming basically a for-profit entity where they're trying to make money for this private equity firm to the tune of $500 million. And maybe Whittingham didn't want to be a part of that. And then Michigan opens up and he gets a little landing spot. But at 66, I kind of wondered, is he just going to retire? He's had a great career. He's been to 3 New Year's Six Bowls at Utah. He's played for conference titles. He's won conference titles. He's had a tremendous career there, and maybe this is it, and he just retires. Going to Michigan was, look, I think it's almost as good of a hire as they could have made at any point in the cycle on paper. Mm-hmm. Because if people knew Kyle Whittingham was going to be available, he would have got plucked up by somebody in a second. He's terrific. But the problem for me is, at his age and having no familiarity with that part of the country where, look, it's kind of like Jonathan Smith at Oregon State. You get the tune of, or the label of program builder put on you, and he was, where Oregon State wasn't allowed to win football games. It was illegal. And Jonathan Smith built a tough, hard-nosed, run the football, we're going to be tough up front, we'll do more with less. He was a program builder. It's what Whittingham was at Utah. But you go to a part of the country where you've never recruited, and suddenly you're recruiting against Ohio State, who's got a foothold, and Penn State, who's got a foothold, and Wisconsin, who's got a foothold, and you are new to the region. Now you have the advantage of Michigan being a place where I think a blind person could recruit and do reasonably well because of the brand and the money they'll be able to throw at you. But I do question how well this is going to work. Also because he's moving on a little late in the cycle, where how much of the staff is he going to be able to bring with him? Well, sounds like he's going to bring his offensive coordinator, and that's it.
Well, I wonder how much of it is Utah plays a bowl game on Wednesday. They're in I believe, the Vegas Bowl. How much of it is, all right, we're going to let the staff coach the Vegas Bowl, and then, all right, one by one, they'll start coming over to Michigan?
Maybe. I know it's expected he's going to bring his OC with him. And I was reading that the DC at BYU might jump ship and go be the DC for him at Michigan. But how much of your roster are you going to be able to raid? How much of your coaching staff are you going to be able to bring with you? How much outside hiring are you going to have to do now pretty late in that cycle? And then you're going to have to get on the recruiting trail in an area you have no familiarity with and convince all these top-tier recruits this is the program they want to be at. And like, age is just a number. Cignetti was old too when he went to Indiana. But Cignetti was able to bring his entire roster from JMU with him. He didn't bring one coach from JMU. He brought all of them. And I don't know that you're going to just import Utah. Like, it was basically Cignetti did a copy-paste. I'm taking JMU, and we're going to play at Indiana. You're not going to be able to do that with Utah. And that's where I like, okay, let's see how this works out. It's a very good hire on paper, but I thought Jonathan Smith was a very good hire on paper with the obvious thing of being he's never coached east of the Rockies. How do you adjust to now recruiting the Midwest? Because it is different.
And some of it is in the era of the transfer portal too. I think that's probably a slight advantage for Kyle Whittingham in terms of if this happened 10 years ago, I think his job's a little bit tougher. But because of the portal, and especially because of the brand, like you brought up, like anyone can kind of recruit to Michigan. It's kind of like the inverse of anyone from the Midwest or East Coast or Florida or something like that, like 20 years ago, they would still want to go to USC because of the prestige that USC held in the football universe. And Michigan is kind of that for the Midwest. Anyone from Florida, from California, from Arizona, like they all still would want to play at Michigan because of the prestige that is involved with the program. And ultimately, the way that college sports is now, it is a dollars and cents business. Can you pay me the most money? And they've shown the willingness to pay out top dollar for top recruits. Now the interesting question is, all right, what's next for Bryce Underwood? Bryce Underwood, the number 1 overall player in the class from a year ago, and went out, had a whatever freshman season, wasn't great, and he's got a decision to make. Is he going to stay at Michigan? He hasn't entered the transfer portal yet.
Nope.
So as of right now, he's on the Michigan roster, but is he going to be on the Michigan roster with Kyle Whittingham? And I guess the flip side goes of it, does Kyle Whittingham want it? Because we've heard what the donors have said. They don't necessarily want to pay that much money again for a Bryce Underwood. He was making like in the neighborhood of $10 to $12 million this year.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing too is like if you're Bryce Underwood and you see, because if I were him, and there's been reports that Bryce Underwood's camp will be closely watching who Michigan hires at head coach. Like, duh. Oh, the quarterback's not going to pay any attention to who his next head coach is going to be. But if it's Kyle Whittingham as opposed to a real offensive guru type, is this the offense that Bryce Underwood wants to be a part of? Because it's once again going to be ground and pound. Who's the last quarterback that Kyle Whittingham developed?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Like Cam Rising was there for years.
Hey, watch out. He might have extra NCAA eligibility.
He may be coming to Michigan with them. But like he obviously was dealing with all the injuries and stuff like that. But it wasn't like he was putting up these gaudy numbers. And he was a dual threat guy. But he wasn't putting up these crazy passing numbers over the course of his career.
But you get my point. Like what Kyle Whittingham has built his teams on is an identity of running the football and being physical and tough up front. They're not an air raid type team.
No, and that's why I think Michigan fans are going to like him.
Yeah, of course. He's going to have the identity of what Michigan has been and of what Big Ten football has been. But I don't know if that means it's the best thing for Bryce Underwood. And I've never thought that Michigan was the best place for Bryce Underwood to be.
The Big Ten in general. Like unless it was Oregon or Ohio State or USC, the Big Ten wasn't for him.
Remember, like he chose LSU, and then Michigan kept making the number bigger until finally he said yes. And he's from Brighton. Like he's from Michigan's backyard, and he chose LSU. Basically got bribed to go to Michigan, and then threw all of 9 passing touchdowns in an offense where Sherrone Moore just didn't call plays for him. They hit him in all the big games. So if I'm Bryce Underwood, I'm looking at this, and maybe it's what he wants to be a part of. It'll be the first signal, really, for how successful Kyle Whittingham's going to be. Can you keep Bryce in Ann Arbor? And if not, can you get Devin Dampier to join you in Ann Arbor?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's a failure if you don't keep Bryce in Ann Arbor, because he may not be the best suited player for you, and especially in an era where you only have so much money to throw around, you may be better off spreading that around to get yourself some defensive pieces. We may see Michigan go out there and under the identity of Kyle Whittingham, try to build something similar to what Texas Tech did this year, where it's defense first, we'll figure out the offense.
Well, that's the key, because this is where the age factors in. I know he signed a 5-year deal, but if you're hiring Kyle Whittingham to build a program at 66 years old, brother, that's not the way you want to go. But if you are hiring him and you're saying, look, we're not paying you to do what you did at Utah. The program's built. We are paying you to win right now, and we're going to give you the resources to do it. Well, then this could be an enormous success. But I think any fan who's looking at it and going, this is a home run hire. No, it's not. But if you're saying that this is some terrible hire that's doomed to fail, I also don't think that's true. This is as wait and see as it gets, and it's just because it's a guy whose identity doesn't match the process that's going to need to take place. I don't know if he can evolve enough. I don't know that he's a Cignetti. Like, Cignetti's a different cat. Cignetti's everywhere he went, they won immediately. Stayed at Alabama forever under Nick Saban. And finally, Saban's like, go take the JMU job, take your shot. He hit the grass and they were winning football games. To the point that he did the presser at Indiana, everybody remembers, Google me, I win. And he hit the grass in Bloomington and they won. Whittingham took time. And it's not like he took over a bad program. He took over for Urban Meyer on the heels of a Fiesta Bowl at Utah, and it took time to build what he wanted to build at Utah. So I don't know that he can do it in microwaved fashion at Michigan.
Yeah, we'll see. It's good. Like you said, it's wait and see, and I agree with you. It is wait and see, but we're going to know pretty quickly based off of the offseason moves and how year one goes. I think we're going to have a pretty good understanding for how this thing's going to work under Kyle Whittingham. I'm personally a fan of the hire. I think Michigan fans should be happy about it. 312-332-3776. We will take some of your Michigan calls when we come back here, and we'll also get to some NFL stuff with the Bears, Niners, that game Sunday Night Football, all that coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Chicagoland, are you ready to get your home holiday ready? Steinhoffels has you covered. Right now, save at least 10% store-wide or get 36 months of 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. From cozy living rooms to dining spaces made for holiday gatherings, Steinhoffels is everything to make your home merry and bright, including all the top mattress brands for your best night's sleep. So shop now, save big, and celebrate comfort at Steinhoffels, a proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on a brand new Chevy Equinox. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Michigan fans, Kyle Whittingham, your new head coach, signs a 5-year deal with the Wolverines. We're talking about it here on Chicago's College Tailgate. 312-332-3776. How you feeling about it, Wolverine fans? Start with Luke in Crystal Lake. Morning, Luke.
Hey, so I am not a Michigan Wolverines fan. I absolutely hate them.
But looking at it objectively, I think this is a fantastic move. I think it's a massive upgrade over Sharon Moore, and they are in a better spot than they were maybe 3 months ago before this latest fiasco broke out.
Yeah, thanks for the call. It's interesting he brings that up too. The Sharon Moore part of this thing, like objectively, he is a much better coach than Sharon Moore. Accomplishment, everything about it. He is a much better coach and more accomplished than Sharon Moore.
We could put the bar on the floor. They could have hired virtually anybody, and it would have been an upgrade over Sharon Moore. Like I thought he was terrible. And you saw this season, Michigan fans grew very tired of Sharon Moore very quickly. Being an upgrade over Sharon Moore, anybody would have been. And again, the way I feel about the hire is, it's basically as good as they could have done at any point in the cycle on paper. If I were a Michigan fan, I think I would have preferred, and honestly, maybe I'm too close to it, being at Michigan State and having just done this, hiring the Pac-12 program builder from Oregon State that everybody respects and one at a place where it's really difficult. And you go to the unfamiliar Midwest and you have to compete with some of the Titans. Obviously, the difference for Whittingham is he's at one of the Titans. So maybe that helps him enough. But I think you're putting the cart in front of the horse if you're saying that this is a no doubt knock it out of the park type of hire.
Well, I think, as we look through the coaching cycle, like if we just kind of go job to job here and play the Kyle Whittingham or game, Kyle Whittingham or Matt Campbell, I think it's pretty simple. I would much rather have Kyle Whittingham. Going through the list, Kyle Whittingham or Colin Klein, who's coming from A&M's offensive coordinator spot.
A&M had a really good year offensively, but again, it's the kind of the same thing. I have no more idea if Colin Klein's going to work than if I do Kyle Whittingham. But Kyle Whittingham's more proven. It's just his age and the identity of of how he's built his programs. I don't know if it works at Michigan.
Kyle Whittingham or Will Stein coming from the Oregon OC spot.
Yeah, it's
kind of the same deal as that. Okay, Kyle Whittingham or Pat Fitzgerald.
I'm going to call it a wash in part because of my bias, but everything I've heard out of the program at Michigan State has me excited about it, where they're just giving him all of the money in the world and all of the resources, and if it doesn't work, it'll be his fault. It's the same way I feel about Whittingham, really. Like, if you're going to get all the resources from Michigan and it doesn't work, you just weren't a good enough football coach for whatever reason. So, I think, and I've heard that if Michigan had known they were firing Sharon Moore, they would have hired Pat Fitzgerald, had given the opportunity. It just, Michigan State beat him to the punch. So I think it's kind of the same scenario.
It's interesting, too, because I think they're very opposite in terms of where they sit in the college coaching landscape. I think Whittingham is the better coach, much better football coach.
No question.
But in terms of recruiting savvy in the area, that's advantage Pat Fitzgerald. And to be honest, I think that's only going to get better for Pat Fitzgerald because now he gets to walk into a high school with a Spartan on his jacket as opposed to the Wildcat where you need a 4.7 GPA to even be considered and a 35 on your ACT.
And I'd say the other advantage Fitzgerald, and it's a little unfair because Whittingham hasn't had the opportunity yet, what Fitzgerald has done already from a fundraising standpoint is unbelievable. And it seems like a guy who understands what the NIL means, what modern college football looks like. He said the 2 years that he had off, he spent just getting a PhD in the NIL.
Well, and his kid was going through it too. His kid was being recruited to Iowa.
And again, Whittingham could do this. We could be looking at it in 2 weeks, and if Whittingham does the things that Pat Fitzgerald's done at Michigan State, then I'll obviously say Whittingham's the better hire because he's a more proven head coach at Utah. But he hasn't had the opportunity to do it yet.
Yeah. Whittingham or Bob Chesney?
Oh, I love Bob Chesney, man. You're putting me in a tough spot. Now, the problem there is I think he made a mistake in where he went.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we're talking about a guy who's never coached.
Well, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, he went west, and Whittingham went east.
Yeah, Chesney's never been west of Pittsburgh or south of Delaware, and he's going to UCLA. God bless, dude. You don't even have fans at UCLA. Good luck. But I love Bob Chesney, so you're putting me in a tough spot. Whittingham, obviously, would be the more proven hire.
LSU hiring Lane. I think we're in agreement, Lane. John Summerall going from Tulane to Florida. I think for state of the program, I'd rather have Summerall. But I think if Florida had hired Whittingham, I think that Florida fans should be happy about that.
I think the question you got to ask yourself is, if Whittingham had been available at the start of this, how many jobs would he have gotten over the guys who got hired? And I wonder, like Florida, would they have hired Utah's Kyle Whittingham, come down off the mountain and recruit the swamp? I don't think Florida would have made that hire. I think they would have gone Summerall either way.
Okay, here's a couple of interesting ones. I wonder if he was available earlier in the cycle and they had the donor support, because this was not a cheap hire. I wonder how interesting it would have been to have Whittingham go to Stanford and maybe revitalize that Stanford program.
I would have really liked that.
I mean, you talk about walking into a room with Andrew Luck and Kyle Whittingham. That's intriguing there.
I would have really liked that. And there would have been less recruiting unfamiliarity. You could have kept the Utah pipeline open.
Mm-hmm. Unlock a little more California.
I would have really liked that.
Yep. All right, when we come back, we'll start previewing some of these college football playoff games. We're on to the quarterfinals. That's in 2 minutes.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
'Cause y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Finish your year with your dream kitchen with help from Menards. Clearview Cabinetry offers a selection of finishes made with the finest materials and built to withstand life's sticky messes. They provide features like soft closed doors and drawers and cabinet accessories to match your unique style. Don't wait to finish your projects. Save big money on Clearview Cabinets and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
It's time for lights, camera, action at Cantini. This winter, the lights take the spotlight and transform the gardens into a living movie soundtrack. A cinematic showstopper of light, motion, and music, inspired by the big screen. From timeless classics to feel-good favorites, you'll see your favorite movie hits come to life in light. Lights, camera, action at Cantini Park. The show begins December 26th.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling. We're with you every single Saturday morning, 9 to 11 a.m. Tyler Rocky alongside Shay Norling. And it's on to the quarterfinals now for the college football playoff. 4 games to go, as really not a ton of drama in the first round. I thought there were a couple of really good games, a couple of telling results too. I think when you look at a team like Ole Miss, they answered a lot of questions about, all right, what's it going to look like in the post-Lane era? And I think they answered a lot of those questions. I think when you look at a team like Bama, they kind of shook off the cobwebs of what the final couple weeks looked like for them after barely squeaking by Auburn and then getting embarrassed in the SEC championship game. Looked like they were about to get embarrassed again in the college football playoff and again by Oklahoma, but they move on in comeback fashion. And then Oregon just simply takes care of business against James Madison. But here for you, 312-332-3776 if you want to talk college football playoff with us. Let's start with the game New Year's Eve, 6:30 on ESPN. Number 2, Ohio State taking on the 10 seed Miami, who some people believe Miami should or shouldn't be in this game. Doesn't matter. Not only are they in, but they have advanced around as well, and they will take on Ohio State. The Buckeyes, 9.5-point favorites in the Cotton Bowl here. And I'm intrigued to see what Miami's defense looks like against this Ohio State offense, because as ugly as that game was against A&M, that's still a Miami team that went on the road and held A&M, who's been a prolific offense all season long, to 3 points. I get that there were a lot of weather conditions out there with wind. We saw some missed field goals in that game. But I want to see what Miami's defense looks like against this Ohio State offense, because on paper, Miami has one of the most expensive defenses, and all season long, that defense was pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting the taste out of my mouth that I had watching Texas A&M and Miami, where both teams were just atrocious offensively. And like you mentioned, conditions were terrible. Winds, really high-speed winds. Kickers couldn't make anything. But I kind of look at this like, if Ohio State were to lose this game, it would be the worst loss in the history of the college football playoff, right? Like you're a 10-point favorite. I know there have been 30-point favorites, but those teams don't lose. 10-point favorite against Miami. You have the effective home advantage at AT&T Stadium. I know it's an Arlington neutral site. Ohio State being the home team, the higher seed, they've had the longer rest. They're clearly the better team. And the way Miami's offense looked, like we got to talk about too, Ohio State's defense is one of the best in the country.
Yeah.
And I know they lost to Indiana, but they lost to Indiana putting on one of the better defensive performances I've watched. Caleb Downs, the best defensive player in America. Up the middle, they had the Big Ten's Defensive Lineman of the Year. They've been super strong up front. Their linebackers have been excellent. The corners, obviously, you bring Igbinosun back. He had a really nice season. And Caleb Downs on the back end. There's no way Ohio State can lose this game. Be a shocking upset.
It would be one of the bigger ones. What was the spread on the TCU-Michigan game?
Well, that might be the worst loss in college football playoff history. I think it was 14.
Was it that big? Really? I'm trying to find what the spread was, a historical spread on that game. Michigan was a 7.5-point favorite.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, 7.5, 8-point favorite.
So this would even be worse by the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's the game that I look at as being one of the more shocking upsets. I thought TCU could be in that game. I never thought TCU could win it.
Let alone in the way that they won it, too. 51-45 was the final of that game.
This game, I don't even, like just looking at the two teams and having watched them this year, I don't really see how Miami's in this game. If Ohio State is who they've been, and barring Ryan Day doing what he did in the Big Ten title, where he fell back on what's killed him in the Michigan game for years, and just trying to out-tough his opponent, dude, you got nothing to prove. Play to your strengths. Like Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate getting limited targets in that game. I get Indiana's defense played a part. Use your weapons. You're going to have opportunities against Miami. You can't do this. We're going to line up and run it and be tougher than you. Just play to your strengths. You have a great quarterback. You have two elite wide receivers. Use them.
I get that, but who's to say? I mean, we've seen Ryan Day fall back into this shell so many times and tuck his head back into it. Like, if you do that against Miami and let them hang around, I'm not here to tell you that Miami is the most prolific team that we've got in this college football playoff. They're far from it. But there is definitely talent on the roster, and if it's a one-possession game in the fourth quarter, they certainly have a chance to win. Carson Beck can either make the most back-breaking turnover play that you've ever seen, or he can go out there and lead a game-winning drive. It's just who he's been over the course of his career. And this Ohio State defense, like that's where I see this, because I think the thing that's sort of plagued Ohio State, and it didn't play as much of a factor in the Michigan game. It didn't play any factor really at all in the Michigan game. But we've seen Julian Sayin have some of these early game turnovers or early game slow starts. And if you give Miami just that little bit of confidence early on in the first quarter, that could be enough to propel them through the rest of the game because they are a talented group. And that is a defense that can feast off of takeaways. So if they're turning over Julian Sayin, who both you and I love, like Sayin is as pure of a quarterback prospect as we've seen in probably 5 or so years. And if he was eligible for the NFL draft this year, I don't think there'd be a question he would be the number 1 overall pick. But if you kind of take him out in that first quarter and get that early turnover on him, you could completely change the tenor of the game.
Well, it's not like it's impossible either. I think it was his first pass attempt against Michigan was an interception. He had an interception really early on the first possession against Indiana. I think he had a couple turnovers in the game. So it's not like it's impossible to turn him over. Both coaches have huge question marks, obviously. Mario Cristobal constantly stubs his toe. I still think he made a critical mistake in the A&M game, plus territory 4th and 2, choosing to punt with his punt team on the field, not even efforting a hard count and trying to bait an offsides. I would have gone for it. And the result was an 80-yard scoring drive by Miami on the opposite side where you just go, dude, you could have kept the football. You didn't even try. Like, Cristobal's capable of making bad decisions. Ryan Day's capable of making bad decisions. But I just feel like with the talent disparity, if Ryan Day can keep himself away from Lou Holtz is in my brain and telling me I got to be the toughest SOB around, Ohio State will steamroll him.
At their best, they can run through any team. But and maybe the Indiana game serves for them what the Michigan game was last year. It was the best thing that could have happened to them.
Yep.
And it's something that just, you learned your lesson in that game. You're not going to resort back to those tendencies, and we're just going to move along.
And it's not like they got trucked either. Like, that Indiana-Ohio State game, I felt a little bit about how we felt about both the Rams and Seahawks games this year.
Yeah.
Where you just go, you don't downgrade either team for what happened on the field. Both teams put on stellar defensive performances. They've been two of the best defenses in America all year. Both their defensive lines showed up. And, like, Ohio State didn't get embarrassed. They gave up 13 points.
Their kicker missed a chip shot inside of 30 yards to close the game. That game should have gone to overtime. Yeah.
And again, it's not like it's some bad kicker either. It's one of the best kickers in the country. Both teams, Indiana and Ohio State, both had two of the best kickers in the country. And you set up a chip shot. It should have been 13 all, but you missed the field goal. And that's not taking anything away from Indiana. I deeply respect Indiana. I do think they're one of the two best teams in the country. It's them and OSU. And I don't think Miami enters that conversation.
It's funny because you compared it to the Seahawks and Rams, and it's like, yeah, those games just validated to me that these are the two best teams in the sport. This is the same thing in the Big Ten Championship, same thing in those Seahawks-Rams games that we've seen twice this season. So, and Ohio State and Indiana certainly could meet up once again. Let's go to the Orange Bowl. This is New Year's Day in the morning, 11 a.m., Oregon and Texas Tech playing out down in Miami. So you've got an Oregon team who goes out, puts on a light show against James Madison offensively, but does let JMU creep, not back into the game, but at least put up some numbers in that second half. And then Texas Tech, this is a team that defensively is as good as it gets in this college football playoff. This may be the most intriguing game to me because there's a wide range of outcomes in this game. I don't know if Texas Tech is going to be able to score all that much against Oregon, and I'm intrigued to see what Oregon's offense looks like against a potent Texas Tech defense when you've got a guy in Dante Moore, quarterback for Oregon, who can unleash the deep ball. But if you're going to do that, you need a little bit of time in the pocket, and they do have a great offensive line at Oregon. The battle in the trenches between Texas Tech's defensive line and Oregon's offensive line and how open can some of these Ducks receivers get is going to be what I'm watching for.
Yeah, this is, to me, the most fascinating game on paper. And I do think it's going to be lower scoring. I've told you all season, I don't buy Oregon's offense. They play somebody who doesn't have a great defense, and they score 1 billion points. Anytime they go up against a top 30 FBS defense with real NFL players, it's a struggle to get to 20. We've seen it a ton. I mean, against Penn State on the road, against Wisconsin this year, there just are games where their offense slogs. And I thought it was interesting because you see the halftime score and you go, oh, yeah, JMU didn't really get into the game. Lanning probably called off the Dogs. That wasn't the case. Lanning was like not happy at the end of the game with his team's performance against JMU, that they allowed JMU to get back into it. Dante Moore threw two interceptions. JMU went basically bar for bar in total yardage, first downs.
Yeah, scored him in the second half. 28-17.
I think there were some red flags in the second half for Oregon in that game. The benefit for them is Texas Tech is kind of offensively challenged. I don't know how much I trust Barron Morton. I have issues with the way they run their sets formationally when they get into the red zone. They rank outside the top 80 in red zone touchdown rate. This is going to be a slugfest, but for my money, man, Texas Tech's got the best defensive line in the country, and they will clamp you. The only loss they've had was a weird one. They got out a little bit behind the 8 ball against Arizona State, and they're not built to come back. So that's the recipe. If Oregon can put them away early, go up 14, Texas Tech's not a team that's built to come back from down 2 touchdowns. But if Oregon lets this be a game, and it's not like they are expected to go blow them out, they're 2.5-point favorites. If Oregon lets this game get close late, that's where I think you're going to see a little bit of what happened in IU-OSU play out, where neither team can move the ball, and it's just going to come down to whoever makes that critical play.
Yep. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, we will preview the other 2 games when we come back. Indiana, Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia, all that coming up next. Chicago's College Tailgate.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we've got your college football playoff quarterfinals. New Year's Eve on ESPN Chicago, a college football triple-header filled with Big Ten powerhouses. We start at 10 a.m. with Iowa versus Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl, followed by Michigan and Texas in the Citrus Bowl. Then at 7:30, the playoff quarterfinals begin with the Cotton Bowl. Number 2 Ohio State versus 10th-ranked Miami. Plus another triple-header New Year's Day. The college football playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad. Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad. You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net. Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Every 40 seconds a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. 0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Previewing the college football playoff with you onto the quarterfinals here. Tyler Rocky and Shay Norling. And if you miss any of our picks, by the way, you can find it on the Pick a Side podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts, including on the ESPN Chicago app. Also on YouTube, youtube.com/@PickASideESPN. You can get all of our NFL college picks. We'll have a full college football playoff quarterfinal preview for you guys coming up later on this week. Probably do that, Monday or Tuesday? And then all of our NFL picks for Week 17 are out as well. We taped that yesterday, so that is available for your listening and viewing pleasure wherever you get your podcasts or watch your podcasts as well. All right, let's get into the Rose Bowl here. You've got number 1, Indiana, taking on number 9, Alabama. Indiana, a 6.5-point favorite. Now imagine talking to any single... Go ahead.
No, you finish it, because you're making a good point.
Imagine telling any Hoosier fan, even like 2 years ago, that you would be a 6.5-point favorite on Alabama.
I think imagine telling them 2 months ago that they would be a 6.5-point favorite on Alabama. Maybe more believable, but still, like, what Sig's done at that program is insane. They deserve the number 1 seed. They deserve to be ranked number 1 overall. They probably are the best team in the country after what they showed against Ohio State. And I am giving Alabama 0 shot in this game. No chance. I don't think Alabama's going to belong on a field with Indiana. And it goes back to what I saw Alabama-Oklahoma. I went back and watched that game a second time. I do not think Alabama played well. And it was a lot of kind of what we've seen all year, defensively, pretty soft, especially early. And Oklahoma's offense was horrendous. After the 17-0 lead, Mateer, the interception was awful. The pick six, it breathed life back into Bama. That just before halftime, 17-10 lead, chance to drive the field, put some points up, maybe end the game. You throw a pick six. You really start to dig into some of the stuff, and you see Bama didn't play well at all. They got outgained. They only had 12 first downs in the game. They were 2 of 12 on third down. They didn't win time of possession. They start so slow. You start doing stuff like that against IU, you're going to have problems. And it's not like this was some anomaly game for Bama. It's what they've looked like really since the calendar flipped to November. I don't see how they win this game.
And that's one of the interesting things, too, is if they get off to a slow start, if Alabama's off to a slow start, kind of like what we saw Illinois. Like Illinois went shot for shot right out of the gate with Indiana. But then you saw this Indiana defense step up, kind of stymie that Illinois offense. And from there, it was all Hoosiers. If Alabama trips up for just a second in this game, you give them an inch, Indiana's going to take a mile. And now you're going up against the Heisman winner, an elite rushing attack that Indiana has as well. That's something that Oklahoma did not have. Oklahoma did not have an elite rush game, did not have the Heisman winner at quarterback. Far from all of that, frankly. And now you've got an Indiana team that has elite run game, Heisman winning quarterback, a great passing game, just a really well-balanced offensive attack. Oh, and by the way, it goes along with an elite defensive unit as well that's going to get after the quarterback. And if you force Ty Simpson into a couple of early mistakes, or at least rattle him and make him uncomfortable early, it could be ball game over very early in Pasadena.
Yeah, and it just, look, I know people are a little concerned about the Indiana injuries. Omar Cooper's going to be fine. We've known that basically since the Big Ten title when he limped off the field. Not a serious injury. He's going to play. The bigger one is Stephen Daly up front, the D lineman. He leads team tackle for loss. He had 5.5 sacks on the season. But I think what people forget is he's already a next man up guy. Early in the year, Indiana played MSU. They lost Wyatt, one of their best defensive linemen, and Stephen Daly stepped in, and he's been excellent. And it's not like I don't know what horse Signetti has in the stable. He was asked this week, what are you going to do? And he wouldn't offer, he's not going to tell you who's replacing him. Credited his DC with the ability to coordinate a defense that's going to get pressure. But I also just think you lost neither of your leading sackers. You still got Elijah Hardy, still got Isaiah Jones. You got guys who will get after the quarterback. All season that's been the case. Their D-line has just stood up. So the Stephen Daly loss, does it hurt them maybe against Ohio State? Maybe. But at that point, you're in the national title game. Is anybody going to cry if that's the reason that you lose the national title game by a field goal? It sucks. It's a freak injury. He's walking around high-fiving his teammates on the sideline, and something happens in his leg where it ends his season. It sucks. But he was an example of next man up already at Indiana, and I just think there's a belief in this program and in Haynes, the DC. They're going to get guys who will step up and be productive.
I want to give you a bigger picture thought on this game, because I think there is a big picture implication of what this game means for the greater landscape of college football. I seriously think this is a passing of the torch type of game between Indiana and Alabama. And what I mean by that is this. This is going to be the SEC passing the torch to the Big Ten in terms of who is the powerhouse in college football and how we view college football in the NIL lens. Because if Indiana goes out there and dog walks Alabama, it's going to be a huge win for the academic institutions with the big-time donors that are going to infuse money into the programs of their respective alma maters. Those are the new powers in college football. The Indianas, the Michigans. I think you'll even see it to a degree with a Vanderbilt and stuff like that. But this is the new era of college football where money is king, and Indiana has a hell of a lot more of it than Alabama does. And you may see that play out on a football field in Pasadena.
Dude, all the Big Ten schools have more money. We've talked about this for a while now. And even Michigan State, you hold up as an example now because of the $400 million donation they got from Acrisure, where they're just pumping money into facilities, into NIL, into recruiting, and they have access to money that nobody else does. Alabama, think even Northwestern building their own stadium, and it's a beautiful state-of-the-art indoor kind of stadium. Alabama couldn't do that.
No.
Saban retired because he had to beg these people for money, and they couldn't get it to him. The SEC just doesn't have the financial backing that exists in the Big Ten. I think it's a great point by you. If we end up seeing another Indiana, Ohio State national title, it'll be the third consecutive year that a Big Ten team wins the national championship. And I do think it's a signal of Ohio State can pump $25 million into their roster any given year. They're going to buy the best roster in the sport. Whether it's through recruiting or whether it's through the portal, they will buy the best roster they can. Michigan's going to they're going to bribe a kid to play quarterback. Like, think about that. A kid who was committed to an SEC school, and Michigan just went bar for bar with them. Like, oh, they're offering you 7, we're offering you 8. Oh, they're offering you 10, here's 13. No other conference can compete with the money that the Big Ten can throw at these kids. So as long as we continue to exist in this Wild West of pay for play, the Big Ten is going to be the better conference.
Yeah, and it's going to be the almighty dollar is going to wipe out decades upon decades of history.
Yep.
You can show me all of your Heisman trophies and national championship rings in your SEC display case, but can you write a bigger check than Michigan or Michigan State or Ohio State? And I'll tell you what, the next 2 programs that I think are coming up the pike are Wisconsin and Illinois, because those are programs that have money.
Yep.
And they are going to start to flex that money sooner rather than later.
And even Wisconsin, like, I know people got on them about not firing Luke Fickell. They probably should have, but in the same release where they weren't firing him, they made it clear we're giving him all the money in the world.
Yeah. Right. And they have these mega and Illinois too. I'm telling you, like, we're starting to see it in basketball, and I think football's next. They've taken a step football-wise the last couple of seasons, and I feel like next year is that year where, all right, we're really going to pump a lot of money in here, and you can all of a sudden become a powerhouse and become a playoff team. Like, I think that's next for them. They got, a $500 million donation. Yep. It's one of the single biggest donations in college athletics history. So that could be next for Illinois. Let's go to the last game on the slate here. We've got the Sugar Bowl. 6 seed Ole Miss taking on the 3 seed Georgia here. Georgia had the time off. We saw Ole Miss and what they did to dismantle Tulane. And I got to say, I was pretty thoroughly impressed by Ole Miss, because I thought that was going to be a closer game. And maybe if it wasn't a closer game, I thought it would at least be Ole Miss's defense struggling and taking a step back. When their defensive coordinator, Pete Golding, gets elevated to head coach, he has to spread his time across the entire roster as opposed to just single-handedly focusing on the defense. And they looked every bit as good as the Ole Miss defense did during the regular season against Tulane.
Dude, they trucked Tulane. And you and I were talking about that's a spot. It was not promised to me that Ole Miss was going to blow them out because the lack of focus potentially that could have seeped in. Maybe all these guys are planning their way to get to Baton Rouge next year. A lot of the players, certainly a lot of the coaches. But they showed up and played ball. And the last time Ole Miss and Georgia played, I mean, it came down to the wire, where Ole Miss had the lead in the fourth quarter, and then Georgia, Kirby Smart turned the water off. But that's not the kind of game Georgia wants to get into here. You don't want to play with your food and have to survive a fourth quarter where it takes holding Ole Miss to 1 yard for the first 12 minutes of the fourth quarter, whatever it was.
Ole Miss scored touchdowns on their first 5 possessions in that game.
And again, I still wonder what it's like because it's Lane's offense, but it's not Lane calling it. Does the sequencing change? You probably have a significant mismatch now going Kirby Smart against Pete Golding. But Ole Miss showed me enough that I'm not writing them off anymore. I can't.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a blowout type of game. I can't say that anymore. I still think Georgia wins the game probably by somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 10 points.
But isn't it also, for all we talk about Alabama looking sloppy since the calendar flipped to November, Georgia's offense has looked like garbage for the last 3-4 weeks of the regular season.
Aside from the SEC title, but yeah.
Yeah, but even then, we talk about Alabama's defense being horrific, and it was. Bama's defense was no good against Oklahoma. Just Oklahoma made critical mistakes when they couldn't. Leave 2 field goals short. I don't know how. You dealt with the horrible pick 6 by Mateer. One of the worst throws I've ever seen. Like, Georgia took advantage of a Bama defense.
But it's not like Ole Miss is some defensive juggernaut either.
I'm not saying that either, but I do think Ole Miss is more capable of going toe-to-toe offensively.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. As long as it looks like what we saw against Tulane. And I'm not saying they're going to go out and put up 40-something points on Georgia because I don't think that's the case. But if you can get me...
They did.
They did.
Last time they played, they did.
But that was with Lane, and I believe that game was also at the Grove, too.
Yeah, it was.
If they go out there and can find their way to 28 points, I think they have a chance in this game. And there's a good chance that they can find their way to 28 points. But if For whatever reason, last week was an emotional spot, anomaly type of game. We're trying to stick it to Lane, and we know we can do it against Tulane a lot better than we can do it against Georgia. That's where this could get ugly. I don't think it gets ugly to that point. I think this is like probably a one-possession game late in the game, but I still think Georgia does enough to come away victorious.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. That game and Oregon-Texas Tech are the two I'm most excited to watch.
Absolutely. 100% with you there. All right, when we come back, we will dive into Bears and Niners. There's a lot at stake. It could be for the 1 seed. That's next.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dionne Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dionne.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Chicagoland, are you ready to get your home holiday ready? Steinhoffels has you covered. Right now, save at least 10% store-wide or get 36 months of 0% financing on purchases of $19.99 or more. From cozy living rooms to dining spaces made for holiday gatherings, Steinhoffels is everything to make your home merry and bright, including all the top mattress brands for your best night's sleep. So shop now, save big, and celebrate comfort at Steinhoffels, a proud partner of the Chicago Bears.
Finish the year with your dream kitchen with help from Menards. Transform everyday spaces into gathering places with custom craft countertops from Menards. Countertops are the center of the home, and we offer stylish options with durability that will last for years to come. Check out our kitchen showrooms in-store or visit Menards.com and get a free design estimate today. Plus, view our weekly flyer for many other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Bears-Niners as a part of the NFL slate tomorrow night, Sunday Night Football. Bears' first appearance on Sunday Night Football this season. I remember seeing that at the beginning of the year and thinking, usually they want to get a Bears Sunday night game on early in the year in case they suck at the end of the year. because they want the Chicago market at some point when there's still Bears intrigue. But NBC bet on itself, and they've got themselves one of the best games on the entire slate this weekend with Bears-Niners out in Santa Clara this weekend. And I'll tell you this, Shay, I think that these two teams are playing for the 1 seed on Sunday night. Neither of them occupy the spot currently, but if the Bears win, I do think we see Seattle lose at least one game the rest of the way, whether it's this week or whether it's next week against San Francisco. It's just a really tough schedule to close the year. But I think that from the Niners standpoint, and the Niners control their own destiny for the 1 seed because they play Seattle to close out the year. I think this game is for the 1 seed tomorrow night on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, of course it is. And if you lose, you have absolutely no path to the 1 seed because then it will set up San Francisco, Seattle playing for the division. And assuming Seattle wins, in all likelihood, San Francisco, Seattle's for the 1 seed. And even if Seattle loses and San Francisco wins, or even if they both, like, you get the point. No matter what happens, if the Bears lose tomorrow night, San Francisco, Seattle is going to be for the 1 seed. It'll either be the Rams or the Niners or the Niners or the Seahawks. It wouldn't be the Bears. So that's the fascinating part to me is winning tomorrow could make it so you kind of control your destiny in terms of getting a bye week and locking up the 1 seed, playing all your games at home. And I do think the Bears are going to have a shot. I'm not afraid of the Niners the way, like early in the week we did a show and we had callers saying, I think the Niners are the one team they just can't beat. Dude, I don't feel that way. The Niners do not get pressure against opposing quarterbacks. Defensively, they're really bad. And a lot of that's injury related, but you can't overcome losing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner in the same season.
Yeah, 2 All-Pros.
They don't get sacks. They don't get tackles for loss. They don't stop the run. All you do is run the ball. So I think there's a lot of points in this game, and it might be a who has the ball last situation. But, yeah, it's absolutely for top dog in the NFC.
And we may go into this game, by the way, knowing if the Bears are NFC North champions, too.
Yep.
Because
we'll find that out tonight.
We've got someone's winning a division tonight. Either the Bears or the Steelers are winning a division tonight because the Packers take on the Ravens up at Lambeau later on tonight. We also have the Chargers taking on the Texans today in a game that I think is going to be a really good game. Certainly some stakes tied to that game from a seeding standpoint, too. So that's going to be...
Is everybody excited to watch Malik Willis and Snoop Huntley battle for actual stakes?
I'm so excited. I'm going to the game.
Oh, my God.
I'm going up to Lambeau tonight.
So you're going to watch backup quarterbacks play for keeping their division hopes alive.
Yep, I am. And to be honest, it's kind of like perfect because I want to see Lambeau without like the Bears, my Bears influence on it. I want to see Lambeau in like a completely neutral game. And you got to think about like all the great quarterbacks that have walked through Lambeau over the course of the years, right? Like Bart Starr into Favre into Rodgers, and it looks like Love's off to a pretty promising start to his career. My second ever Lambeau game will be Malik Willis.
Has there been a worse quarterback matchup with more at stake?
Nothing was at stake on Christmas because that would have certainly given it a run for its money. Yeah. I will say this, though. These are probably like quarterbacks 33 and 34 in the NFL.
Sure.
And frankly, they're probably better than some of the quarterbacks that we see start in the NFL, too, on a week-to-week basis. But, yeah, I mean, from a stakes perspective, off the top of my head, I can't think of one, but it is interesting.
It's just funny we get dueling backups in games where both teams need to win divisions.
Yes. Yeah, well, especially in the case of the Ravens, you need it to make the playoffs. Like, at least Green Bay's already in. A loss doesn't kill them. But from a Ravens standpoint, this is your season on the line, and Lamar is not available for you to play.
Unavailable playing PlayStation.
Call of Duty, yeah. He's shaking the Kyler Murray allegations.
Dude, the Lamar stories this week are nuts.
Well, and like people are starting to talk about it a little more. Like it's the seasonal flu that Lamar gets every single year around this time. There's like a couple games and practices that he misses because of illness. It's just you see it with him every single year. So, but yeah, Packers and Ravens later on tonight up at Lambeau. We may wake up tomorrow. Or, I mean, we'll know later tonight whether or not the Bears are NFC North champions. So they could get their hats and shirts without playing the game. They could be handed them as they walk through the tunnel into Levi Stadium.
There's no chance. If the Packers lose, there's no chance Ben Johnson lets them put their hands on NFC North championship gear until after they win the Niner game.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I will not be held as some celebratory moment or some distraction because, like, everything Ben Johnson says is clearly we are gunning for the 1 seed.
Yeah.
We know we need this. We're going for it. Remember, this is a team that had a Week 5 bye.
Yeah.
Like the advantage
that's a good point.
The advantage of getting a bye week is massive for a team that's going to play 12 straight weeks of football. You don't want to play 13, 14, 15 straight weeks. You want to earn this week off. So even if the Packers lose tonight and you clinch the NFC North, I don't think that'll be some, foot's off the pedal now.
Well,
like it's pedal to the metal no matter what.
Especially because the team that you face to close out the year that could be for the 1 seed is the team that pasted you and hung a 50 burger on you, absolutely embarrassed you. And now you're going to get a compromised version of that Lions team too. You've got a chance to just get your lick in on Detroit to close out the season because Detroit's got nothing to play for. They were eliminated on Christmas Day. And you've got a chance to get your revenge and potentially get a 1 seed out of it. The other part of the home field advantage stuff, too, for the Bears, they have not lost a home game since the opener. You have to go all the way back to September 8th. We're talking about 3.5 months. And by the time you would play your playoff game, potentially 4 months without having a home loss. That's what you could be looking at. And if you have that advantage riding with you all the way through the playoffs, you feel pretty good about it. You feel pretty good about Stafford maybe going outdoors as opposed to playing him at SoFi. You feel pretty good about Sam Darnold having to step outside and maybe can't get everything underneath his throws. You feel a lot better about all of this heading into the playoffs. And you feel a lot better about some of the potential matchups you could get as the 1 seed as opposed to if you were a 2.
Well, it's all the teams that would scare you the most, I think. The NFC West teams, because you already punked Philly. And, obviously, the Bears could lose any game in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. But in terms of who you actually would fear, Seattle, San Francisco, L.A., and I think you put them in your building, you fear them so much less. Take Brock Purdy out of Santa Clara. Nice weather. Put him out in the cold. You take Stafford out of the comforts of SoFi and you put him out in the cold. You take Sam Darnold away from Seattle where, it's outdoors and the weather's not always great, but it ain't 0 degrees in January, and you put him outside at Soldier Field. I do think that works to the Bears' advantage.
Absolutely.
It's the importance of winning tomorrow night.
And that's one of the things why I would not want to see the Packers again, because I think that's a team that's sort of built for this. I get that the run game hasn't been great for them, but Josh Jacobs is a bruising back. That's not a guy I want to see in January when it's cold out like that. The same can be said about the Bears' run game. I would 100% agree with that. But there's just some of these guys you don't want to see when the calendar turns. And in the case of the Packers, that would be seeing a team 3 times in a month. Do you truly want to see that? Even if you feel like you're the better team, the familiarity, they can take away some of the advantages you think that they have and vice versa. You can take away some of theirs too. It's a team I would not want to see 3 times in a month. And I would say the same thing if I was on the other side of this as a Packers fan. I wouldn't want to see the Bears 3 times in a month. I think both teams are suited off not seeing this other team this many times in this short of order.
Yeah, you want to stave that off as long as you can. If you have to see the Pack, I prefer it to be in the NFC title game because I don't want to play them again that quickly. And I know people, we beat them last time. Dude, the reality is they didn't have Micah Parsons, and they bottled up your run game, and they suffocated the pass game. And they did it without Micah in your house. And I know that the result was what it was, but it was a field goal, an onside kick recovery, and then a touchdown on 4th down to a 55th man on the roster. That's not the way you want to live. And beating a team, playing a team 3 times is difficult. Beating them twice in the span of 3.5 weeks, it's not what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So winning,
it's not even that I'm afraid of them, because I'm not.
No.
I'm not afraid of the Packers. It's just I would rather see someone different who you can kind of blindside by this Ben Johnson rush attack.
There is really nobody in the NFC that I'm afraid of, with the exception of the Rams. I think the Rams are the only team I would really fear because I don't think they have weaknesses. Seattle's defense is great, but you can turn Darnold over. Mm-hmm. And the last 6
You can turn
weeks,
Darnold over, But JSN can also burn this defense, too.
Sure, but the last 6 weeks, all Darnold does is turn the ball over. And as miraculous as the Bears' win against the Packers was, Seattle's win against the Rams was just as miraculous. So you just look at it and go, the Rams put 500 yards on the number 2 defense in football in their house.
Yeah.
What are they going to do to you? You know what I mean? That's the one team that I'm like, I don't want to play them at all if I can help it.
And a hell of a defense to back it up as well. All right, when we come back, we will preview the rest of the NFL slate for the weekend. This is Chicago's College Tailgate.
Shay and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app. Just in time for the holidays, Chevy Red Tag is out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on all Chevy Silverado 1500 models. It doesn't get any lower than 0. Go to Chevy Drive Chicago for details, and together, let's drive.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shay and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Aiden O'Connor for producing today's show. Peggy and Dionne coming up at 11 o'clock for you. We'll go quick hitting thoughts, Shay, through this entire Week 17 slate. But first, I know you wanted to say a piece on the Netflix showcase on Christmas Day.
Can we just never do that again?
First of all, the graphics looked like they were straight out of an offshoot Madden game. It wasn't even the legit Madden. It was remember when there was a secondary NBA game or a secondary MLB game? If there was a secondary NFL, it looked like it was out of NFL 2K4.
Dude, it's bad enough you take the games and you put them exclusively on a streamer. The broadcasts were a total joke. Just a complete joke. If you're going to put the game on a streamer, at least let me watch the effing game. I don't need Emmitt Smith taking up 3/4 of my screen during Cowboys Commanders.
Barry Sanders.
I do not need Barry Sanders on a phone talking over Penei Sewell on the field holding his leg after an injury. Like, it's nonsense. If you're going to take the games, let people watch the games. I do not understand why anybody at any level thinks that people want guests on their game broadcasts. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants Emmitt Smith from his living room on a laptop. Nobody wants Barry Sanders calling in on his phone. Nobody wants it. We want to watch football. That's it.
Yeah, save that stuff for halftime. Save it for halftime or pregame, something like that. All right.
But at least we got Snoop Dogg doing a bunch of songs at halftime. Like, what the hell was it? It was a total joke. It's such a bad product. And it's bad enough, like, you sell them the exclusive rights and lock people in to watching Netflix on their TVs all day on Christmas so they can watch the NFL, and there is no other place to consume it. But the idea that you're sidelining the actual game so that you can do a phoner with Barry Sanders. Get out of my face, dude. Nobody wants that.
All right, we got 3 minutes here till the end of the show. We're going to go quick hitting thoughts on all the games that we have not discussed so far in the NFL. We'll start at 3:30, Texans and Chargers here. I'm super stoked for this game. This is one of the marquee games of the weekend, and I think this Texans defense gets after Justin Herbert a little bit. I like the Texans as an underdog.
I love the Texans here, man. It's the same thing we talked about when the Texans went to Arrowhead. And the Chiefs were down 3 of their 5 starting offensive linemen, both their tackles. The Chargers were down what? Both their tackles. You going against that pass rush? Herbert has a tendency in big games to throw the ball to the other team. Derrick Stingley's hunting him down. Yeah, I like the Texans a lot today.
All right, Ravens-Packers, we've already discussed. Cardinals and Bengals, blah.
Yeah, gross. Just gross. Who knows if it's happy Joe Burrow or sad Joe Burrow?
Yeah, Steelers and Browns. This is interesting for a 9-6 team against a 3-12 team. But you got Myles Garrett going for the sack record in front of T.J. Watt, the man who owns the sack record, and the Steelers with a chance to win the division. And may already have it wrapped up by the time they kick off.
All I'll say is if Baltimore wins tonight, there is no way the NFL is allowing the Steelers to win this game. They will want to table set Steelers-Ravens for the NFC. Or the AFC North. That's what the league will want. Script writers will be out, and they will take care of business. And I don't know that Pittsburgh wins the game anyway. It's just this is a classic Tomlin spot. You go on the road against a good defense like this. Rodgers, he's had a couple good games, granted against the dead body of the Lions defense. Now you face a real defense and Myles Garrett bearing down on you. I kind of like the Browns.
Saints and Titans. Don't look now, but maybe Tyler Shuck is the best rookie quarterback in this class.
Gross. Just gross. I don't even want to talk about it. Gross.
Jaguars and Colts. Can the Jaguars keep momentum rolling? But teams out of playing at Mile High Stadium are 1-6 straight up. The Jaguars now go on the road as a 5.5-point favorite against the Colts and Old Man Rivers.
I like the Jags, but I think this is a bit of a sell high spot if you got to bet the game. You're coming off Mile High. You played at altitude. Teams have done a terrible job after that. They've been terrible after playing the Broncos, period, all year. Now you go on the road to Indy. And Uncle Phil, they haven't won the games, but he's looked okay. I kind of like the Colts.
Bucks and Dolphins. Bucks fighting for their playoff lives here.
Yeah, also gross. We'll see if Grizzard actually uses Ibuka or if it was all just posturing early in the week, saying he wants to get him evolved early. Obviously, the Bucs got to get their offense going. Miami laid down and died on the other side of the field against the Bengals last week, so if that happens again, could be a really good week for the Bucs.
Patriots and Jets.
Gross.
I love the Patriots, but a 2-touchdown favorite on the road is not something that I get involved with.
Just gross.
Seahawks and Panthers. This is an interesting game. Seahawks going cross-country, albeit off of long rest, and the Panthers also have a chance to seal up the division this week.
Too many people love the Panthers, and again, table setting by the NFL. They want Panthers-Bucks Sunday night, or Sunday next week, or Saturday night, or whenever they place it. They want it to be for the division.
Giants-Raiders, I'm just going to skip over that one. Eagles and Bills. This is good stuff here.
Probably the game of the week, objectively, on a national level. Bills-Eagles, 2 Super Bowl contenders, at least maybe Super Bowl pretenders, but people want to say they're Super Bowl contenders. 1.5 point spread, pretty evenly matched. You get Josh Allen at home. I know we're going head up. I like the Bills. You like the Eagles.
Yeah. And then last one here, Rams and Falcons on Monday Night Football. Rams 7.5 point favorites going across the country here.
Yeah, I think the Rams throw them in a dumpster. I do. The Falcons are no good, and the Rams have just punished teams. Look, they should have won at Seattle.
Yeah.
And now they're on extra long rest. You go Thursday to Monday. I think that negates a lot of the travel issues. Rams are just way better.
All right. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Aiden O'Connor for producing. Thanks to Yingling for bringing you Chicago's College Tailgate every single Saturday here on ESPN Chicago. Peggy and Dionne coming up next in 2 minutes.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting ways you can boost your bets all weekend long. Amplify your winnings with special boosts. Build a same-game parlay. Enjoy live betting. And more. If you're a fan of pro or college football, you can take advantage of special promos like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. Plus, keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account all throughout the season. Ready to give your weekend a boost? Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today for BetMGM and make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I Drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
The holidays are here, and so is the best deal of the season. Get a Sound Gig Wi-Fi for just $40 a month forever. No, seriously, $40. Your price forever. No hikes, no hidden fees. Just super fast Wi-Fi that keeps up with everything you stream, shop, and share this season. And right now, you'll even get a $200 gift card. It's our biggest holiday deal, and it won't last long. Lock in your forever price today at astound.com. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
I take care of the kids, and I take care of my dad. I take care of things at work. The groceries, the cleanups, the meltdowns, the doctor's visits, the family events, mealtimes, bedtimes. I take care of all the things everyone else needs. But I haven't made time to take care of what I need.
Family caregivers are often overloaded. It can feel overwhelming and exhausting. It's no surprise that millions of caregivers experience symptoms of anxiety and depression every year. But help is available, because there may only be one you, but you don't have to do it alone. Head to mentalhealthcareworks.org. That's mentalhealthcareworks.org to learn how to get the support you deserve, because mental health care works when you make the call. If you're experiencing a mental health crisis or thoughts of suicide, dial 988, a message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
Well, good morning.
One thing we did not get was headphones.
We did not.
Well,
Merry
there's
Christmas
always next year.
There's always next year.
Merry Christmas to us.
I just said this out loud, so I'm giving these headphones one more chance to cooperate with me, and then if they don't, they're going right in this trash can. And
do you know what's crazy though? Are those the ones that you bought? Yes, those are the ones you gave us for Christmas 2 years ago.
Hang on, we might have service. I mean, it doesn't sound great, but that doesn't say a lot about my gift giving. Welcome to Peggy and Dionne. on this last Saturday of 2025.
Oh,
our
my
New
Lord.
Year's our New Year's spectacular.
That's right. It's our New Year's Eve celebration.
Not quite Eve. Eve.
Countdown. It's our countdown.
Yeah, that's it. Our countdown
It's
to
our
the New Year. Our
countdown.
New Year's countdown show. Look at, we just worked that out in real time. How was Christmas?
Oh, it was. I posted a picture of my family, and this was the first time all of my living siblings were together.
That is so special.
I can't tell you how many years it's been. I honestly don't know how many years it's been since everybody was together. So it was really nice that the 9 of us were together. And then we took a picture of our kids, so the nieces and nephews, and only 2 of the 18 were missing.
Wow.
And that was my son, Jason. He had to work in Kansas. And my nephew, Ben, who's in the Army and lives in Savannah. So 16 of the 18. And then we took a third picture with their spouses and their kids, so the great-grandchildren. We had 62 people.
That's awesome. That is my kind of celebration. I love it.
It was crazy. It was really fun.
That's so fun. That reminds me so much of my Miller family that I don't get to experience a lot of holidays with. Now, they do Miller Christmas on a earlier Sunday in December. Well, every Sunday in December, I'm working.
Yes.
So I can't really go to those exciting experiences. It's been a long time. We've been there. I think the last time we went, Noah, was maybe 3.
No,
so it's been
I
a
thought
long
you went.
time.
Was that Thanksgiving that you went
We go,
to?
4th of July is our big Miller Fest
Oh,
every other
okay,
year.
yeah.
So that's what we're doing this year. So missed that out. So when I saw your pictures, that's instantly what it reminded me of. It's like big family gatherings, and that is really fun. We had a very quiet Christmas at home, which was awesome. It is my favorite day of the year. There is no, as soon as we were done, I was like in the kitchen bustling, putting brunch together, and I was like, I want to do it again.
Oh
Let's
my
do it again.
gosh.
It brings
you were
me
so stressed
so
out,
much
though.
joy. I know I was, but here's what I'm learning as I'm getting older, Peggy. I am taking notes from every holiday since the 4th of July, how it went,
yes,
what I want to change for next year,
Yes.
because A, I can't remember, and 2, I know that in the moment, I'm like, oh, if we did it this way, it would be better. So I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
I mean, it shouldn't have taken me this many decades into my life to do this. But I mean, writing down how many Christmas cards I was short that now turned into New Year's cards, how many, like what happened on Halloween and what we dressed up as and what we wish we would have done.
You
more
write
organized.
down what you dressed up as?
Well, yeah, because I'm like trying. Well, I didn't, but I'm like what the kids did. So I'm just kind of trying to remember.
Just do a file folder in your photos.
That would make sense. But I'm like taking notes in my notes app. Like this is my system right now. We're just
That's
going to go with it.
good.
But and then I immediately thought of Christmas gifts for next year.
Oh gosh.
For at least 7 people.
Okay, so you helped me. I remember I told you that I was reading in the New York Times, one of the columnists wrote my to don't list.
Ooh.
And
yes.
it was, I will not overbuy gifts. I will not run out last minute because I think I should get one more thing for this person who I already got something for. I will not make more appetizers than we will eat, things like that. And I thought, that would take so much of the stress away. So I tried to do less, and I did. Like I just stopped on the gifts. I was like, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm done. That's it for the gifts. I stopped on the gifts. And you helped me tremendously because I was late on my Christmas cards. And when I asked you how you do your labels, you gave me that website. What is it called?
Yeah, Avery Labels. Yeah.
Avery Labels. Okay. I cannot tell you what a godsend that was.
That's awesome.
Because I have my list on the computer, but we would write out the cards every
bless
year.
you.
And we have like 145 cards between the families and businesses and stuff. So I sat down and with 10 days before Christmas, I was able to take my list because the address is on the list and download the free template that Avery gives you.
Yep. For that label that you're
for
printing.
that label.
Yes.
And transfer all of those addresses.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Okay.
And I did, and here's what I did this year. This year I was very excited because I found another box of labels, but they were different than the one that I had formatted. You can easily switch from one format label to another. Like you just apply and it will change. Like it will move all those addresses to the new template and tell you how many more pages you need because the number changed or whatever. I mean, I do my return labels that way. I guess a free ad. If they'd like to sponsor Peggy and Dionne, give us a call at 312-332.
Okay, I did actually have family ask me at Christmas, do you have any merch?
Oh.
No.
Can that be one of our New Year's resolutions?
They're like, oh, I have some friends that would really like, and I'm like, car magnet?
I know, that's literally it.
Got a car magnet for you. They're like, you don't have merch? I'm like,
wouldn't a cute hoodie be fun?
We have the cutest that picture that one listener designed for us.
Yes, that was very cute.
And Danny never got back to us, so I just took it as a no. But yeah, so that there was something else with Christmas that I was thinking of you. Okay, you are such an overachiever.
Oh gosh.
I know how stressed out you were, and you were still buying last-minute gifts for your kids.
Yes, I was at Old Orchard on the 23rd.
And, yes, on the 23rd. And you put together a video that you posted of your family Christmas. I'm like...
On Christmas Day, I know. And
like, no, to me, that would stress me out.
Once I had cleaned up, I even took a nap. Here's another thing. I'm going to admit this right now. So the flu has come through our home, okay? My husband started feeling it probably Tuesday, pushed through Christmas Eve.
Yuck.
But on Christmas Day, him and I handle sickness differently.
Like most men and women. I can't
even get it out without laughing.
Like most men and women.
If you ask him how he's feeling, he might as well give his last will and testament because this cold is going to take him down. His cough shakes the whole house. And I looked at him this morning and I was like, you're going to have to stop that. We all know you don't feel good. Like, it's okay. I was so mad. Because I also am feeling slightly run down and you can hear it. I started sneezing a lot at work last night. Oh my gosh, Peg, I sat down in the makeup chair at the Mighty Seven and I closed my eyes for her to do my makeup and I fell asleep.
Oh, yeah.
Like that fast.
That's okay.
Anyway, I took a little nap after the 6 o'clock. I feel much better. Went outside for a run today because I feel like, okay, let's clean my sinuses out. Let's try to sweat it out, whatever. I mean, we're so different as we're dealing with it. But I took a little nap on Christmas Day, cleaned everything up, made cinnamon rolls from scratch, finally nailed the recipe.
Why?
Because I love it. Everyone was so excited. They're like, Mom, these are delicious. Make these again. That's never happened in my 15 years of being a mom. And then I was just sitting around. We ended up starting The Sound of Music. We played some games. It was just the four of us. We had a great time.
Oh my gosh.
It was wonderful. It was a great day. And then I just made that little reel. It was
awesome. And I wanted to know what the gift was that your daughter went so crazy over.
You want to know what it was?
Yeah, which one was it?
Okay.
Not the pajama pants.
No, Sol de Janeiro. You know, the sprays from, it's a brand that they have them at Sephora. There's they're like all different scents or whatever. They did a limited edition number 6-7.
Oh my gosh.
And that's what my sister bought her. And that was maybe the happiest that she was. Also, we got her big gift was she got an electric scooter. Just like a small one.
Yep.
I think she thinks she's driving.
Oh,
she's so
independent.
She puts her little purse on and her helmet and she's zipping down the street no faster than 15 miles an hour. And thinks she's the coolest. It's adorable.
So funny.
It's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. So that was our great day.
Did you cry at Christmas service?
Oh my gosh. When did I text you?
You texted me. I started laughing.
We stood up to sing. Our first song was O Come, O Come, Emmanuel. And I have to, because I immediately thought of you as soon as and I love that song. I love that song. We couldn't get through the first 2 words, and all of a sudden I felt the tears coming.
Yes.
I was like, here we go.
Yes.
And by the time we got to Silent Night, it was
I know.
It was all done.
I know. I cried when I saw the halftime show Sunday night. Snoop's.
I missed that completely.
Okay. Andrea Bocelli and Matteo, his son. This is not going to come as a surprise to anyone that knows me. I love Andrea Bocelli. I love classical music. My heart dropped, and I do really like Snoop Dogg.
Yeah,
so
do I.
my heart dropped when I said, you got to be kidding me.
I missed it completely.
Okay, we're going to play for you a little bit. Here's a little bit of Snoop Dogg
Awesome.
doing the halftime show. I mean, seriously.
That is awesome. I have to go find that.
So good.
That is so good.
It was so good.
That gave me chills, like goosebumps.
And I was going to post something on social media, and I was like, no, let's just enjoy the show here. It was Andrea Bocelli, his son Matteo, the K-pop Demon Hunters, the K-pop group.
Of course.
Lainey Wilson, she came out. Martha Stewart opened it with
naturally.
reading a story. It was so good. It was not what I was expecting with Snoop Dogg. It really hit like all
of it?
genres.
All right, I'm going to have to put this in my must-watch on YouTube so that I can see it.
We're going to play a little bit when we come back so that you can enjoy a little bit. We have a little bit of Andrea Bocelli singing White Christmas with his son, and we also have Lainey Wilson singing Santa Claus is Coming to Town. So it was super cool.
Awesome.
We need to take a break, but when we come back, we have an update. We have an update from our last show. We had DJ Moore's wife on.
We did.
And before we hung up with her, her last words were, don't forget to get your cheese grater hat.
Yes.
For the playoffs.
Yep.
And we said, oh, where did you get those from? And she said, foamhat.com. Wait until you hear the latest from foamhat.com. You are going to want to do what I did and pay for express shipping so that I have my foam grater hat in time for the postseason.
That's amazing.
We'll explain that to you when we come back.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap-carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium.
Kickoff tomorrow night at 7:20.
We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners, a primetime collision in California.
Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago.
The home of the Bears.
It's the season of performance at Advantage Acura of Naperville. Look, you guys know I was on the hunt for a new car. I wanted something special, luxurious, and practical. So I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they helped me find the perfect ride. The process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in my brand new Acura MDX that is sleek, high-tech, and so much fun to drive. As the holidays roll around, it's the perfect time for you to find your dream car, too. The team there went above and beyond for me, but that's not just for me. They want to do that for you. So if you're in the market for a new car, visit Advantage Acura of Naperville. Tell them Peggy and Dionne sent you, and enjoy the season of performance.
Let Triton College help you spring into success. Choose from 120-degree and certificate programs. Triton has convenient classes close to home, affordable tuition, and credits transferable to four-year schools. At Triton, you'll learn from award-winning faculty with real-world experience, giving you a quality education that opens doors to your future. Affordable, quality, close to home, that's Triton College. Register now and spring into success. Visit triton.edu/spring.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Saving money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices, ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit Menards and save big money on appliances today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to.
I love this so much. This is so beautiful. Turn it up. That's awesome. This is part of, how did I miss this? What was I doing? Not paying attention, apparently.
Bocelli. This is Andrea Bocelli and his son Matteo.
Oh, that's
and his
awesome.
son's handsome young man.
Of course.
You know, it was so beautiful. I thought that Snoop Dogg did a phenomenal job, his production company. And then he posted right after the show, can't even stick around for the rest of the game. Got to head to the next event, the Snoop Dogg Bowl or something. He has a bowl.
The Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he was talking about. He was like, headed to Arizona. Thanks
Arizona
everyone
Bowl.
for
I
being
had
so
no
good to
idea.
me. Yeah, it was so cool.
I have a confession to make.
Uh-oh.
I did not know who Andre is that his name?
Andreas.
I didn't know. And at the time, when someone pointed it out, he's blind.
Yes.
I didn't know that. But they had zoomed in on his son. It was a solo shot of his son. And, of course, I'm standing there. I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy's not blind. And everyone starts laughing, and then they zoom out, and it's pretty evident that one guy.
Andrea Bocelli.
Yeah.
Embarrassing moment.
It's if you Google him and some of his holiday concerts, it is so wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that is my favorite type of music to listen to.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it was so beautiful. So before we celebrated our holiday, we filled in for Carmen and Yurko.
We did.
And was that on Tuesday or Wednesday?
It was Tuesday. It was Tuesday.
Tuesday. Because Wednesday we had
Christmas Eve.
And we were gonna. We knew we were gonna be way too busy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And DJ Moore's wife was on, Ray, and we were talking about all of the WAGs and how the wives and girlfriends of the Bears players are so on social media. First of all, I was watching last night some more of Simone Biles. And apparently her husband on the Bears has a clothing line out now because
no way.
She in one of her social media posts was talking about, I've got, I'm sporting my husband's new line of clothing. You can get it on his Instagram.
What is it called?
It's probably just under his name, right? Don't you think?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's do some
Mr. Biles.
That actually would be very creative.
Wouldn't it?
That would
right?
be really creative.
But she cut off the hood and she cut off the collar and she made it like a cutoff tee. And then she goes, I glammed it up. I added sparkles too. So she actually added.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
Okay.
She added to it. But the last 2 videos that they posted was on a private jet going to the Bears games.
Really?
Yes. So Simone
right then.
has a private jet, or maybe she has shares in a private jet service. And she invites maybe 12 of the WAGs to join them. Because the last 2, she said, last time I flew on this, I flew by myself, and I'm not going to lie, I was crying because we were caught in a storm, and the plane was really, really bad. And she said, I was crying, and I was by myself. And that was like just a very kind of, sidebar to the rest of the video. And then she's like, and here we are now. The rest of the girls were headed to Cleveland, and then now we're headed to Minnesota. And I was just like, okay, these girls, it is a party.
It's a party.
They are popping the tequila, the champagne. You've got
How
to
do we
check
get
out
that invite?
their social media and see. So when Ray Moore suggested that we go to foampartyhats.com, I did.
Yes.
And emailed the CEO and founder, Manuel, and said, can I get 2? I'll pay whatever it costs for expedited shipping. The response came back. It is a month wait.
It's a month wait.
He said they went from selling, I think he said like 300 total to 3,000 after the first game against the Packers. And I believe it's over 6,000 now. So you could pay for. So he sent me an invoice, and I paid for expedited shipping.
If you go to their website and you click on bestsellers, the Greater Head hat is the #1 bestseller.
Oh my gosh!
It's the first item on the list.
Where do you see bestsellers?
When I went to shop hats, and then it said bestsellers,
got it.
and then the first one on the list is the Cheese Grater Head. Only 6 reviews. I would expect more reviews.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
It is funny.
They have a lot, like whatever you're looking for in foam hats, they have for your college, your Halloween costume.
Oh my gosh. Someone wrote in the reviews, perfect gift for any Bears fan. I'm using this Greater Head hat as part of my white elephant gift on December 20th when my division-leading Bears face the Packers again. Time to grate some cheesehead. I'm pairing it with a good, better, best Ben Johnson t-shirt. That is an outstanding gift.
Yes. That is really good. I gave my nephew the Ben Johnson t-shirt with his shirt off.
Yeah.
And my nephew screamed when he opened it. He's in college. He's like, I love this.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Took off the shirt that he was wearing and put that shirt on.
That is awesome.
As opposed to when I brought one to my white elephant with my girlfriends, and the one that opened it was like, oh, yeah, okay. I think it just didn't mean anything to her.
Didn't like register the same way.
And no one in the room said anything. And I said, if you don't want it, I will gladly
take it back. Yeah, no kidding.
And she gave it back to me. I said, thank you.
All right.
I will absolutely take it back.
That is so
funny. I think I bought 8 of them this year.
Wow, did you?
Yes. So
I'm kicking myself. That's on the list to preemptively buy more of that. You know what struck me is that ABC and ESPN did a promo for the playoffs that are going to be on their air, both channels during the next couple of weeks. And in the promo was Ben without his shirt on. Which I thought, how far we've come.
Yes.
How far we have
come. The networks, the same
thing. If you
thing,
would have told us
I know.
that the Bears head coach would have his shirt off in a playoff promo, we would have never believed you.
So the cheese grater hats on foampartyhats.com, the reason they started making these in the first place was they used to make the blocks of cheese, the cheese head hat. And then the Packers sent them a cease and desist.
I can't believe that. So the Packers make their own? Is that
they
why?
Must have a copy. They must have a copyright on it.
That's what I'm guessing.
So once they received the cease and desist about the cheese head hats, they decided to go the opposite way.
I love it.
And make cheese grater hats. And in my notes I have 6,000 orders since the Bears beat the Packers.
Crazy.
Isn't that amazing?
That it is amazing. It is amazing. Do we have the sound from him on Twitter? We don't. He said something. He thanked Bears fans for their support or something to that effect. I heard it. It was very cute.
So this is our what did we call it? Our
countdown to the new year.
our New Year's Eve countdown show. It's not New Year's Eve.
It's not. It's our countdown to New Year's Eve show.
But the next time we're on, it'll be 2026.
Yes.
So, I have a little white girl radio for you.
Oh, I love it.
So, and we can Aiden can play along too. Little white boy radio. You're
this is
get
like
it,
a
though.
rite of passage, okay? I think this is a rite of passage.
Okay, so I am going to give you a phrase. These are from the phrases of the year.
Oh, gosh. Okay,
So you know how Merriam-Webster's and all of that, they come up with what the phrases of the year. These are the phrases of the year, and you have to tell me what they mean. First of all, number one is slop. Slop. Is it? Do you want a couple
Yes, like a multiple choice,
Okay.
please. Okay.
Is it a messy photo dump on Instagram? Is slop a slew of poorly edited TikToks? Is slop unwanted dating app messages? Or is slop low quality AI generated content? What is slop?
I would say it has something to do with TikTok. That's what I would guess.
Aiden?
What was the last one you said?
Low quality AI generated content.
Let's go with that one.
You would be correct.
Really?
You would be correct. So if you asked AI, how do I make the cheese stick to my pizza better? And it comes back and says, use glue. That would be slop. That's when you have to go, okay, wait a second. You can't do that. So that is slop.
Okay.
Okay. Number two, the adverse effect of consuming too much online content is called what? Would it be A, galaxy gas, B, digital degeneration, C, brain rot, D, Silicon Valley syndrome, or E, skibidi toilet?
I'm going with brain rot.
Aiden?
I thought it was called being chronically online, but that wasn't an option.
That wasn't an option.
I'll go with Dionne here. We'll go with brain rot.
You guys are correct.
That sounds right.
And that is Oxford Press University's word of the year. So that is
brain rot?
Brain rot is the word of the year.
Not 6'7"?
No, it's brain rot. Next, someone who cannot stop talking is called a gas bag, a yapper, a yipper, a yapper, a sigma, or a talk-to-a.
Ew, I don't like that at all. I'm uncomfortable. That was not appropriate.
No one is dirtier than Peggy.
And no lies have been told. Okay. What now? Go over the choices again.
Someone who can't stop talking.
Well,
Are
yes.
they a gas bag, a yapper, a
yapper.
a yapper, a sigma, or a talk-to-a?
A yapper. I'm going with yapper.
You're correct.
Okay.
That was too easy. Okay. There's three left. Which of these items would most likely be called preppy by Gen Alpha? Are you Gen Alpha?
I have no idea.
I think you are.
Okay.
You're 23, right? Yeah, I think you're Gen Alpha. Okay. Which of these items would be called preppy? Khaki pants, Sperry topsiders, Vineyard Vines polo shirt, a Stanley tumbler, a tortoiseshell headband, or I have a typo here.
I've got the button ready.
What is it?
I have a typo. I have a typo.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Instead of writing a J. Crew cashmere sweater, it auto-corrected me to being a Jew Crew cashmere sweater.
Whoopsie daisies.
Okay. So which of those would be called preppy?
I would
by
say
Gen
all of
Alpha?
them. I would say all of them.
I don't know about I don't know what a turtle headband is, but the rest of them, yeah, I think it's everything.
All of it. I would say all of it, unless that's just my version of preppy. Maybe a Stanley.
Today's preppy.
Stanley.
So
Sperry shoes, maybe?
Sperry
I don't know.
So Sperry topsiders are considered old preppy.
Oh, geez. There's different levels of
Oh,
preppy.
I'm
Vineyard
old preppy
Vines is old preppy.
Yeah, Vineyard Vines I can see as old preppy.
The Stanley Tumbler is today's
preppy. Wow.
Yep, not Jew Crew cashmere sweater.
Isn't J. Crew the originator of preppy?
Yes, totally.
Totally.
That
still,
and Izod.
Izod, yeah. And they're
Izod.
still clinging to those same vintage looks.
Yeah.
I'm calling them vintage. I went through a J. Crew the other day. I was like, wow, this stuff looks exactly the same as it did
Totally.
25 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, there was a big argument on social media this year. So true or false, a sundress would refer to both a blowy sleeveless knee-length dress and also a form-fitting monochrome ankle-length dress. True or false?
Well, see, in my day, a sundress was very flowy.
Exactly.
And let the sun on your shoulders. It
Yes.
was that was more flowy. Is form-fitting considered a sundress?
It is today. It was a big, it went viral on all of the platforms discussing what is a sundress.
Oh,
and apparently it's anything.
Anything you would wear in the sun, a dress you wear in the sun. Well,
You guys know this one for sure. And then we'll take a break. And actually, I have like 5 more. So
great.
Raw dogging. Now, we learned this through Shay Norling. Long time ago, raw dogging refers to, and it can be any of these, only eating uncooked meat, sexual intercourse without a condom,
Who?
No one is dirtier than Peggy.
eating a hot dog without a bun, experiencing something unpleasant without distraction or comfort by choice, or shaving all your body hair. What is raw dogging?
Whoa. All right. Can more than one of them be considered?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead again. What? Give me like the first couple.
Eating uncooked meat,
Oh, no.
sexual intercourse without protection,
Well, I'm sure that has something to do with it.
eating a hot dog without a bun,
I would think that'd be the base definition.
experiencing something unpleasant without distraction or comfort by your choice, or shaving all your body hair.
That one, without distraction by your choice. That I know that because there's a woman I follow on Instagram who said she walked in on her daughter sitting on the floor and she goes, "Mom, I'm just going to raw dog life for a little bit." And she's
Yes.
like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "I have no distractions. I'm just going to sit here and raw dog life." She said, "Excuse me, that is not raw dogging.
Yes.
You're on a vacation." I was like, that's so true.
That's called being 20.
That's like, yes, you have no responsibilities. You're just sitting on the floor. That's not raw dogging anything, friend.
You're exactly right. It
Okay.
is doing experiencing something unpleasant without distraction or comfort by choice. If you remember the guy on the airplane, there was the TikTok challenge to raw dog a flight, which
Right.
meant you could not put headphones on, you could not talk to anyone next to you. You literally had to just sit there. You couldn't read a book. You had to just stare straight ahead for your
How
whole
long
flight.
was the flight?
I don't know. It was stupid.
It's like from here to Detroit?
Yeah. That
35 minutes.
and sex without a condom. So
wow.
I have 4 more phrases. I bet you cannot wait to hear what those are, as our Gen Alphas have made them the phrases of the year, because it would be Peggy and Dionne. I mean, this is a typical.
I'm loving this.
This is a typical segment. We will get to the Bears.
It was not part of the pre-show meeting, but I love it.
I found it this morning, last minute, and I was like, oh yeah, I have to put
This is so
this in there.
perfect for us.
Totally.
It is. All right, more Peggy and Dionne coming up.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
New Year's Day, we've got oranges, roses, topped with sugar. 11 a.m. Texas Tech takes on Oregon in the Orange Bowl. Then number 1 Indiana takes on 9th-ranked Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And at 7, number 3 Georgia battles number 6 Ole Miss in the Sugar Bowl. The College Football Playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's It's your buddy Tom Waddle and I Drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing on select models with approved credit.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Brandt & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know you can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Man, you are so not street culture.
I'm not.
What gave it away, Peg?
I am so freaking pissed.
I want to hear Dionne pronounce some of the names.
Amonra, Osiris.
Well, you were thinking it. Yeah, well, he said it.
A triple X-tonation? What is that? Temptation? What is that? People think because my name is Dionne that I might have some African American roots.
Squeeze me? Oh no!
Thank you so much.
She's gonna have a bitch fit.
This is White Girl Radio.
It's been a minute since we dusted that one off. That's fantastic. This feels like a good time to remind you that Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. At least we hope. Car buying on your time. Advantage Dealer Group's 60-minute guarantee makes it simple and fast. Shop online, explore financing, then drive off in 60 minutes or less, or they'll make your first car payment. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
So we're doing the phrases of the year according to the Oxford University Press. And we continue with what are the phrases of the Gen Alpha generation from this last year, right? Mm-hmm. The next one is someone who has multiple romantic relationships and no intention of any of them becoming exclusive.
Okay.
What are they called? Are they called single, polyamorous, solo polyamorous, or ethically monogamous?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
And my
These
day,
are like
you were
phrases
called
of-
a dog.
Yeah, like gross is
You
a
were,
much
you were called a
great-
dog because you're sleeping around.
Well, right.
Multiple romantic relationships with no intention of any of them becoming exclusive is called
I'm sticking with gross. Poly something?
polyamorous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've never even heard
would
that
be-
word until this moment in time.
I've heard of it. It's when you have you're dating multiple people, but this is a romantic relationship and no intention of any of them becoming exclusive is called a solo polyamorous.
People use that in a sentence. Your
No
generation,
way.
Aiden.
No, I've never
No.
heard any
On
of those
dating
words.
apps, don't they
I don't know.
identify as polyamorous, solo polyamorous?
No idea.
We got to come up with some of those for our generation.
Yes, please. Doesn't even make sense to me. Solo polyamorous. I'm too tired to say all of that.
Doesn't solo means
Means
one
alone.
and poly means multiple.
Multiple,
So
yes.
how does that work?
These are your people.
These-
Aiden.
yeah,
I
I don't
only
know.
understand.
I guess so.
Which of these terms is unlike the others? So the others will all have something in common.
Okay.
One of them does not. Number one, trad wife. If you are watching right now on our YouTube channel or streaming, you have to see Dionne's reactions. She just shakes her head when I trad wife.
All the first time I'm hearing all of it.
Boy sober.
Okay.
4B movement. Or decentering
What in God's name?
or decentering men. Quite obviously, this is in relation to women dating.
Decentering men.
So in the dating life, is it trad wife, boy sober, 4B movement, and decentering men? Which one does not belong?
I think it's got to be trad wife because wouldn't that
I
be
would
short
think
for
so.
traditional wife?
You're exactly
Yes, you're
right.
right.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
You're exactly
Finally got
right.
one.
Well done. Well done. It
So
is a
that doesn't-
traditional
what-
wife.
Okay, so boy sober means you're not dating right
Exactly.
now. Decentering men is you're not making them the center of your attention.
Yeah.
What the heck is 4B movement?
It started in Korea on social media, and the 4Bs in question are marriage, childbirth, dating, and sexual relationships. I don't know what the B word is.
Thank you. Thank you. I was like, none of them
I
start
don't
with B.
speak Korean, so I'm not sure, but that's what's called the 4B movement. And it's marriage, childbirth, dating, and sexual relationships.
Well, I would love to know where the B comes from.
I know. Okay, brat is to demure as roses are to red, or peas are to pods, or mogging is to look-smaxing,
This is not English.
No, it's not.
or yin is to yang, or logs are to fire. So brat is to demure is like roses are to red, peas are to pods, mogging is to looks-maxing,
I don't even know what that means.
yin is to yang, or logs are to fire.
I would say yin is to yang.
You're exactly right.
Because brat is negative and demure is apparently positive.
They are the opposites,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And when this got really popular on social media this year, Kamala Harris said she wanted to be known as a brat. And Jake Tapper started calling himself a brat on CNN. So it became quite the term, brat.
Okay.
Here's our last one.
Wait,
You'll
can
be very
I know
happy
what
to
that
know.
middle one was that we needed translation?
Mogging
for?
is to looks-maxing.
What does that even mean?
No idea.
Okay.
I'm not even going to pretend to be cool.
Okay. All right,
No.
cool.
Okay. When the second Wicked movie came out, any of these would be a fan's reaction except one. Would a fan say, I'm holding space? Would a fan say, bet? Would a fan say, we are so back? Or would a fan say, Ohio?
Bet.
And it can be more than one.
I feel
A fan's reaction to the second Wicked movie coming out.
my mom and my sisters are actually on their way to go see that right
No
now.
way.
So if this show was like 3 hours later, I could tell you.
Right,
I
no
would
doubt.
think
It's super long.
we're so back because like you want to see more of it, and the first one's already out, so you want a second one.
Now, apparently we are so back. Yeah, that's a positive. Bet is one of them because you're like, oh, bet I'm going to see that one.
Totally.
And I'm holding space. Like, I'll be there.
Wait, yeah.
You know, we're holding space. Ohio, do you know about this Ohio trend?
I got nothing.
Thank God.
I don't even know either.
Aiden is my son's age.
Yes.
And he doesn't know this. Thank God.
I thank goodness, yeah.
Ohio is like the big slang term now. We can't even call it slang because it would be called slang on our age. Ohio now means bad or cringe.
Oh,
so when someone
do that to me.
What's wrong with Ohio?
Do that to me. What's wrong with Ohio?
That's what it means now. It means bad or cringe.
Wow.
I know.
When they win the national title, we can talk about it again.
I know.
It does?
So those, ladies and gentlemen, are the phrases of 2025.
And if you'd like to take some time of prayer and fasting for better choices in the new year, please do that now. What in the world? I can't believe 6'7" wasn't on there.
I know.
That's outrageous to me.
It's probably
I
because
still don't know what it means.
I'm not sure anyone really does know what it means.
I think it's got to be dead by now. Like, I've got my dad and my uncles are making the joke.
And
At
then
that
you
point,
know
it's got to be
it's
done.
And that's what we were going to say. If you ever want to kill a trend, parents, start doing
saying it. Oh, absolutely.
And your kids will get so mad that you are doing it, you will kill that trend. So whatever annoys you that they say, start saying it as well, they will stop.
There was something that our friend Steve, who's a photographer at WGN, told me. His daughters are a little older than my kids, but he's like, go home and say this to your kids and see what their reaction is. And I don't even remember what it was, but as soon as I said it, and I said it in such my white girl, I don't really know what I'm saying, but I'm going to try and say it. And Cash walks out of the bathroom and looks at me and goes, don't do that again.
The halftime score of that Chiefs-Broncos game was 7-6, but on the scoreboard
it said 6-7.
Oh my God! You would have thought that like the Bears just won the Super Bowl with all my little cousins running around.
I'm sure.
Were people in the stands doing the 6-7?
I mean, they do still. They do still. I mean, like and what's embarrassing is I hear it now. Like I was reading some order number to someone at Lululemon to make an exchange or whatever, and I at the end I said 6-7, and I look at Cash. I'm like, yeah, I heard it too. Like it's like I can't stop. It's everywhere.
Who is the Fox announcer? He's Jonathan.
Jonathan Vilma. He tried to get Trump to do it.
He said yes, Jonathan Vilma. If you Google Jonathan Vilma and 6-7. The number of times he has worked it into.
Stop it.
It's obnoxious.
Well, when they had President Trump in the booth, they tried to get him to do it. And like, what are you doing?
It went right over his head.
Well, so is it dead?
It better be
pretty
soon.
much.
I would think so.
It has to be.
But it's got to be somewhere marked in the second half of 2025 as like a trend.
Yeah, it will be at some point. We got to take a break. When we come back after maybe, 60, 70 seconds.
Yeah, now it's officially dead. There it is.
Peggy and Dionne killed it.
Yes!
Woo! We are here. We are doing God's work right here. All right, more Peggy and Dionne coming up.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi. Get fast, reliable internet for every device every day, starting at just $19.95 a month forever. You heard that right. Less than $20. No hidden fees, just your price locked in. Visit astound.com to sign up today. Restrictions do apply.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Save big money now at Menards. Stand up to life's messes with Great Lakes vinyl plank flooring. It's beautiful, durable, and easy to install. Plus, it's pet-friendly, waterproof, and has sound-reducing attached pad for added comfort. Don't wait to finish your projects. Update your spaces with Great Lakes Legends vinyl plank flooring for just $289 per square foot through December 31st. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com. for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. Peggy and Dionne is brought to you by Zazu Salons. Their new Geneva location is now open. Book your next cut, color, or blowout at ZazuSalons.com and discover the Zazu difference. Our final show of 2025. And before a very big Bears game. Very big.
I know.
Very important.
That's right. NFC
Bears
North
game.
and the
number one seed in the NFC.
That's right. Seeding in the NFC is all at stake in tomorrow night's game.
And since we were here last, the Lions were eliminated from the postseason.
Whoa, that was
unexpected.
That was Jared Goff of the Rams.
Yeah,
Jared Goff. That was awful.
Awful. So now it brings into question what they may do for that last game against the Bears.
I was thinking the same thing. Mm-hmm. Do they do Ben a big favor? Amon-Ra is like, I'm done.
Yeah, no, I know.
He's like, I'm done.
I know.
Season's over. Guys are going to suddenly be injured that aren't really injured.
Yeah, no
I hope they do that so that the Bears, do Ben a solid.
I mean, if the Bears win out.
If they win outright, yes.
I know. We don't know the status of George Kittle for tomorrow night. Right?
They said Lynch. Why am I having
John
Lynch? Thank you. Total brain cramp there. Gosh, I remember covering him. John Lynch told the local TV station that it will be a game time decision.
Okay.
And that he is one player that they do allow the opportunity to not practice all week and still play.
Okay.
But on the same reasoning of Roma Dunze not playing for the Bears to rest him so that he's fully healthy for the playoffs, why would the 49ers risk him aggravating? It's an ankle sprain. It's not like, yes, you can aggravate that.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
So it's a mid-level ankle sprain, not a high ankle sprain. So it's a mid-level one. Why would you even take that risk? I get it that for them, the seeding is at stake, but it's the same thing with the Bears, and the Bears are sitting Roma Dunze. So it'll be very interesting if George Kittle plays. To me, that is such a crazy risk.
That's a very crazy risk. You've clinched the division. That's a very crazy risk. I agree with you. Others on the Bears injury report, Josh Blackwell has been sick. Illness is going around the league. I feel like I've seen illness on a lot of people's injury reports. Nashawn Wright.
Including Peggy and Dionne. We both have the sniffles today.
We are pushing through. Nashawn Wright is questionable. TJ Edwards questionable. CJ Gardner-Johnson also questionable. So, but it looks like Luther Burden is coming back.
Yes, which is fantastic. They
great.
really need another, especially against the 49ers secondary, to have a burner that can just totally gain separation on them is huge.
It's been, 3 straight games that the Bears have had to deal with a very aggressive defensive front.
Yeah.
I think the 49ers are not ranked quite as high as what they faced, correct?
Correct. So it shouldn't be that bad. I think the biggest thing is really stopping George Kittle and McCaffrey.
Oh, well, yeah.
Like their leading receivers are their tight end and their running back.
Wow.
Yeah. and so you have to really worry about the line of scrimmage and those first 5 yards past the line of scrimmage when it comes to stopping the 49ers offense. But they're just a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they are.
You know, they're just a well-oiled machine. It's just if the Bears defense can slow them down, you know, again, here's a team that hasn't punted.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, is that unreal? But you have to also think about the version of the Colts that they faced on Monday night. That's another aspect is the short week. I agree with you, but the version of the Colts that they faced is not what started the season 7-1. Like they were very different backup quarterback.
Right,
lots of guys were injured. It was just different. Now, is no punting and 5 touchdowns still super impressive? It is.
Yeah, it is.
That got our attention.
Yeah, it is. If they can find a way to turn Brock Purdy back into the player he was a month ago, that would be very helpful. A lot more to talk about, including the playoff scenario with the Bears heading into the Sunday night game, and why you may want to make sure you are watching the game when the Bears take the field and NBC goes to their intros. You're going to want to watch because you might see a couple that make you laugh. We'll explain that when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
The holidays are here, and Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville has everything you need to stock the bar, wrap the perfect gift, or treat yourself. From crowd-pleasing party picks to rare and hard-to-find bottles, Joe's has it all, and always at the low prices you love. And if bourbon's on your list, you're in the right place. Joe's Beverage Warehouse is known for its incredible bourbon selection, with options for every palate and every budget. Make holiday shopping easy. Visit Joe's Beverage Warehouse in Romeoville, or browse the selection anytime at joesbev.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women.
But we know that when women come together, anything is possible.
National Wear Red Day is the first Friday in February. By joining Go Red for Women, you can help raise awareness
and fight back against heart disease and stroke in women.
I go red for my mom and dad.
I go red for my daughters and for my mother.
I go red for Jasmine. Who do you go red for?
Visit wearredday.org to learn more.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jason Campbell, Auburn. Clint Portis. You, Mike Seller, North Thurston High School.
Santel Moss,
The U.
Antoine Randall, Indiana University. Chris Cooley, Utah State.
Chris Samuels, Alabama.
Pete Kendall, Boston College.
Casey Raubach, Wisconsin.
Brandon Thomas, Mississippi State.
John Jansen, Michigan.
I love Randall. Every time he does that, I think he's auditioning to succeed Pat Sajak someday on Wheel of Fortune.
I could so see Antoine Randall as a game show host. That is hilarious. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne. That was his Monday night, right? I would have to have been.
Yes.
Yeah, Monday night introduction several years ago. 20 years ago?
Like 15, 20 years ago.
That's crazy. That's so funny.
And he was like, Antoine Randall.
Oh, I mean, with some energy. And then the Bears did that as a joke and let him say, like, give it some oomph.
And he's looking, and then he's watching the current Bears on their last network primetime where they do their introductions, and they're all talking like this.
Yes,
and they're all
yeah.
And he's like, oh, come on. You guys you got to put some more into it. There's got to be more. It is my son, Jason, loves the intros so much.
Does he really? That's cool.
Because I don't pay attention to them.
I don't either.
He's like, Mom, you are missing out on some of the funniest jokes. Like the guys will just say stuff with a real straight face. They'll say like their grammar school.
Yeah, of course. I love when they do
or
that.
their high school.
Yeah,
or, So, we'll see. We'll see if anyone actually, hopefully they did that the day that NBC was recording.
Yeah, I would think they did. Right?
I hope so. So they got back to the players and they're like,
yeah, I would hope so.
Put a little bit into it.
I'm sure it did. That's maybe why the Bears did that. I'm interested to see when they decide to give us the game time for the final week.
Oh my Lord. It's going to,
things might, I know, it might be different
we
now.
We might know
after
tonight. Are there games tonight? What day is today?
So today is Saturday, December 27th.
I am so confused here.
Yeah, no.
Are there games today? No.
Yeah, the Bears could be NFC North champions at 10 o'clock tonight.
That's what I thought.
There are games today?
The Packers are playing the Ravens.
Right.
That's right. Okay, the Packers are playing the Ravens and Jordan Love is out.
Welcome back to the show. We are really a mess over here.
So
you're right.
If the NFC North is already decided by tonight after the Packers game, I think the Bears game will be just a regular 12 o'clock start.
You think so?
Yes, because there won't be anything at stake.
Well, after the last two late-nighters, that would be welcome.
Except if they win in San Francisco, then the top seed and the top two seeds could still possibly be up for grabs going into the last week. So unless they think that's a big deal.
I think, yes, that would obviously be a big deal if the Bears are still playing for the 1 seed. But I think there's so many games that will already be either nothing, basically nothing, whether you're in or you're out. I think whether it's Fox or CBS, whoever has the game, will still try to play up the Ben Johnson against the Lions. I think there's been a lot this week about, Dan Campbell can't win without Ben Johnson. So I think they'll still be going full force next week.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Wow.
To prove something.
So here's the playoff picture. It's so confusing. Okay. One more win or a Packers loss clinches the division for the Bears. So that's the division, okay? The top 4 seeds are obviously the division leaders, right? And then you have the 3 wild card with the 3 best records after that. Now, the Bears can still clinch a number 1 seed. They cannot lose out. So they can't lose to the Packers or they cannot lose to the 49ers and then lose to the Lions. So they absolutely cannot lose out.
I don't see a world where that happens.
They would fall to the number 7 seed if they do.
Right. I don't live in a world where I see that happening, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know.
Seahawks losing plus 2 Bears win, the Bears could move up. Again, depending on, so the 49ers, if they lose to the Bears, then they would have 1 week left. And the Bears could take 2 wins if they beat the 49ers and then beat the Lions. They would then be 13, right? 13-4, and then the Seahawks would be. Yeah, if the Seahawks lose, if the Seahawks lose out, they finish with 12 wins.
Right, and they play.
I'm looking to see.
They have the 49ers next week and the Panthers tomorrow, Sunday.
They're in Carolina tomorrow at noon.
I don't know. The Panthers have been very surprising.
They have been.
And the Panthers are still playing for a possible playoff.
Yeah, they beat the Buccaneers last week. They play them again next week, Sunday night, I believe, for the division, for a playoff spot.
Wow. Interesting. It's all very interesting.
Yeah, it's exciting. Like
it is exciting. I mean,
like for us to be when the Bears snuck in the last time in 2020 when they snuck in with a 500 record and then lost to the Saints, you didn't have this feeling.
No,
so
I didn't. Maybe I'm in the minority here, but I did not have this feeling in 2018 either. That was a good team.
Yeah,
and they put it all together. But I did not. They did not win games like this. There's something different happening there.
Yeah,
it's different and unique. Kevin Byard was on with the St. Brown Brothers, and he talked about that. He said, I mean, I don't know, it's really long what he talked about, so I don't know if we want to play it. But it's good. He talks about what's going on this season as opposed to last season. Let's take a listen to that.
I really feel like that's what it is. It's like, so you think about last year, bro. Obviously, we all know the infamous Thanksgiving game. Like, obviously, it's late game situational as far as like Ben, obviously, doing a good job of that. But like, bro, last year we lost so many of those close games, bro. Like, we lost the game against y'all. We lost the game against Packers on the block field. It always felt like, damn, bro, we always on the wrong side of these one-score games. Now it just flipped this year. And honestly, bro, I can't even tell you exactly what it is, bro. It's really just like this year. Like last year was a lot of like, guys were kind of like, here we go again. Like, it's the Bears curse, you know what I mean? Like, we get to these close games, all of a sudden we could be winning. And then the team start coming back. It's like, for some reason, guys on the sideline, just like mentally, it's be like, man, we about to mess around and lose this joint, bro, again. And I feel like this year is like the total opposite, where we're like, man, we done won a game like this before. Like, we're just gonna keep believing. And it was the same thing like that on Saturday night. I think the craziest one we had outside of Saturday night was like against the Bengals. You know what I mean? Like Caleb going there and scored like with 20-something seconds left in the game. I don't know, bro. I just feel like it's really God, bro, to be honest, bro. It's like, it's hard to really even say what's the reason. Is you really can't, you can't make this stuff up, bro. It's crazy.
Isn't that amazing to hear that inside, that's how they're feeling inside the locker room? Like, we don't even know, we can't even explain how this is happening.
Kevin Byard was mic'd up for that game, and he was jumping around the field afterwards, and he just kept going up to all of his Bears teammates saying, we are a team of destiny.
Wow,
we are a team of destiny. And that's when you realize, like, they're saying it.
Yeah.
And I've been, like, last week, remember, we were, like, so afraid to verbalize it. It's almost like, I don't want to jinx this team. I don't want to say it out loud. But when you give the words life, sometimes you do.
I feel like Caleb had the best response to that question on Saturday night after that win. He was asked, do you feel like this is a team of destiny? And his line was, that's the thing about destiny. You have to get to the end to find out.
What a great
answer. Gosh. It's like a movie.
Oh my
It's like such a great answer. And it's true. And then, you hear DJ Moore talking about, we got Virginia on our side up there and the emotions of all of that. And Ben. And Ben is, I just am blown away by him as a head coach.
I know.
And his personality, so different than what I anticipated it would be. And we observe that on the outside, but they also observe it on the inside. Should we play that too?
Let's talk.
Or do you want to wait?
Yeah, let's talk about Ben Johnson. Because we talked about him a couple of weeks ago after he took his shirt off. And when we were saying, like, there's like two sides of him. Oh. When he meets the media during the week, he's very charming, very likable, amicable, talks to people, comes down to whatever level, is conversational, and then you see him on game day.
Oh, my God.
And he's intense. He's, staring through the halftime sideline reporter's eyes, during a question. He's screaming into his headset on the sidelines. You hear Caleb talk about how much, it took me a while to really get to know him. That's the one that I want to actually hear is Caleb talking about how long it took him to get to know Ben Johnson, because we're kind of seeing a little mini Ditka here. I mean, I'm telling you.
You would know better than I.
We are seeing a mini Ditka here because Mike Ditka was charming. He could be charming. He was entertaining at the microphone. And then there were other times you were so intimidated by him. This is what Caleb had to say.
It took me a while. It took me, throughout camp. At certain parts, felt like our relationship was pretty fragile. Fragile at certain points from my perspective. It's like, geez, like this dude, doesn't seem like he likes me. He doesn't have to like me. That's what you kind of realize. But at that point also, and to that extent, you start figuring out that that's just him, and he cares so much about the sport. He cares so much about us. He cares so much about winning. He cares, like I said, he cares about us as players. That you start figuring out him, and you understand that when you're on that 53, that 53 by 120, it's that's his place. And so being able to go out there, do our job exactly how we should and exactly how he teaches it. And then when you get off the field, he's one of the guys. He's a player's coach. He laughs and jokes with us. He's bumping us around and things like that. And so it's fun. It's enjoyable when we're off the field. It's fun and enjoyable when we're on the field. But it did take a little bit.
Okay, the fact that he is pulled out a line from A Christmas Story
is so timely and classic. Yeah, that was great. That was great.
Did he just watch it or something?
Maybe. That is very funny that he said fragile.
And then he was so comfortable in paraphrasing and then laughing at his own joke. I thought that was hysterical. But how funny that he was like, oh yeah.
Wasn't sure if he even liked him. Then Ben yesterday said, I think most of my friends would say that about me.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's how our relationship is. One of his best friends is offensive coordinator of the Cardinals. Help me. He stood up in his wedding.
Drew Petzrig?
Yeah,
he was also interviewed for the Bears job.
He did interview.
He's the bald guy.
He said he was in my wedding. He said we were college roommates. I don't think we spoke much to each other for years. And he's one of my best friends. That's what he said yesterday. Isn't that hilarious?
That is pretty funny.
Wouldn't you love to know how his dating life was with his wife?
I know.
I would really like to know.
He was a college quarterback, though.
He said something too funny at the end of yesterday's press conference. Somebody said, "Did you get any great Christmas gifts?" And he said something to the effect of, "When was Christmas?" Which is so funny. That's so his personality. We were joking in the media that he probably told his children Christmas was moved this year because he's so intense about what he's doing.
Yeah.
They will celebrate in January.
Anyway. And then we have Kevin Byard on the St. Brown Brothers podcast also talking about, do we have that one about him talking about Ben Johnson? So it's, we asked them all about the relationship earlier, but now we're starting to hear the real stories of how they really felt about him.
You being a defensive player and seeing Ben as an offensive head coach, what to you makes him special as a head coach?
For one, I remember just his first meeting that he had back in April or whatever. One of the first things he said was just first of all, it wasn't a rebuild. We coming in to win right now. He was saying the main question that should be asked is not how do we win? It's how much did we win by? He came in with that swag and that confidence, bro, we're coming out here to dominate people. And I was you kind of like your head coach kind of talking that talk, it's kind of get everybody going. And I'm pretty sure, and I've heard stories about just how training camps are in Detroit. Bro, this guy had us going full pads, tackling, bro. I tackled more this training camp, literally more full padded, take guys to the ground than I had my whole career. Just in this one training camp, bro. We would have days where, normally it's short yardage, goal line. Okay, we're going to make it live. And then we had one day, it's other period, we're going to go live. Then it was at that point in training camp, it was we was going to periods bro, is this live? Do we know if it's live? And it was you better off just going live and just tackling dudes. If you wasn't going to do it, it was going to get cussed out. It was crazy. So this training camp was the toughest training camp I ever had. But he's just he's a madman, bro. He's a silent assassin. You see him in the game on the sideline, he's super stoic, bro. He don't got no emotion, bro.
I love
that. He commented on, Byron brought it up. He's we had 4 takeaways in a game. My man didn't even crack a smile. He's just so focused on what he's doing. And then he lets all of that. I swear that's how you see such a juxtaposition. That's how he does that after they do their team prayer in the locker room and then they celebrate. I swear that is how he does it. He keeps all of that emotion in during the game because he's so focused on what's happening next. And then when it's over, it all comes out and looks like that. And looks like good, better, best.
Listen, from Dave Wanstead, Dick Duran, Lovie Smith, Mark Trestman, John Fox, Matt Nagy. The Bears have been looking for the next Ditka without saying
it.
They want the next Ditka because they didn't want the arrogance and the personality that came with him. But guess what? They found someone who has a little bit of both.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. Someone else that is getting a lot of kudos these days is Caleb Williams. Think about how much everyone's been criticizing him all season long. That's not the story anymore. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we've got your college football playoff quarterfinals. New Year's Eve on ESPN Chicago, a college football triple-header filled with Big Ten powerhouses. We start at 10 a.m. with Iowa versus Vanderbilt in the ReliaQuest Bowl, followed by Michigan and Texas in the Citrus Bowl. Then at 7:30, the playoff quarterfinals begin with the Cotton Bowl. Number 2 Ohio State versus 10th-ranked Miami. Plus another triple-header New Year's Day, the college football playoffs presented by Menards on ESPN Chicago.
It's the season of performance at Advantage Acura of Naperville. Look, I was on the hunt for a new car and wanted something special, luxurious, and practical to meet all of my family's needs. So I turned to my friends at Advantage Acura of Naperville, and they worked their magic. The process was seamless and stress-free. I drove away in a brand new Acura MDX that is sleek, high-tech, and super fun to drive. As the holidays roll around, it's the perfect time for you to find your dream car, too. The team there went above and beyond for me, and they will do the same for you. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville today for the season of performance.
Going out for New Year's? Let the CTA be your driver. We'll get you anywhere in the city and back for just $5. It's less money on travel and more on celebrating. Avoid the headache of traffic and expensive rideshare surge pricing and take the CTA. With Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. Find the best route to get anywhere in the city at transitchicago.com/plan a trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Brighten up your home with help from Menards. Check out our great selection of Lutron lighting controls. LED Plus dimmer switches are designed to match your existing switches and are easy to install. Create the perfect lighting for your home. Don't wait to finish your projects. Save big money on Lutron lighting controls now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
I mean, he's up there with all the best of them. You know, you got Kyle, Sean, and Matt LaFleur and all the guys that come from this tree, and then Ben. He's pretty freaking good.
That about sums it up. That Robert Saleh.
Yeah. The defensive coordinator for the 49ers has his defense playing pretty well, I would say, for this season. About middle of the pack. But
middle of the pack, yeah.
Certainly a challenge, though, for the Bears to go on the road, another primetime stage for them to prove that they are among the elite in the NFC. I think they've proven that. I think they've also proven that if they have the game close in the final minutes, you can never count them out.
That's what makes me nervous. Like, is this the game that it's going to be the game where San Francisco goes up by double digits and the Bears offense is silent for the first half like they were against Green Bay? They can't afford to be.
But what Byard just said, we've won games like this before. I think that is definitely a mentality that makes a huge difference, that there is time on the clock. Even against Green Bay last week, what did Caleb say? He said, I got the ball back. There was too much time. It was like a minute and whatever.
So down 11 is different than if they're down, I think, 17.
Oh, 1,000%.
So
yes.
And I think San Francisco is so capable of scoring on every possession.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get into trouble, is that you have... Wasted possessions are not going to work. Last week.
Correct.
When the Packers turned it over on downs on their first possession, and then the Bears did the same thing. Like that would be a wasted possession.
We will never get Ben Johnson to admit that maybe he shouldn't have made that trick play call on the goal line in the first drive. I felt like I was ill-advised, but he stood by it.
Well, if you're going to do it early, do it early.
Yeah,
before the game is on the line.
Get some points first. I don't know. I felt like score. Like, you're right there. And that drive, Peggy. They were doing anything they wanted. That would have been like such an exclamation point to start the game fast. That's what they've wanted to do, is start the game fast. And they had that opportunity and they didn't do it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They did have another conference player of the week in Cairo Santos, much deserved, as all I've heard all week is just how the wins. I mean, you felt it when you were out there, and I've never seen the goalposts swaying like they were. Not ever. That was really crazy. And the way it would change direction during the game, it was a masterclass by him, for sure.
The Bears have had 5 different players named Player of the Week this season.
That's
5 different Players of the Week is the first time since 2006.
Wow.
That the Bears had at least 5 different Player of the Week honors. And in 2006, they had 6. So, I mean, it's unbelievable. We talk about this. My brother, who is a coach, said to me at Christmas, we were all out to dinner the day before Christmas Eve, and he said, can I just say something about the Bears? And I looked at him and I said, oh, this is going to be negative, isn't it? And he just looked at me. And he's a very accomplished coach. He's done very well in his career. He's a baseball coach, but he tends to be negative. And he goes, yeah, it's a little bit negative. But I said, okay, but go ahead. He said, they can't sustain wins this way. And I said, you are exactly right. Mm-hmm. And the first half of the season, I was not a believer because I was like, I'm not buying in. I'm not buying in. There's some lucky wins here. But we all know in sports, when you are having a special magic carpet ride, you need to ride it.
Yes.
And absolutely, next year is a whole different year. And you may not get those bounces that go your way. But the year that they are going your way, you have to capitalize.
You capitalize and you ride that wave as long as you can. And totally agree,
and
though,
you
Peggy.
Make no mistake, and you make no excuses for it.
Okay, so they win. They win in Vegas. They beat the Commanders the way they did. There was one more right after that I remember walking through the newsroom, and my producer and I are both like, well, they're living a lie, but let's just live it with them.
Right.
And now I don't know that I agree it's not sustainable to win in these dramatic ways, but there is something that is instilled in you when you're able to do that. And you also win games like they did against the Browns.
Yeah.
You do it the way you're supposed to do it. That's where I see the sustainability more than these last second dramatics, which are super fun.
So you have the Raiders win. on the blocked field goal attempt. You have the Commanders win on Jake Moody's game-winning field goal as time expired. You had the Saints win. That was a double digit. That was a 12-point win. You have the Bengals win. Colston Loveland's game-winning touchdown in the final seconds. You have a fourth quarter comeback against the Giants in which Caleb Williams scored in the final 6 minutes 2 touchdowns. You have the game-winning field goal by Cairo Santos against the Vikings. You have the win against the Steelers. The win against the Eagles, game-changing forced fumble and fumble recovery on the tush push. And then the Browns with DJ Moore. And I get it. Yes. But boy, we all know, like I used to talk about this with the White Sox back when they won the World Series. When you're having a special season and guys are having career years, you got to ride it.
No kidding.
You got to ride it.
Okay.
Don't make any excuses. Ride it out. Ride it out. Look at all, even my daughter said it. She goes, Mom, look at all of the stars that are not in the playoffs this year. You don't have,
oh my gosh,
Joe Burrow,
Patrick
Mahomes, and Travis Kelce. The Eagles are a big, giant question mark. You go back and forth. She's like, it's all new people. And I said, that's what happens when leagues start to change over.
Yep. It is what happens.
Do we go back and look through the record books and say, oh, that was an asterisk year? Yeah, that was the year that all of the starting quarterbacks were injured, and there were, double-digit backup quarterbacks that were starting games that year in the NFL. No, you look and you're like, oh, they were the Super Bowl champs that year.
Right.
So
I do find it fascinating that the quarterbacks we are talking about are Drake May and Bo Nix and even Sam Darnold. It's and Caleb. Caleb deserves to be in that conversation as well. And you think about where we were a year ago at this going into week 17
my gosh.
with where the Bears were and what the Lions and the Vikings were doing.
Right? Well, a year ago, it was the Seahawks game.
Yes.
And DK Metcalf.
6-3. Yeah, great game.
Yeah, great game. Solid.
And now look what's going on a year later with DK Metcalf. Can I just say, that story, that guy, that fan,
oh my gosh,
holding his press conference?
Yeah.
What? That was weird.
He's wearing a suit and a backwards Lions hat.
He's wearing a suit. And he's like, I just want to say that Now, I do believe him that he did not use the language that DK Metcalf accused him of using.
Right.
There's all the videos are starting to show up of other people in the stands and people saying, yeah, he didn't say that. So, shame on you if you accused him of that.
Right.
But that dude is...
I mean, why...
That dude's got a giant L on his forehead.
Oh, my gosh. Why did he need to do a press conference?
And he's basically been trolling DK Metcalf for years.
Really?
Yeah,
Instead of
so
calling
DK
him
Metcalf...
he calls him by his real name.
He calls him DeKalen. And he even called him DeKalen in the press conference. He's like, and DeKalen, if you have it in you to just admit that I didn't say that because my family's getting threats and all this stuff. But DK Metcalf had to actually report this guy, this Lions fan, to the Seahawks security a couple of years ago because this guy was trolling him. Yes. So this has been going, the two of them, it's been going back and forth. Why, during a game, he ever walked back to the fan?
Right.
At that point, turn around.
Yeah, just walk away.
You got a game going on.
Yes, much bigger things going on.
Yeah, that whole thing. But
and
yeah,
I don't want to give this
ago.
guy. I don't even want to give this guy any of my energy.
No, that was so odd.
So odd.
And he's like, and then he states that was his opening statement, and you could tell his lawyers weren't quite expecting him to make this opening statement. And then he finishes it, and he just goes, "That's all I have to say." And then he makes this really weird face. I was like, "Oh Lord!"
He ended it with, "That's all I have to say. Go Lions."
So, gosh,
seriously,
gross. That is so gross.
Oh God. That is weird. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we will get to the sound on Caleb Williams receiving flowers throughout the league.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
Get ready for kickoff. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow. from 3 to 5 on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
On behalf of Mayor Mary Alexander Basta and all of my friends in the village of Bolingbrook, we would like to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Ranked in 2025 as one of the most diverse suburbs in Illinois by Niche and named a top 10 place to live in Illinois by U.S. News and World Report, Bolingbrook truly offers something for everyone. From the promenade to the Common Shopping Plaza, Town Center, there is something to enjoy for the entire family. A strong job market and continued economic growth. If you are looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, there has never been a better time to be Bolingbrook. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more. Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Plus, get $1,000 to $2,000 holiday bonus cash on top of dealer discounts. Get your year-end savings at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We don't like to hear this.
This might be the first time that I actually knew what the breaking news was.
Do you want to go ahead with it?
I can. We are hearing that right tackle Darnell Wright will not travel with the Bears today. He's been added to the injury report as questionable with an illness. That is from Brad Biggs at the Tribune. He said they did activate offensive lineman Luke Newman from injured reserve, restoring him to the 53-man roster to make room. Defensive tackle Jonathan Ford was released. That is disappointing news for an offensive line that has been among the best in the NFL.
The Bears also elevated Dallas Flowers and wide receiver J.P. Richardson from the practice squad. Richardson is the kid out of TCU, right? I think he was the kid out of TCU. Little White Lightning, they called him, I called him that, I'm sorry. In training camp. We haven't seen him. We haven't seen him all season. So,
oh my gosh, I think I should make you a shirt that says White
Lightning.
White Lightning.
JP Richardson fan club starts here.
My husband went to TCU, so it's the only times I ever know anything about Texas or TCU is my son and my husband.
Oh my gosh, that is so
funny. The question here now with Darnell Wright not traveling with the team. Boy, whatever this illness is, everyone knows it's families
bad.
Got together.
It's the flu and it's bad.
Families got together for Christmas and people show up sick and you spread it and everyone is sick
Can I say
now.
this out loud? I'm actually glad it's an illness and not a real injury. Like, that would take time. Like,
Right.
to me, that makes me feel better.
So
I
the
mean, I
question-
feel better, Darnell, sending you healing thoughts, but
The question would be, does Ozzie Trapillo move back to right tackle since that's what he was taking reps at, or does Theo Benedict become the swing tackle and can play both sides? I don't remember if Theo Benedict played the right side at all earlier this year.
gosh,
I don't remember
either.
that.
I don't think he
I don't
did.
think he did. I think we'd remember talking about that. I don't remember
Yeah.
specifically, but I don't think so.
I think I'd be hesitant to move Trapillo because of how well he's played on the left
Right.
side.
Right.
Especially
same,
down the
same,
stretch.
same.
But then again, you really don't know with Benedict on the right side here. If there's anyone on this line outside of Joe Thuney that you don't want to go down and miss a game, I think it is Darnell Wright.
Right. Agreed. I would agree with you. He's had a great season.
Yeah, that's
Arguably could have been one of the Pro Bowlers. No question.
That's where it hurts. That's where it definitely hurts. I'm looking, trying to find their. Sorry about that. Their
Depth chart.
Depth chart, just to get an idea. Oh wait, I have it in my game notes. Here we go. To see who they list, but it would have to be Theo Benedict, right?
Let me look. They list Ozzie Trapillo as second right tackle.
That's what I mean. That's what I thought.
So
that's what I thought. So I would
maybe they move him and then they move Theo back to. Well, wasn't when Ozzie came in? That's where he was more comfortable anyway, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So yeah, they have Theo Benedict as the backup right tackle.
Yeah.
So it looks like it'll be Theo Benedict getting more time there now.
Oh, they do have him as the backup right
Yeah.
tackle? The depth chart I'm looking at lists Ozzie Trapillo as backup right tackle. But you're on the game notes, so you're probably right. I'm on ESPN.
Okay, these are the game notes. Yeah, they do have Theo Benedict listed as the backup right tackle. But it doesn't mean that they can't rotate these guys around and make up that decision as to who. Wow. Yeah. That's not good news for the Bears with Darnell Wright not making the trip to San Francisco with an illness as some kind of flu bug is going around through the team locker room.
If you look at it glass half full, out of any team to miss a game against on the offensive line, the 49ers pass rush is not what it normally is, especially without Bosa. They're 23rd in the league per PFF.
Bryce Huff, I think, is the only one that you need to worry about on the 49ers. And that would typically be on the left side for Ozzie Trapillo. He's been filling in for Nick Bosa. Slow start for Huff, but they said he has come on strong with all 4 of his sacks in the last 7 games. All 4 of them. All 4 of them.
All 4.
We'd love to have another Bear with 4 sacks.
Wait, we do.
Well, you have Montez Sweat, and then
Jervon Dexter has 5.
Oh, he does have 5. Okay.
Yeah, it's Jervon. Tez has 9.5.
I believe that's
correct. 9.5.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think the other 2 injuries or the 2 players that were activated, a DB and a wide receiver. Could that be C.J. Gardner-Johnson and possibly a Duvernay?
Exactly.
Maybe.
Duvernay showed up on the injury list. C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the end of the game also. So, yeah. Gosh, it's that time of the year, isn't it?
It is.
So we were talking about how Caleb Williams, so scrutinized. And when he had the comment earlier this week about, hey, listen, I've said this before in speeches. I was always criticized for not being the biggest, not being the fastest. And then I was criticized getting drafted in Chicago. You'll never fit in there. You'll never work out with this coach. You two won't be able to work together. And I took that as a challenge. And people were like, that's not true. It's like, yes, it was, people. Everybody was talking about that.
It was.
Everybody talked about that. Well, now Caleb is definitely getting his flowers because people are talking about how far he has come. Listen to Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers coach, and who many of us think is the best offensive mind in the game today, on what he has to say about Caleb Williams.
I think anytime you give a quarterback a top run game, they all look better. So I think that helps him huge. Caleb, in terms of, Caleb is one of the best throwers, most athletic quarterbacks I've ever seen in terms of his height, weight, and speed. He makes some big-time throws, extremely scary on the perimeter. can hold on to the ball for a while, not in a bad way, but by creating stuff, which makes coverages have to hold up forever. And when you have a talented guy like that who's got the speed and the size, usually they get a run game, get some bootlegs and play actions off of it. You limit how many times you got to drop back, and it makes sense why he's playing at such a high level.
And talking about the bootlegs that Caleb has been able to make some big plays off of, Robert Saleh said the same thing in talking about Caleb Williams.
His arm talent is elite. I mean, the guy can rip the ball. He can make every throw. It feels like when he starts scrambling, he gets more accurate. I mean, he is really, really dangerous when he leaves the pocket and he's on the run. They're really tight into their scramble rules. Hard to bring down in the pocket. Does a great job escaping the pocket, and he's got great speed to scramble. Their boot system is one of the better ones in football. They're doing a really good job with him. I think he's improved tremendously from a year ago. When you just look at the tape from a year ago, I mean, he's greatly improved. So credit to Ben and his staff and the way they've approached it this year.
And then did you see, Dionne, that Ben Johnson sat down with Tony Dungy?
I did.
Ahead of the Sunday night game. And listen to what he had to say about why Caleb is playing so well right now.
Well, I think everybody, they first talk about the arm talent. They talk about the ability to create and extend. And certainly that's something that jumps off the tape. But I think what I've just been blown away with is just his competitive drive. This guy loves football. He wants to be great. He's going to stop at nothing but to be great. And I think that's a great starting point for any competitor in this league. You know, I really think because he's wired that way, he's opened himself up to coaching. We meet on a daily basis, you know, to go over practice tape, game tape. What are we trying to get done that week? How can we get better? And he's being very critical of himself. He knows that he's only scratching the surface of what he's capable of right now. And so that's why when I talk about our best days are to come, I mean, I just see this guy getting better and better every week. We talked about as an offensive staff just yesterday how far we've come from the springtime, you know, and trying to break a huddle properly. And we're reloading plays back to back to back. And now we're in December and we're not having any of those issues anymore. And now we're really able to get to, you know, really good football.
Is that something?
It is something. It's notable to me that he said they meet on a daily basis. He said the same thing about Dennis Allen, which I think speaks volumes. It's not just it's about that connection. It's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That he meets with the quarterback and he meets with his defensive coordinator and they talk about, yes, the defense, but the team as a whole. Like, I just love that Ben is so open and receptive to having those kind of conversations on the daily basis.
We talked about it in week 1, 2, 3, and 4 about being patient with Caleb Williams, but we didn't want to listen to ourselves. We talked about he is learning how to run the huddle. He is learning how to call the plays. He is learning how to use his cadence. We saw it the last 2 games. He was able to draw the other team off sides. But we didn't really want to hear ourselves say, be patient, because we were in the midst of the season and you were worried about starting out 0-2. But now look, week 17, and people are talking about Caleb Williams and making elite throws in the NFL.
Do you know what one of my favorite videos from Saturday night was? That they put, I mean, I was like devouring all the content the last few days. And I still think it's remarkable that it was just last Saturday. It feels like a month and a half ago. But anyway, the video I loved was when they showed him, like they cut the screen and they showed him throwing the ball to DJ and then he put his hands in his pockets.
Oh my gosh, that's so
sick.
Joe cool.
That is so cool.
It is so Joe cool. That
so
he
cool.
just puts his hands in his pockets and waiting to watch it.
Yep.
It's crazy.
That is so great.
Let's take a break. When we come, wow, we got to wrap things up.
That went very fast,
right? When we come back, if you made $91 million, could you afford to buy a grocery bag in the city of Chicago, or would you bring your own, or would you just carry everything back in your arms? You're not going to believe this story.
I can't wait to see where this is headed.
Peggy and Dionne. on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sunday Night Football takes us west as the Bears head to San Francisco with the playoff field tightening in every snap-carrying way. I'm Jeff Joniak. Join me along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee for the call of Bears and 49ers. Live from Levi's Stadium. Kickoff tomorrow night at 7:20. We'll bring you the intensity, the momentum swings, and the fight of two teams chasing their postseason path. Bears and Niners, a primetime collision in California. Tomorrow night on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
This holiday season, lock in something that lasts. Astound Wi-Fi. Get fast, reliable internet for every device, every day, starting at just $19.95 a month forever. Yes, you heard that right. Less than $20. No hidden fees, just your price locked in. Visit astound.com to sign up today. Restrictions apply.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Wrap up your 2025 to-do list with help from Menards. Power up your gifts and decor with the long-lasting power you need with Energizer. Menards has the largest in-stock selection of Energizer batteries. They provide solid power for flashlights, remotes, toys, and so much more. Don't wait to finish your projects. Stock up on Energizer batteries and save big money. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Wrapping up another 2 hours of fun, our final show of 2025. Peggy and Dionne, brought to you each and every week by Advantage Acura of Naperville and Zazu Salons. We thank them so much for supporting our fun throughout this entire year of 2025. The unexpected has happened. I don't know if we have any favorite memories from our show from this year. Have you thought about it?
No.
All right, same.
The lady calling about buying a goat for someone was pretty
That
good.
was pretty good.
And then, 10 minutes later, someone calls and has a hookup for a goat.
Yeah, no, that was pretty good. You're right. That was pretty good.
That was crazy.
I think one of my highlights of our show was from Vegas. We had a great time.
We had a lot of fun in Vegas.
We had a lot of fun in Vegas. That was a fun highlight for me.
I totally agree. That was a super fun trip.
Super fun.
Okay. Lane Kiffin just signed a $91 million contract with LSU. His daughter posts a video on social media of dad coming back from the grocery store, and he's got the groceries not in a plastic bag, not in a paper bag, not in a recyclable bag, in the basket that you use to shop.
Hold on.
Yes.
He walked out of the store with the basket?
With the basket and his groceries in the basket. And when she says to him, Dad, why do you have that basket? He said, well, because they were charging for grocery bags. It costs money.
Oh, my gosh. No.
What is it, 99 cents?
Not even.
25 cents?
Not even. I think our bags are 11 cents.
And I'm willing to bet that our bags here in Chicago cost a lot more than Mississippi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like 7 cents, maybe?
Listen, I am one cheap Polsky.
Yo,
I am the first to admit.
Listen, if you can save money, why don't you? This is a theme I live by.
Totally. And I mean, my husband goes nuts when I'm reselling our stuff. He's like, "Why? Just put it out on the curb," you know. I don't make $91 million.
No, well, not this contract.
Not yet.
If I made $91 million, I sure as heck, not only would I be buying a bag, I would be buying a bag for everybody in line.
I might even buy their groceries.
Right?
I might buy the store.
Speaking of, I did that last week.
That's awesome.
It's my favorite Christmas
thing.
Eve,
I love doing stuff like that.
I ran out to pick up some things at the Jewels, and our parish priest, Father Tuan, walked by me, and I hear him say, "Oh, long line," and I looked. I'm like, "Oh, that's Father Tuan," and so I said, "Hello, Father," and he just kind of nods his head, and he's gets in line, and we were in the self-checkout.
Yeah.
So he was like 3 people behind me, and the whole time the Catholic guilt in me is saying, let him take your spot.
Yeah,
tell him,
of course.
just, Father, take my spot, right? Instead, I get up there, and I turn around, and I said, "Father," I said, "come here." And he's kind of in line. And he looks around and he's like, "No, no, no." I said, "No, it's okay. Come here. Merry Christmas." I said, "It's my gift to you. Bring me your groceries."
Yeah.
So he brought his groceries, and I scanned his first, put him in a bag, and I said, "Here you go. Merry Christmas."
I love that.
And he says, "Oh, my Christmas gift. Thank you." And he has no idea who I am because I'm not there enough Sundays for him.
Haven't seen you in a while.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Is this your make good confessional right here?
The roof has not caved in yet when I do show up.
Oh, gosh.
But I love telling that story. But the greatest part of that story is, doesn't it make me look really, really pious and good?
Yes.
He only had 3 items.
Wait, are you going to tell me what it was? It was Tic Tacs. Just kidding.
Socks.
Everything from the dollar aisle.
He had a loaf of bread, some deli meat maybe, and there was one other item. That was it.
But that is still a very kind thing to do.
I know. I was like, and so I text my kids. And whenever we do like something kind for strangers, like I always tell my kids, do something kind for somebody.
Just notice and take action.
They think I'm an idiot, right? My husband and I always put in our family group text, "One less day in purgatory for Peg, one less day in purgatory for me." I bought Father Tuan.
You know what? That is very kind. I love that. I love when.
Have you ever done it like at Starbucks or something?
I've done it at like McDonald's or something
Yes.
where we were standing there, and I remember doing it with the kids. They were young, but there was someone from the military.
Oh,
in
yeah.
there in uniform, and I just told the cashier like, we're going to pay for his too. And they don't even need to know that it was us. Like I love doing stuff like that. And in my house, we always say we're going to bless them up. And I love to do that. Like when we go to Dunkin', and I'll hand the kids like 20 and be like, go run in there and hand it to them and just bless them up. And I just love that. It makes us feel good too, but it makes them feel good. So
one less day in purgatory.
I mean, I'm trying. Oh my gosh, Peggy, one thing that I learned this morning that I wanted to share with you, that there is a community in Sarasota, an Amish community in Sarasota, Florida. It's called Pinecraft. I learned this today.
Pinecraft. It sounds like woodmakers.
Of course it does. And a lot of them, they do drive cars, and some of them do have electricity, which I don't know how the bishop feels about that, but I digress. The reason I wanted to share this with you is because yesterday my mom said that they do a Christmas Day parade there. And I was like, they do? I didn't even know that. She goes, they drive like mowers and stuff.
That's awesome.
I was like, what? I said, I didn't even know that existed. And then, so of course, I Google it. There were thousands of people there.
No.
Yeah. Well, probably hundreds. Maybe
it's a
not.
5-hour parade.
It was like, it started at 3:00, and I saw some of it, and it was like some old cars, but yeah, mowers and some like, I guess Amish made floats. I don't know. There were floats. It was right through the area, the Mennonite and Amish community of Sarasota, Florida. And I was like, well, I have to tell Peggy that's.
I love that.
I might have to attend sometime. I didn't even know it existed.
When you go to like the antique stores in Wisconsin or Ohio, you will no doubt see Amish shopping in there.
Course.
And they buy, like, when you walk around and you're like, who is buying these big old motors? You know, like, they'll just be like an old motor just sitting there in one of, the stalls. And you're like, what the? Nope, there go the Amish.
Yeah.
Like, they'll buy that old mower and they'll use it.
When they're not spending money on things of the world, they can afford things like that. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, with that, we wrap up Peggy and Dionne in 2025. Can you believe it?
How about that?
Cheers to us heading into year 4. Right?
Is it 4 or 5?
We'll figure it out. Our anniversary is not until the end of January, right?
5. Who knows? 22, 23, 24, 25. We're going into our 5th year.
We are.
Yes, we started in 22.
You're right, we did.
Yeah. How about that?
Look at
We've got Bears coverage all day
tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting. The fantasy football show in the morning. Are we doing special coverage then? Or is it just the pre at 3? And then the pregame at 5, the game, the postgame, and the post-game.
Yeah.
So another late night, put on the coffee. But it's the holidays. Everybody should be off and enjoying it as best they can.
Aiden O'Connor, thank you so much,
Thanks,
buddy.
Aiden.
We really appreciate you and all of your hard work. Thank you so much.
And we thank you so much for always listening, supporting, and laughing with us. It means more than you know. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year!
We will talk to you tomorrow on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
Fashion, elegance, style, romance, Andriana Furs.
Happy holidays, Chicago, from Andriana Furs, where you can save 50 to 60% off every magnificent fur, shearling, or fur-trimmed cashmere coat, plus all accessories during our fabulous holiday sale. You'll find the highest quality furs at the lowest prices, like our stunning $10,000 mink coats, now priced at $3,900. Gorgeous mink bomber jackets start at $1,300. Designer shearling coats from $1,100. These are unheard of prices, and quantities may not last long. So hurry in to the fabulous holiday sale at Andriana Furs, 2201 West 95th, or visit AndrianaFurs.com.
Feel the warmth and luxury that you deserve. Andriana Furs.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftsmen